So welcome to Ammertime Podcast, episode 57.
Yeah, I've got it on the first try.
Yeah, this is a special episode because I'm here in Sweden with Mr. Casimir the Swede himself.
Yeah.
And today we're going to be talking about the new Dread Elves book. So, on the show today, we have, of course, Casimir the Swede.
Yeah.
And we have podcast co-host regular Sassyal.
Zing.
And also joining us today, we have two special guests on the show. We're from the playtesting team. We have Fraz from Team Scotland, and we have James from Team Ireland.
Hey, thanks for having me on again.
You're welcome.
Oh, I remember. When you introduced me, I was gonna say the assassin. Oh, and then I said zing. What a fucking loser. Okay. Anyway.
Oh yeah, we have to
Yeah.
edit this part out now.
No, you gotta leave it in. Everyone needs to know how lame I am.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to go through basically the full Dread Elf book review. At the time of release, it should be dropped now, so you can follow along at home with the book. So without no further ado, actually no, without with some further ado, we have some mail. So I'm going to read out the mail first. So this is from a guy called Brady Chapman, BC Happy 18 on the forum. He says,
have we heard from him before? This is the first time.
No, I think it's the first time.
Okay.
It was sent at 7 in the morning, so I'm assuming it probably wasn't someone in Europe. But let's see. So he says, "Hey Ammertime gang, long time listener here. Just finished listening to the Autumn Assault episode. Finally felt like I needed to send you an email. I'm really enjoying Sassyal's contribution to the show. It's a great dynamic to have a new player on regularly who's learning the game and can offer his perspective. I'm a long-time player myself, from 3rd edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle, he thinks. But one player who never played enough games with his friends circle to even get the rules straight. I branched out to playing with the wider local community over the last couple of years to get some more games in and maybe try some tournaments. The scene here in my slice of Canada, is pretty active, and a good chunk of the ETC team is pretty local. So things like this episode were great to listen to. So taking a novice player through a bunch of lists and talking about what makes them tick is pretty neat and has a ton of value for a listener like myself as well, who may miss even some of the more basic synergies that go into a functional list. Keep the content coming between Casimir and Alex. All three of my armies are covered. Casimir's the only podcast host I think of that has played UD regularly, and it looks like all I need to do is keep tuning in for the Dwarves and Warriors goodies. Cheers."
Oh, yeah, see, people like the dwarf content.
No. Warriors and UD, fine.
Yeah.
Dwarves, no.
Little people
I'm
need
probably gonna be
attention
Dwarves
too.
now.
Yeah. I mean, you're like, okay, so you're the head of the Kingdom Echo team as well, right?
I'm the lab facilitator.
Ah, okay. So you're like the HR for the group team.
I'm like the project manager for the lab for the book.
So
Can you explain to me what kind of lab that you facilitate? Like, are there beakers and Bunsen burners?
Yeah. So what we do is we put like elves and dwarves into these like petri dishes, and we like squirt acid on them, and then see how they react to strength 4 hits. And then,
I mean, you mean toxicants?
Well, toxic is like the second test,
okay,
right?
Okay.
You need like what's it called, like a variable test.
Something, yeah, sure. I don't do.
You're
experiments.
a scientist, Casimir.
I don't do experiments.
Science.
Thanks, Brady, for the mail. So let's just talk a little bit about hobby while we're here. So what have you guys been doing? Maybe Alex, you want to start?
Sure, I've been a little bit, I guess, what's the word? Sort of multi-personalitying over here, because I've been helping you out with some printing that's taken up a fair bit of time for me, and I've also been printing a few things for some other mates. Like, let's see. I just finished making a clockwork dragon for our old pal,
Mr. Christopher Dirac.
That's right, yeah. And my friend Mikkel Ogor, I made a Green Knight for. And now I'm just trying to figure out like what I need for my army without just printing a ton of crap that's just going to take up space in my closet, because now that I have these glass cabinets, it's really embarrassing to just see a load of plastic.
Yeah, dude, you gotta get the cabinets with the closed doors. That's the trick.
Yeah,
Wow.
need to hide them away.
Or you just gotta start painting.
Yeah, or start painting. Yeah.
You know, I thought that buying an airbrush was gonna like save me so much time, because I was gonna like have lots of primer at the ready, to do like my base coats and all that kind of stuff. And it turns out that it's actually kind of difficult because I don't have anywhere in the house to do it. Yeah. So I have to wait for like.
No, like I also have an airbrush, and I found this to be exactly the same thing, because like it takes quite a big space to set it up, and I don't know if you bought a filter as well, or like a filter box, Alex, but I have a box which has like a some kind of suction in it as well, which you can fold up and put back, but then you need the whole process of like bringing it out, and the airbrush takes a bit to like clean, because like if you use it and then you don't clean it properly, you have like paint that's stuck on the needle, so then everything just gets like clogged up, and then you have to clean it next time you use it and stuff. So like the whole process takes a bit.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You lost me at airbrush. have you finished anything, or have you painted anything, or have you built anything?
I mean, I have.
So basically, I printed some things.
You printed me a samurai guy.
And a dragon.
Let's not talk about just the guy.
Yes, I printed this one tiny guy. It took so much time. And Christopher's dragon had these giant wings on them that took 22 hours to print. I was like, oh my god, this is insane. Why didn't the guy who made it like split it into pieces? What the hell's going on here? Anyway, so it was a fun print, but yeah.
Aside
that one's all done and delivered.
Have you been working on anything, Alex?
No, that's the thing. I started a new job last month, and once I kind of get through that in the day and then get the kid in bed, I just kind of like space out and watch a bit of TV before going to sleep. So it's really been slowing me down lately. I'm feeling quite sad and embarrassed about it, to be honest.
You got to get in that half hour a day just to do something and just to keep it going.
It makes like a huge difference.
Yeah.
I would say,
hold on a second, right? Henry's here telling you to take a half an hour a day while he's getting you to print random bullshit for him. It's like you're basically like, because you're the only guy with the 3D printer, you haven't gotten any hobby done for yourself. Is your issue?
It's part of the issue. The time I've spent doing hobby has been getting stuff on build plates for people and then cleaning them and curing them.
Really, you're the victim in all this, and Henry shouldn't be giving you shit and telling you how to get hobby time.
I mean, wait a second. Yeah.
Well, look. Like, I mean, I appreciate Sassyal's contribution to my massive pile of unpainted stuff. That's not been argued about. But like from my experience of 3D printing, where I have been around to Alex's house and done the brushing myself, it's pretty much just like pressing a button, and then when it comes out, just like scrubbing it a little bit with a toothbrush. It's not like that time consuming.
Right. Jesus, talk about sounding ungrateful.
Yeah, really. What a guy. Anyway, I'll keep that in mind, Henry.
Over to me. Yeah.
Yeah, a healthy markup in there.
So how about you guys over in Ireland and Scotland? What have you been doing with the hobby?
So I was working on my Vermin Swarm army. I have a good bit of that painted, and I decided I was going to strip all my beast herds that I had for like 10 years and fix them up. So I've stripped all those with Biostrip, and then I played one game of Vampires on UB and bought a vampire
army. What is the product you use to strip the paint off of the
Biostrip?
Yeah.
I'll send you a picture after. It's really good. It's
you get it at hobby stores or at like.
no, it's like it's for strip and paint, but it's really soft or something. It's kind of like
I don't know
PVA
if you
glue
can get it
texture.
in Denmark,
Yeah,
Alex.
that's
It's like a
my
different.
They have it on
brand.
Amazon though.
Yeah, it's about £8 on Amazon. It's really good.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay. And you
I'll
can
send-
do plastic as well, then? Like it doesn't melt.
It's for plastic and metal, yeah.
Okay.
And it's really soft, so like you can leave them there for like 3 days, and it's fine. Kind of just brush them off.
And
with
you
a
just
toothbrush.
wash them off or what? Yeah.
Yeah, just hot soapy water and a toothbrush, and it like falls off basically, and that's really good. Like,
Great. Yeah, sounds awesome.
so, yeah, I don't know if it works for resin though, so I don't know what to do.
How about you, Fraz? Have you been doing any hobby? Or have you just been melting your dread elves?
No, I've actually got a table set up with dread elves that I can't bring myself to paint at the moment because I don't know what I'm going to do with the army. So, yeah, my table's got models on it. I've just not sat at the table for a while.
Fair enough. You were talking about starting a new army?
Yeah, I might do. I'm thinking of Warriors. I'm looking at Warriors just now, having a mess about with a Helm list on UB.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, I
Is it still like the Forsworn Death Star thing? That's the Helm like tactic?
Yeah, that's the build, yeah.
Okay.
Nah, I've got just basically loads of greed, like greed core boys, greed 2 unit chosen, greed knights, and then evocation. So if I get reroll to hit, I'll take like a great weapon, or if I get reroll to wound, I'll take like paired weapons or whatever.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea actually.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
First I was like, why the fuck would you take greed and everything? But yeah, that makes sense actually. So both of the buffs are as useful.
And if you just take like 18 Feldrax, then it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like, or you could just have 3 times 6.
Yeah. Nah, everyone's playing Feldrax, aren't they? They're definitely getting nerfed.
Yeah, they're gone. I hope.
Yeah, just like back to being the most terrible unit.
How about you, Casimir? Have you been doing anything since you've been back in Sweden?
Yeah, I've been painting some war machines. I think like
the dwarves. Okay.
dwarves.
So I've been.
I did that, and then I got some Kingsguard from Russia actually, which were pretty good. So
like Russian alternative.
Yeah, exactly. That's the company, Russian alternative. It's very like extremely high quality sculpts, and they're quite interesting because they have this kind of. What's it called? Like the not the Mongolian, but the kind of Eastern Russian theme, like
the furry hats with the pointy thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like kind of I don't know what that's called historically, but that kind of aesthetic. So it's quite interesting, and like dwarves with long mustaches and shit. So
I'm all about the mustaches right now.
Yeah.
Like I've been. I'll get to it in my part of the hobby.
Yeah. So I haven't painted a lot. I painted like one of those dudes and then some war machines, but it's been good. Yeah.
Getting
like slowly, just like it's really nice. Like
the
best part of Corona is that you don't have, or I don't have like these deadlines that I have to paint to. Like before, I was always like, there's a tournament and I don't have time to paint a new army, so I'm gonna add like a unit to my UD, and I would just hate it every time, but I would still do it.
Now my deadline is like shit. I need to add like a unit to my UB thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Guess that takes 5 minutes.
So now I'm just like, I'd like to have this unit. I guess I'll just paint it. Like it's nice.
Cool. I've been fairly busy in the last few weeks. Like I started this hobby channel on YouTube, so I've been like doing videos for that. If you want to check it out, it's HPM Hobby on YouTube, all one word. Also on Instagram and somewhat on Twitter, but not really. So I've been putting some videos up on there and kind of just videoing what I've been doing. I'd finished a commission last week.
What did you?
One of the Danish ETC guys is building a halfling army.
Oh, cool.
And he wanted some Kestrel Knights. I guess he's using it for Sylvan Elves. And
that's interesting.
So he has some halflings riding dragons.
Okay.
And so he wanted the legs sculpting. So he had like the torsos of the halflings. So I was just basically building them for him and sculpting the legs.
Okay, cool.
So I finished that last week. The lovely, amazing dragon that Alex printed for me is fantastic and beautiful, and I couldn't ask any more of one of my friends, one of my best friends in the whole world, and it actually turned out really well. And so basically, it's like this massive dragon that fits on something like I guess it's like a 100 mil round base.
Okay.
So I needed to squeeze it onto like a 50 by 100.
Yeah.
So what I did is I cut it in half, chopped it up, and like stuck it back together again, like I normally do.
Yeah, like a standard heavy.
And worked out a way that it fits on a 50 by 100, and then I've been green stuffing that. And also because due to Movember these days, I also gave it a very twirly mustache because the original sculpt had like these long like spindly mustache thingies.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like which come out really far, and one of them broke I think in the printing process, and the other one was like hanging to a thread, so I just pulled them off and I just sculpted new mustaches on them. So now it's like an Asian themed samurai army. So it's like an Asian themed dragon, and now it has like a little mustachio going on.
It's good.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna drop a little sass right here. One of the things that just drives me completely nuts about these 3D printing groups, like if you go, it doesn't matter if you're looking on My Mini Factory or you're a patron or whatever that you call yourself. The people that are like modeling this stuff, it's like they don't even think about how the models are going to be used, and they'll have all these details that are just like teeny weeny, super thin segments of resin that either are incredibly fragile and can like fuck up in the printing, or fuck up when you are like, even if you're like cutting the supports off like one support at a time, you can still snap it just from like the shockwave of the snipping through the fucking resin. Or when you're curing it, or when you're handling it, or when you're painting it, or God forbid it makes it all the way to the tabletop, and then you're playing with it in a game and you brush it against something, let alone transport it to a match or to a tournament. Like
overseas.
It's totally crazy. I don't get how these loonies, like, I feel like you should have to have a license to be like asking people for money on Patreon that says like, I'm not gonna be a fucking jerk and give you super fragile bullshit.
Games Workshop do this as well, though. I think like some of their stuff's pretty outrageous, and you're
like most of the new
this.
things are like they're really gone for like, oh, it has to be super dynamic. Every mole has to have like a toe on the base.
Yeah, like one toe on a rock.
Yeah,
it's like fly like a massive like flyer with huge wings. It's like one toe connected.
Yeah, and like the way you paint it, it goes like boing. Like you put the brush on it, and like the whole thing just fucking moves. You're like,
Like a friend of mine is painting this 40k army. It's the Mechanicus, Adeptus Mechanicus, or something like that they're called. And they have this one like uber character that just has like all of these Dr. Octopus tentacles, like robo tentacles coming off him, and they're all just like, it's like a cloud of friggin' robo tentacles. And I looked at that, he showed it to me, and I was like, that just looks like a nightmare. Like, how are you going to get that to a game? Like, there's like 15 of these things poking out like into like totally unsupported, just twisting in the air. And he told me that when he went to go prime them out on his balcony, he had it in two pieces. He dropped both pieces, and they just bounced and were fine. Like the plastic,
that's true.
I think one of the things they must be working on is like the flexion qualities of their plastic. But like, because I just have a shitload of resin stuff, that's just a no-go, right?
Yeah, the stuff that we get from China is a bit fragile, let's say. Like it's not quite like the 3D printing resin, which is really, really hard but very brittle, and not quite flexible as much as the GW plastic or the standard plastic that you get from other companies, but it's somewhere in the middle. So it's like a little bit bendy, but if you put too much pressure on it, it does break.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some of the stuff that I painted, like just the longer pieces just kind of snap. But I mean, luckily you can pin that stuff.
Yeah, I had a centaur break at the ankle today, just above the pin I put in it.
Yeah,
just like,
I hate when
no.
And like when the pin is still like in there, so you can't get it out. Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah. But it was like pinned to the base, and it was just above the pin. It broke.
But yeah, I feel like the 3D printed resin is even more fragile than if you get molded resin from like some company that actually does the pour in mold kind of stuff. Like it's also pretty brittle, but it has a little bit more like flexion. So it's a little
there's
bit more
different
durable.
properties to it.
Yeah,
There's different properties to it, and to be fair, there are some resins you can buy that also have different sort of physical properties. The problem is that I'm kind of restricted, like out of safety concerns, having my kid in the house and having a printer in the same house, that I don't want like the super toxic stuff.
like a price to pay for your hobby. You're like, my kid like just got fucked up. Like he's gonna have breathing problems the rest of his life. But I got some cool models.
Yeah,
I printed Henry a nice dragon.
Like those are the Bibles.
Yeah, exactly. So like I have heard of some that have a little bit more flexion to them and stuff, but they're kind of a no-go because you need like super strong spirits to clean them with, and they're like much more skin irritable and like a bunch of other things where I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna stick with the water washable resin, thanks.
Yeah, you're better off, especially when Henry's just gonna moan about the quality of the stuff. Anyway. Don't risk your life.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Aside from the dragon that Alex lovingly printed for me, I also finished my 10 ninjas, which are going to be my black cloaks for the Dread Elves army. I've also today I started building a second unit of legionaries. I finished my repeater auxiliaries, which are like samurai archer guys. I've done a few characters. I've been building some. I built a beastmaster on foot from there's a company that I don't know what they're called, but it's called Test of Honor. It's like a game that makes samurai miniatures.
Okay.
And they're really cool characters. They have like a lot. They have just released a new range, and there's some really nice ones. I also built a Warlord of Erewhon, like a priest guy. Like it's going to be a character in my Dread Elves army. What else am I doing? I built some. I just finished sculpting saddles on my Raptor Knights, or what it's called, Dread Knights today.
Yeah, they look really good.
Yeah. I was thinking, okay, I got these like from Warlord games, the samurai models. I was like, well, the guys and horses, they can be the I think they're called Shadow Riders these days. They can be the Shadow Riders, but I think with the Raptor, the guys riding Raptors, the Dread Knights, I should probably have an actual Raptor. I was like, okay, like I was thinking maybe I'm gonna get Sassyal to print me some of those like fancy Raptors.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? The best Raptors I've ever seen are like the old fat Raptors from Games Workshop.
Yeah.
So I got Casimir to dig in his bit box, and I've like sourced the internet for all my friends who have had like old school Dread Elf armies. And I've like accumulated quite a few Raptors now.
Yeah.
So I've got enough Raptors to build a couple of units of Raptor riding guys. So I've used like the old Games Workshop Raptors from like 6th edition, like the fat ones, and put like the samurai guys on top. But because of the way that they're supposed to be on the horses, there's obviously like a big gap, like where they're supposed to be sitting on the saddle. So today I sculpted saddles out of milliput for all of them. I did 5, but
big
but I think maybe I only need 10 or 15, so it's not gonna be like a big deal. No. So I've been sculpting them. What else have I been doing? I've been like slowly chugging away at this dragon. Some characters. I have a Gorgon sat on my painting table, and I don't know what colour to paint it. I'm thinking green.
Is it like what's the model? Is it like a female and a snake kind of thing?
It's actually a samurai Gorgon, which I found from. It's like a game called Bushido.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they make like metal models actually pretty good. If you're into like samurai or you want Japanese themed like army, then it's a really good resource. I got my Warlock from there as well, and also another character that I'll use for Dread Prince. But yeah, it was like a Medusa samurai thing with like a halberd, which is exactly what I wanted. Yeah. So it's basically like a samurai top with a snake.
Okay, so body. I think you can go like 2 interesting directions with the Gorgon. Like if you want to be really fancy, you could try to get some of the like weird reflexive paint and paint the skins in like some kind of stuff like that.
Too much.
And otherwise, I would like you can always pattern it in a like an interesting way.
Yeah. So it was more like what's the color of all the lizards in Miami going to be?
Okay.
So I think I'm going to go for like a greeny type thing because most of my Miami is like orange and blue with black and white.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like.
So green would really complement.
So green would complement it. But I've been like looking through like pictures of like dinosaurs and stuff on the internet, trying to find like a color for my raptors, and I haven't really found one yet. So,
okay.
But I think some kind of green is what I'm going to go for.
I think you should also
with like
actually look at
like a creamy stomachy thing.
I think you should actually look at people painting models as well, because a lot of times. I mean, especially if you want something that sticks out, a lot of times, like, nature is pretty muted, right? Especially when it comes to animals.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not always, of course, but in general. But, like, a lot of times if you look at people, like, painters who have done, like, lizards and stuff like that, and, like, they go, like, really bright greens or something, it can look really cool.
Yeah. So, right now I'm thinking, like a creamy bone kind of color on the stomach.
Yeah.
And then on the back it's going to be like green, and then maybe some like darker green browny stripes.
Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, stripes are one of those things that it's easy, right? But it looks cool.
Does it have scales? This model.
The Gorgon, it has like scales on the back and like ribbed sections in the stomach.
And I mean, are you planning on doing that dragon, like just a green as well?
I haven't decided, but maybe.
The dragon could be something else.
I think the dragon is probably going to be like, because it's Asian-y themed, so maybe red or orange.
I mean, the way I look at it is like a Gorgon and a dragon are mythical creatures. So like, there's no reason to ground them in reality, right? Like, just do something that looks friggin' cool. Is the way that I would approach it. Just what do you think is gonna really pop when you put them on the table? Because they both are also solo base creatures, right? Like you can't.
Well, the Gorgon can be in units, as you will see later on in the
so many spoilers.
More like it's more like a little look ahead. But yeah, I don't know. I think I just kind of think like they have they're a mythical creature. You know, Japanese fantasy would be somewhere that I would like take some notes from. Like I wouldn't just and like what Casimir said, like looking at how some other mini painters have been painting stuff, because you can see some people that are like doing competition paints are obviously going with some really interesting color combinations. So
yeah, exactly. And like a lot of times, of course, you don't have to like push the level of like technicality of the paint job to that level, but a lot of times they do a lot of like really good color choices, right? Where they do things that I don't normally think about, where you have like a main color, but then you have a shadow that's colored, for example, and it's like one of those things that when you try it, you're like, wow, this just looks really good, but you wouldn't do it yourself, because when you paint yourself, you're just like, oh, brown shadows. All the shadows are brown and black,
Okay. Yeah, so I think something like green is going to be what I choose, but I just haven't got around to it yet. But I think as we'll get onto, like the Gorgon is really, really good choice.
Yeah.
So I really want to get them into Miami. I have another couple maybe planned to order. And today I also ordered some more samurai stuff from Warlord Games, because I need some more samurai.
You can't have too many.
Can't have too many. So I think that's about it for the hobby section. Maybe we're gonna just answer some basic questions about the process of the Dread Elves book to start with.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, we're gonna spend a lot of time talking about the book. So just like as a prepper to go into that, maybe you could like, because Henry, you're currently like involved in a lot of the LAB process. Legendary Army books.
So when we say lab, we mean Legendary Army book. That's probably the first thing.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe you could explain, because you're on the Dread Elves team, and you're also somehow responsible for the Kingdom of Aquitaine team.
Yeah, as I said, so my current role on the Ninth Age project, I'm on the advisory board, and I recently quit my Night Scroll responsibilities.
So like basically,
but
we're not
then-
going to get any ice scroll now.
Well, but then I lost my job, so now I've got loads of time, which was kind of bad timing. But like, this is one less thing I need to worry about every month, which is great.
The first full-time Knife Asia guy.
Yeah, right now, literally.
Donate now. Pay a salary.
Yeah, so I'm on the advisory board, and I'm also working with the background team. So I started working on the Dread Elves book about halfway through the process because the background guys were a bit absent. And since then, I've been working more with the design team, and as a full lab member, I've been working as part of the design team on the Dread Elves book. So I'm in a pretty good place to be able to talk about the book and why we made certain decisions and why the rules are how they are.
Yeah.
And as Casimir said, I'm also going to be working with the KOE, the Kingdom of Equitane book, not as a designer, but as a project manager, making sure that everything is running smoothly and hopefully on time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make any claims right now, but hopefully it will be running to schedule, and I'll be able to manage it to make it ensure that it's comes out as soon as possible.
Yeah, because I think currently for the project, what it really needs is the schedule of release to be more consistent.
So that's something that the project in general is going to be moving, like the Ninth Age in general, is going to be having people like me who are in charge of making sure that
whipping people.
Yeah, like, we need to have this now. Come on.
So I think that's really good.
And I can say now that the VS book is going to go into playtesting very soon.
Oh, awesome.
So like a lot's happening with the project, and it's moving faster and faster and faster as we learn how
to do a project.
Yeah. And it takes time, and it gets to getting the people in the right place. So
like being inside of the lab team, what kind of roles would you say that there are, or is there like a leader who has like a vision for the book, or like how does it work?
Yeah, so there's a few different ways, because the Dread Elf book was actually a bit more of like it was in the middle of where the ID book and the Dread Elf book and the Kingdom of Equitane book are kind of like the three books that are ongoing at the moment. Oh, sorry, the VS book.
Yeah.
So the Dread Elf book was kind of like a very much of a learning process from the travesty that was the ID book.
Yeah, like can you give us any insight to what went wrong?
I don't follow so much about what happened with the ID book, but I know there was a lot of personalities and there was a lot of clashes with the design process.
They didn't have a good project leader like you.
Yeah, so this is something that was learned from that book, and then with the Dread Elves book, we had like a lead designer who was responsible for kind of driving the project along, but also as a designer.
Yeah, okay.
So he was part of the design team and also a project leader.
Yeah.
And now with the Kingdom of Equitane book, we've kind of learnt from that. I don't know about the VS book. That was kind of after the Dread Elf book, but now with the Kingdom of Equitane book, we have me who's like a project manager for the whole thing, and then under me a lead designer.
Yeah, so you kind of separation of powers.
Yeah, so, exactly. So with the Dread Elf book, we had a lead designer and then a large design team underneath. And then with the Kingdom of Equitane book, we have me who's a project manager, then a lead designer, then a smaller design team underneath.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different, and we're kind of like learning from our mistakes and our experiences.
Okay, so another question I think is, from the early stages of the project, before the lab process really started, like the rules team was often seen by the community, I think, as kind of like a boogeyman who would like come in and decide things and have too much control and too much to say.
Yeah.
So nowadays, how much power would you say that they have in the process, or like what's their role?
So I'd say it's kind of somewhere in the middle. Like what we do in the lab team right now is we designed the whole book, and with the help of playtesting team with James and Fraz included, we made the book, and then when we're kind of happy with it, we sent it to rules team to review, and then rules team will come back with feedback.
Yeah.
And then we will change the book or change some of the entries based on their feedback, and try and like make them happy at least, because they're kind of the guys who need to approve the book in the end.
Well, yeah. Okay.
And also at the start of the process, like with the Kingdom of Equitane right now, the rules team is currently writing the guidelines. So they will come up with the guidelines based on the background from the background team. They will come up with the guidelines. The guidelines will then go to the community and the task team to review it. Go back to rules team. They will decide from the feedback if they need to change anything, and then those guidelines will go to the task team who are making the book, the lab team, and then that design process will begin. Okay. So the rules team.
Can I ask something there?
Yeah, of course.
When you said there the background and the guidelines, which comes first, or is it kind of like
the background? The background comes first, and then the guidelines are made based on the background.
Because there's a lot of background that we don't see, right? Like that's
Okay. And this is also something that I would like to change with the new Kingdom of Equitane book. First up, we're going to release the background supplement instead of alongside the release. We're going to release it a lot sooner in the design process.
That's good, I think.
Yeah, and I also hope that we can do a lot more background related things throughout the design process.
Okay.
So release more excerpts, more ideas, more concept kind of things once the book is underway.
You kind of done that with DE, didn't you? With the Felge Kelder for the Hydra and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I actually wrote the Hydra piece.
I was going to say I thought it was pretty cool, but no
Yeah, so I was actually responsible for a lot of the background pieces that were part of the release, mostly because the guys who were background responsible were maybe a little bit busy on other things.
Okay.
So, sorry?
Were you responsible for the Dread judges saying, "I am the law"?
No, that one was not me. I cannot make claim to that one.
Oh man, that's great.
I was about to abuse you so bad if that was.
I give you two guesses off air who that was.
So before we go through the book later, can we ask you first? Did you design everything, and then we'll give our opinions, so that we know whether you were responsible or not first. So you can't claim that's good.
You can ask me which were my ideas as we go, and then maybe I'll tell you, maybe I won't, based on your feedback.
Yeah. No. We want to know first. You can't just claim all the good bits. So.
I'll be honest.
You know what I'm going to say
it's
about
like a team effort, to be honest. So everything kind of goes through the whole team, and whether everyone agrees with it or the majority agrees with it, it is a team effort across the board.
So do you when you have like a design before you kind of finalize it, is it then like everybody has to agree, or do you sometimes vote, or like?
It really depends on each individual thing. So the way it works is there's a concept phase.
Yeah.
So right now, the Kingdom of Equitane, we're in the guidelines phase.
Yeah.
So as soon as we get the guidelines, we're going to move to concept phase. So each unit will have a concept, and the task team will discuss about the concept, like how they want it to work, what they want to achieve. Like nothing about rules. It's more about kind of, okay, let's look at the background, let's look at the guidelines. How do these relate to this unit that we want to kind of make into a on the table unit? How can we actually, what's the essence of this unit, basically? That's the concept phase. And then when you hit like the design phase, then you kind of go more into like the details. Okay, should this be a core unit? Should this be a special unit? Should this have offensive skill 5? Should this have like AP 5? Whatever, right?
A lot of AP.
Yeah, whatever, right? So that's kind of that's the next phase. So, and then throughout the whole time, everyone is bouncing ideas off each other. I think if there's a disagreement in the team, then especially if there's two kind of camps, like let's say half the people want one thing, half the people want the other thing, then whoever's the lead designer will make a decision.
Yeah, okay.
And then that design will go to playtesting. And then the playtesting team will give feedback, and maybe if they think that something is wrong on this one, maybe we'll try the other one. And then they'll give feedback on that, and then we'll come back, revisit it, and then make either a middle ground or go with whatever was the best one.
Yeah. So
playtesting team actually have quite a big role in the whole design process as well. I don't know if you guys thought that, James and Fraz.
I felt like this definitely the Dread Elf team were like eager to get the feedback and to respond to it, and like anytime you posted anything, you'd get like 2 or 3 team members at least like reply to it, ask you like, why do you think this is good, or why do you think this is crap, and like they'd discuss it, they'd come back to you, and then like I felt like the playtesting this time around really did have a big impact on.
Yeah, I definitely
how
feel like
things go.
that as well. Like I was always talking to you and Fraz also in private message, like, okay, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? Like getting more feedback. And
Yeah.
I feel like the playtesting team obviously had like quite a big influence on how we did things. Like one thing in particular was the Silent Hunter assassin. There was one point where someone was like, look, you guys need to limit this to like a 0 to 2 choice, because I've just had a game where I had like 5 of these and it was just like too much. and like kind of things like that was just like, these were really like things that when you're designing it you don't think about it, but then when it's people try and break it, then you really need that feedback to come back to you.
Yeah. I mean, as well, like there's times where you're told like, no, you can't. Like we'll come back and say, oh, why doesn't the like say shooting weapon have 10 shots or whatever, and then they'll come back and say like, no, like
Only has 8.
rules team won't let it, or that's just not allowed, or like this goes against guidelines and we can't do it because of that. Like, and then there's a bit of back and forth where playtesting probably moan at you more than you'd want.
Yeah.
Where we're like, oh, but it's stupid. But like in the end, the guidelines and thing and some middle ground gets smashed.
I think one thing to mention is that the guidelines for the Dread Elves were really, really, really restrictive. Like we were so shoehorned into a lot of things. There's a lot of things that would be very easily solved by just adding a special rule, a very simple special rule, but we weren't allowed to because of the guidelines.
Yeah.
And
I noticed that with the feedback. There's loads of things. It's like, oh, we're not allowed, and it's like, what? Like, it's like, but it's so simple, and it's like, yeah, but that's a minor breach, so we're not going to like try and bend it and get around it.
I guess that's like another discussion. I guess that's another discussion. It's just like about if like is that a good thing or not? Like I get the idea that you want to differentiate the books, but the idea that the guideline is like, oh, you can't access this special rule at all in your army.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, does that really affect the feel of like the army?
Look, we can talk examples. Like, for example, hard target was something that the Dread Elves are not allowed to have.
Yeah.
We couldn't have any missile defense, and that was a big issue for some units.
It's good for dwarves, though.
Yeah, well, so for example, the Mist Leviathan, which is like a new concept which we'll get to, is like a monster that secretes mist. And,
I don't know, secretes is a funny word.
So the idea is that it pushes the mist out, and then the Dread Elves can kind of come through the mist.
Yeah,
and
they go and they come.
Yeah. They can secrete and come.
I think when you guys are like talking about the guidelines, like sticking to Mr. Leviathan, like people in the playtesting team are like, oh, why doesn't it just give like the 6 plus ages that the Alter did? And people were saying that kind of breaches the guidelines, like hard target.
Yeah,
I thought you guys stuck to that really rigidly, and it's sometimes at playtesting it was a bit frustrating. But I think looking at the end product, it was worth it, especially compared to like ID, who totally bent all their guidelines.
That book is.
I think the new iteration is a bit more balanced. Let's say.
Sure.
The new one, the beta tree, is a bit of an improvement on it, but they did definitely take the guidelines and then get like a legal team in to be like, so how can we like get all the things we want that we're not allowed?
They got the disciple of Luger.
And they're like, oh well, it's not lethal strike, but it is AP10 and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think maybe we should just get into the
meat
book.
and potatoes.
Yeah, the meat and potatoes of this podcast now. I don't know how long we've gone, but so Dread Elves. Take it away, Casimir. Let's start with the army model rules.
Yeah, or actually, there's like 2 pieces of artwork in the actual version that we have. Look, I don't know if they're going to be in the version, but like it's so there's this. I guess Aquaman looking Dread Elf on the front, who has like a huge kind of fins out of his ears and like orange cloak behind him and stuff with green. I like the colors, but he does look like a little bit crazy, I have to say.
He
has purple boots as well. It's pretty cool.
I've got it up on the screen now for those people who are listening on YouTube, which if you haven't worked out yet, you can find Ammertime Podcast on YouTube now. For me, it's a little bit Games Workshop, but it
reminds me of their like the Flying Fish Army, the Indepth, the
definitely. Yeah.
But then the next piece which is in is like a much more muted, like a little bit more like I guess dark or dread.
Yeah, it's a bit more like Sixth Ed Games Workshop.
Yeah, exactly, which is pretty nice.
It's very cool.
Okay, so starting off in the army wides or army model rules.
Yeah.
What did you want to achieve, I guess, with the universal special rules before we go into them?
Well,
besides making it ridiculously overpowered.
I mean, that's
straight in with the sass. Didn't even open my mouth. All right, so the first one is academy training. Do you want to go through it?
Okay, yeah, sure. So here's actually, it starts off with saying that a unit with more than half of their models with academy training are considered academy trained.
Yeah.
And I thought that was quite interesting because what happens if you have a character who's not academy trained and then you get just one dude left in your rank and file, then you lose academy trained.
Yeah.
Which I thought would be like a funny thing because I see this, nobody will remember that except at ETC.
Okay, so there's a few instances where this is interesting.
Okay, so should I just finish the rule first?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says that when calculating combat scores, if you're academy trained and you're calculating, like the opponent is calculating the rank bonus, they get -1 to a minimum of 0. So you get -1 rank bonus. And then in addition, if you're within 8 inches of another academy trained unit that's not fleeing, you get +1 advance for your charge through devastating charge. When you declare a charge, and you also get another rank for purposes of steadfast, and but that's only if you already have a rank. Basically.
Yeah, and then disrupted if you have at least one full rank.
Yeah.
So rules wise, sneaky trick here.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have like an academy trained character, on like let's say a solo guy on a Pegasus or a Manticore. So he's academy trained, so he gives like a little academy trained bubble.
Yeah.
Or the other thing you can do is you can have 2 academy trained characters on chariots with another chariot and a unit of chariots.
Ah, okay.
But then the unit of chariots is academy trained because there's two guys who are academy trained and one chariot who's not.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if you had just one chariot and one character, that wouldn't be enough.
No.
Yeah.
So you need 2.
Yeah, because you need more than half.
Yeah, more than half. Yeah. So that's like rules wise, but I think from a background wise. So the Dread Elves are very like militaristic society, and from the background, basically every single Dread Elf citizen goes to the academy.
Oh, okay.
And this is like a military training thing.
So this is like completely. There's no like gender anything.
No.
The same.
Actually, women are a little bit more dominant in Dread Elf society than men.
Yeah.
So they're like socially dominant, like whereas in like our society, like human society, the other way around.
Yeah.
So basically, all Dread Elves go to the academy as like part of their legal system. Everyone has to go to the academy to be trained, and
so it's like the draft. Basically.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly, and essentially, as we will see a bit later, whichever path you take through the academy, you kind of end up at a different place. So this rule, these set of rules, is kind of what we're trying to do here is show that the academy units, which are part of the academy, or like let's say we can just say like the legionary is obviously part of the academy, the auxiliaries are part of the academy, the obsidian guard are part of the academy. These units are used to fighting together and should gain some kind of bonus for fighting together.
Yeah,
and that's why. The steadfast, like obviously if you're next to your friends, like one, you don't want to be seen to run away in front of your friends, so you're a bit more like steadfast, and also you're a little bit more brave when you're fighting next to a unit that you kind of understand the way that they're trying to move or what they're trying to do. So you're a little bit more brave, and you kind of like, I don't know if you guys play Total War, but like when you're next to like another unit, you're a bit more happy.
Yeah, happy chumps.
Yeah, and also the devastating charge kind of partly is like a guidelines thing. Like it's an aggressive army.
Yeah.
So what we were trying to do is simulate that the units working together have a more effective.
Yeah. So to me, the first thing that kind of strikes out is that you reduce your opponent's rank bonus. And this extra rank helps you remove their steadfast, right?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it only is...
So the rank it's only for the combat score.
No, but this like if you count
It's
as
rank
having
bonus.
yes,
It's not ranks.
sure, but you also count as having an additional rank.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that means that you disrupt with one extra.
Yeah.
So like
If you're
basically,
fighting in the flank of your unit.
Okay, so it's only if you're fighting in the
Yeah,
flank.
that's what disrupted is.
Yeah, so this is the part I didn't understand because it said like having an additional rank for the purposes of steadfast.
Yeah.
Does that mean
For the purpose of steadfast, yeah. So for purpose of steadfast, then
so
you have a rank.
so
That works.
If you have 2 ranks and somebody has 3 ranks and you're fighting in the front, you've got an additional rank, so you both
Yeah.
get 3 ranks.
Yeah.
so that's what
That's
I meant.
correct.
So it's like you really kind of like pushing the MSU factor in this sense because you have this thing that's going to reduce your opponent's rank bonus, but he's also like you're also counting for a lot more for breaking a steadfast. That's what I want to try to get to.
So the reducing the opponent's rank bonus is like a small bonus that you get for your combat race.
Yeah.
But then the steadfast is you count as 1 extra rank.
Yeah.
I think this has worked for me in multiple ways.
Mm-hmm.
So like having.
Oh no shit.
Okay, in a second you can go sassy.
I'm getting ready. I'm all
like
cranked up here.
Let's say like you're fighting with 15 legionaries, and then you lose a few, and then you're going to have your first rank, maybe your second rank, and then you actually count as having 2 ranks for steadfast. So you're less likely to run away in those situations where you lose a few guys. So Alex, what's your opinion of this one?
I just think it's kind of a dirty way to give your unit a +2 by making it a +1 -1.
That's not really what happens. You only get -1 for the combat score, but then
which is what's going to help you break a unit, right?
Yeah, but then the steadfast doesn't really do that though. It's just for steadfast.
The steadfast gets really good though, I think.
Because I think so as well.
10, if you have like a small unit of say crossbow guys, auxiliaries or something.
Yeah.
And like you're like say 2 deep, so you're like really wide doing all your shooting shit. Then like Taurosaur or something charges you. Once you have like 1 rank of like 5 guys left after you take the hits, the impact hits and everything, you now count as being steadfast under 2 ranks, and you can countercharge the shit out of it. So I think it's really good against the current like single model meta.
I agree.
Yeah, it makes the MSU very sturdy.
Yeah.
At least as long as it's together, but like 8 inches isn't that far to be honest. So like you kind of have to play it a lot tighter than you would be used to, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, corner to corner, 8 inches. If you have an MSU army, like there's not that much room on the fucking table. You know, you're kind of jammed up together anyway, right?
It's not all academy trained though as well, so you have to remember that.
So certain units are going to be academy trained as you see.
Yeah, and there'll be ways to gain academy training as well. Yeah. So the next universal rule is hunting bolas, which makes people who flee from you have minimized the flee distance.
Yeah.
So I guess this to me, like this straight away is this kind of idea that they're slavers and they want to capture prisoners.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this is 100% as you say. It's like all the units that are hunters or slavers get this special rule. So it's also alluding to like the MSU kind of theme, which will run through the Dread Elves. So what we wanted to emphasize is that, as you say, they're slavers, so they're trying to capture slaves. And doing these kind of multiple charges, like putting the Shadow Riders on the corner or the Corsairs on the corner.
Yeah.
It's like a way of like ensuring that you capture those units when you break them.
Mm-hmm. Can I just point out the amount of times you've said MSU when we're at the second drill?
Sure.
Just for future.
And I know that you don't like the MSU way that the book's gone, but that's unfortunately what we went with.
Okay, so the last universal rule is the Scent of Blood. So this rule gives you Frenzy and Fearless while you're engaged in combat. And as well as that, if you declare a charge against something that has lost a health point from its health pool, then you get +1 advanced devastating charge. So you get charge further if stuff is wounded. So
this is mainly for the Raptors, let's say, but there's a lot of other units that get this special rule. So this is like to kind of depict those units that are very bloodthirsty. Like they can smell the blood, so then they're more agitated They're more like, oh, I want to fucking kill some shit.
I think it's really cool, actually. Also, like how it's synergized a little bit with shooting. If you have like raptor rights and then you shoot something which you might not be the most effective target, but it loses a health point, and then suddenly you can like a further reach.
And a lot of the army, if you play it in the MSU way, is going to be infantry. So those units that have center blood and are also infantry are going to get a little bit of a benefit as well. So as with the academy getting +1 advance rate,
can you get is there some cases where you can get both of these to stack, so you get +2?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And also with like something like witchcraft, you can start to rack up the advance rate on units. So even though you're an infantry army, you're actually quite aggressive and quite fast.
So I need to ask, what is the consequence of being frenzy while you're in combat? Because I know what it does when you're
if you're trying to restrain pursuing, you have to roll maximize test to restrain pursuing.
Okay, so like you're gonna fly away a little bit more, I guess.
Yeah. So it's a little bit risky if you wanted to stop and reform or something. So it has downside.
This rule's really good though. I think it's like a lot of fun. I was using Dread Knights a lot during playtesting, and like this was great. Especially there was a way before you could get Academy, this, and Witchcraft, and a Banner of Speed.
Yeah.
And then you had like the world's fastest raptors, but like it's gone now. But
we removed that one.
Yeah, you're like, what's the movement of the unit when it charges? Well, 11 base. Like, okay.
The amount of times I had to play against this bloody Raptor Death Star, and he's just sitting there, turn 2, declaring a 6-inch charge.
Oh, I'm advanced 11, and what do you want to do?
This is like the old times with the cosmology on the hill with the chariot star. I was like, I've never had that much fun in the entire game.
How many dice?
But these are the benefits of playtesting, I guess, is that you catch these things before.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, and then we go to the attack attributes, and these are pretty similar, so I'll do both at the same time. So you have Ruthless Efficiency, which gives you +1 to wound on the first round of combat, and then you have Artistry of Death, which is just a flat +1 to wound all the time.
Yeah. So with this, what we were trying to achieve, as I said, all the Dread Elf Society, they get trained in the academy.
Yeah.
It's a very, very militaristic society. So all the elves in Selexia who are under the Dathan Republic, they know how to kill someone. Everyone goes basic combat training, and they're also elves. So they're like very proficient at killing things. So
especially warriors.
Especially warriors.
Henry, I like how you like very matter-of-factly explain this. Like, this is how the story is, and this is where it all, this is where it all comes from, because that's who they are. And it's like, you know what else? Like, you could have also made that not who they are. to not give yourself an excuse to make them super fucking awesome, right? Like, oh, hey, look, everybody, we get +1 to wound in first round of combat, and we also have just +1 to wound all the time. So basically, forget the stats that you're reading when you're looking at a fucking unit, because if you ever see any of these other things, it just means that +1, like, and go fuck yourself. Like, what the fuck? You're like, okay, +1 to wound. Okay, so it's like, okay, so what's your strength? Yeah. What's your resilience? Doesn't matter. I've got +1.
2+.
Doesn't matter. You're a loser. I win. Like, it's like, oh no, but it's all part of the story. Yeah, but you wrote the story.
You need to suck it up, Alex. This is how it is now.
Yeah, like you just have to accept that Henry doesn't have a job, but he has full command of the knife edge. That's like what it is now.
Hey, I mean, I bought a big pack of stuff to make a Dread Elf army.
Yeah, like that's the key. Just play the armies.
Just get it built, Alex, and get it on the table. Then you won't be complaining anymore.
Yeah, it's like, oh, look at all you losers, you peasants, playing with your normal elves and your normal dwarves. What a bunch of lamos.
What you want to do is get working on KOE now, so that like when they come out, you're like sitting there ready for it.
Yeah, it's like, because it's only going to be knights anyway, right? So as long as you
KOE is not an army. I had a KOE army, and it's not an army that I want to build and paint again. Too many horses.
They're going to be bad, so don't worry. Nobody bother with KOE.
And also this is kind of replacing the reroll ones to wound to an extent as well, and also replacing the altar. Yeah, that gave this exact rule before.
Yeah.
So that was pretty much an auto include.
And the altar was always there.
Yeah.
Basically.
So it's while it is a buff to the army, it's not really that different to what it was before.
Yeah. I mean, like I can instantly see when I've looked through this book that it's going to be pretty rough to play UD against this book. I think, like just from the fact that currently the Sphinxes are, I think, one of the things that work after the recent healing nerf for UD, because it's toughness 8, right? And like the fact that everything in this army at least wounds it on a
Toughness
5+.
what?
Resilience 8. Oh.
First one of the night.
You gotta start somewhere. Yeah, I mean, like makes it that it could be pretty rough. You have to think a little bit more when you make a like after this is released. I think that if you make a UD list, you're gonna have to consider a lot more if you're gonna take 3 Sphinxes. Basically.
Yeah, this is a brilliant complaint because it's like, oh no, I'm a UD player and now I have to think while I'm playing.
Yeah, I mean, like we already talked about this before, James. Like I only play armies where I don't have to think.
Wow,
It's like-
welcome to dwarfs.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like Chariot Star into everything.
Dwarves, warriors, UD.
Yeah, well, Vermin's Swarm.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so like just
Points and
everything,
clicks.
No,
everything that's OP.
they're fine. They're fine.
Like, maybe I'll make one of these armies, you know?
And then just to touch on the artistry of death. So as we said, like the ruthless efficiency is kind of alluding to that the fact that the elves are very efficient at killing things.
Yeah.
Then the artistry of death is taking that to another level. So those
They're
units
also
that,
very creative at killing things. Yes.
So-
they're
yeah.
artistic at killing things.
so those units that have this special rule are like very competent killers and highly trained. So that's just kind of alluding to that.
Yeah.
This is really on brand. You know.
Yeah, but to be honest, I like the idea that you didn't make like a new crazy special rules for those units. It's just essentially the same thing, but it doesn't diminish, I guess. So moving on to the armory.
Yeah.
So first of all, we have, I guess, the most interesting entry, which is the Blades of Darag.
This was one of my ideas, so maybe it's good, maybe it's bad,
Okay,
but
so-
it's what it is.
So let's just read through it. So first of all, it's a two-handed weapon, or used in 2 hands, something like that. And it gives you +1 attack and magical attacks, always. And then you get +1 strength for every attribute, like non-attribute spell, that has only duration 1 turn, that's cast on the units. That has some specification that you have to apply the effect and so on. And you cannot enchant this weapon with anything else.
Yeah,
So the first thing I want to ask, why is this not paired weapons?
So I think the reason it's not paired weapons is because paired weapons come with obviously
They already get +1 attack value.
but they ignore parry as well, which is kind of the big thing that we wanted to differentiate them from.
Okay.
So
And +1 offensive skill.
yeah, and +1 offensive skills.
But,
So
okay, so why did you want to differentiate from ignoring parry?
I think obviously we didn't want to stack too many buffs on top of each other.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, like it does say stacking buffs gives you more strength.
And also like as we all know with Ninth Age, it's quite an open-ended modeling opportunity.
Yeah.
So having like a two-handed weapon, which could be 2 weapons, it could be like a staff, it could be a whip, it could be like a shield with a sword on it, or like there's a lot of models out there that could be used for this. So we kind of wanted to make it open-ended as to what could be interpreted for the Blades of Darag.
Let's be honest, this is done
Yeah.
because, as we'll touch on, dancers are gone, and you need to use, if people have different, like halberd, great weapon, whatever, dancers, it needs to be open-ended. Plus, if you have all the bonuses to hit, like +1 offensive skill, ignore parry, and then you're getting all this +1 strength, you're doubling down on both rolls, and it's just way too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a concession choice, and I think this works really well. And as we'll get to, there's a lot of synergies in the army with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can already see quite a few synergies. We're only on the first page.
There's only one.
They must
page,
be really
I think.
obvious as well because you're new to the game. So it's like you're only playing a few months and it's like, this is blatantly broken.
So just to touch on this from a background perspective, Darag is the elven god of smithing. So these are kind of like special blades that a lot of the temple units are going to have. So the temple in the Dathan Republic is kind of the people who are dedicated to the gods. So in this case, it's like the acolytes of Darag are creating all these weapons for all their militants, and then they're giving all these special weapons out to their acolytes and their militants who are actually fighting for the temple. So in that respect, it makes sense because they're kind of like a magical elven blade that when they get the power from beyond the veil, which is the realm of the gods, they get more powerful.
Yeah.
So that's kind
Are these dread elf gods or are they like common elf?
the common elven gods. So Darak is the same as Doriak in the Highborn Elf.
Okay, but they have different names then.
Yeah, so
do they speak different languages?
They speak different languages, but it's essentially the same. Let's say it's something like Scottish
Greeks
and
and
English.
Romans or something.
Oh, so it's very close.
So it's very close, but
Hang on.
but
so it's not even like Danish and
I was
Swedish.
waiting for you to catch that rib there.
maybe Danish and Swedish is a better
Because
analogy.
that is like actually a different language.
It's a different language, but if you're writing it, maybe it sounds the same, but when you're writing it, it's different, right?
Okay,
so
sure.
maybe Danish and Swedish is a better analogy.
Yeah.
But is the gods thing kind of like?
There's going to be race riots on Hammertime.
I'm glad I avoided that one.
Is it kind of like the way the Greeks and the Romans had like similar gods though? Like so you had like Mars and whatever the
Ares.
thing was, like the Ares or whatever.
I think it's a little bit more like maybe the Germans and the Scandinavians.
Okay, so it's like the same gods just with slightly different traditions.
Yeah, the same gods with slightly different names and slightly different traditions.
Cool.
So obviously they're related because they come from the same root, but over time the language changes and the traditions change.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Can I ask where they came from? But
most of the Elven pantheon is based on Celtic gods and Celtic.
but I mean, like, were they one race that schismed, or are they?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if we can ask that, but-
yeah, like it started with basically all the elves were Sylvan elves to begin with, and there was a faction that kind of emigrated to the islands where the Highborn elves now live. And then that empire that grew from those islands were the Highborn elves. And then there was like a faction of those elves that were in Selexia, basically similar to like the American and the British.
Okay.
So there was like the elves colonized Selexia, and then the Selexian elves kind of split from the homeland.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Okay. So
And we're slavers.
yeah,
Exactly.
Just like the fucking
Just
Americans.
like the Americans.
Fucking Americans.
Yeah, a little bit on the nose again.
One last question: which elves were the Brits? So I know which ones not.
The
to buy.
Highborn elves.
Highborn elves.
Highborn,
Okay,
obviously,
right.
yeah.
Also the
Oh,
Irish
them.
as well.
Which also, James has a Highborn elf army, just to point that out there. So he has.
Not anymore. I'll be back in 2 minutes and going to the bin.
They're going to be painted black.
Yeah, exactly.
Burn them. So also, this is a two-handed weapon, but it's not a great weapon, right? So it doesn't get the penalties.
No. Two-handed just means you can't use a shield.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's certain weapon enchantments as well, isn't there? That are like,
Yeah, well, you
Yeah.
can't use any weapon enchantments on this.
Yeah.
So
sorry, yeah.
So the next weapon, I think this is my second most favorite thing in the book, and this is the repeater crossbow. So it's a shooting weapon that has 18 inches range, and when it shoots, normally it has one shot strength 3 AP 0, so not very impressive. But when you're on short range, you have 3 shots.
It's like when you get a little bit close to
It
the
says
girl.
it gains
just
3
like-
shots. It says it gains. Oh no. Okay. So the bracket 3 means 3 total. I thought it's the way I read it. It says it's gaining 3 shots.
Ooh, okay.
4 shots.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah.
This
You know,
is-
because they're really good at killing, because they're like really good at it. You know, that's what the background says.
Yeah.
So like,
they're not just good at killing close; they're good at killing from afar also.
I want to point out though that this kind of annoys me a wee bit because how many PT reports said that getting 3 shots at short range were OP?
It was
Like,
also when
how
you
many
were
reports?
playtesting that, it was also AP1 the whole time.
Yeah, true, it was AP1, but it's mental.
Yeah,
It's
it's
absolutely
mental.
mental.
But I think with AP0, it doesn't really. I think it doesn't really change that much. Like if you think like, okay, how good is like strength through AP0 shooting right now?
yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
so if
the
you've got a
thing,
squad of 10 guys and you're rolling 30 dice, it's still like
Yeah, but you're
pretty
also
good.
going to have like say a Div Adept for real hit, or well, currently anyway, Witchcraft has battle focus. Or
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
there's probably some synergies because they're really good at killing, right? Like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
part of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Alright,
I mean,
alright.
like, although I have to say,
It's
from playing UD with strength-free shooting with no AP, like, you can get Div Magic and Cosmology to buff it, but usually those spells are not worth casting because it means like 1 or 2 more
Yeah.
wounds. So.
Yeah.
But you're say you get to short range, right? You're within 9 inches, so you're hitting on 4s because you've marched. Then you're standing shooting on 4s, and say you've got reroll to hit on that. You're hitting with like 75%. Like that is mental for like a 200 and whatever point unit.
Yeah, like I guess the price might be.
Yeah, like this. I think this is probably the one thing in the army book that's most likely to change after the alpha version. There's been a lot of different designs with this, and the task team and the rules team and the playtesting team, we couldn't really agree on what was the best direction with this. Obviously, the 18-inch range is a big limitation compared to what was before. And I think from the task team point of view, we wanted to create something that was that made you want to take the auxiliary unit, because before it was never taken. So we really wanted to have a design that made you wanted to take this unit, but at the same time we were limited on the range, and we were limited a lot by the guidelines and the rules team. So I think this is a good concession, and as I said, it's if the feedback from the alpha testing with the public is really negative, then I think this is probably the most likely thing that's going to be changed.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off with buying this army then, because like in my mind when I read this, I'm like, how many of these units can I put in here? Like 3 times 15. And
there is like a limitation on the amount.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I think you guys done like quite well, or anyway, really focused on getting auxiliaries like to actually see table time. And obviously, there's been loads of back and forth on this weapon. I just think this is not the option.
I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. Like for me, like an AP1 2-shot thing would have been better, but we couldn't agree with rules team, and I think this is a good concession for the time being. And hopefully we can get some good feedback from the public and see how it goes from there. So I think we're very open to changing this, but we just need a bit more data.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, fair.
I think a lot of it depends on what way the project wants to go, because like it looks a bit nuts, but then if you look at some other armies, like say the Infernal Dwarf Lab, like because they're the only one doing with shooting, they've got the flintlocks at 18-inch range. They're like strength 4 AP2 all the time.
Yeah.
And then you've got like a toughness 4 3-up armor guy. So I think a lot of people are going to whinge about these, but they're going to forget that it's a toughness 3 5-up save elf standing in front of you, 9 inches away. That's going to get charged and probably killed if it does not kill the thing. Like,
but that's the other thing. This kind of promotes to me like a cloud type play, and that's not Dread Elves to me. Like, for me, this just stands out as something that I really don't like, and I just don't think fits the feel. Like these cloud units marching out in front, fleeing, and then you get charged like that.
But I think I kind of agree with you, Fraz. But at the same time, what we wanted to achieve with this design is that we wanted to make it feel like you're playing aggressively. So being able to march up like 10 inches and shoot at short range 9 inches and put yourself in danger of being charged is like a feel that we wanted to have. So like if you're pushing up your auxiliary unit really like heavily into the face of the opponent, you're going to get charged. So you have to be able to support it with your whole army, and being able to and that kind of feeling of like pushing up aggressively is what we wanted to achieve.
Okay, give them like fearless or something, then they can't flee, and then you're not giving them this cloud play.
But then they're
really
9 inches away.
They're not scared then.
I mean, I don't want to go into like just the design discussion, but like this is what we were trying to achieve, and I feel like we've achieved like incentive of pushing these up aggressively. Because what we didn't want to happen is that the guys are just sitting behind all the units, shooting over,
chaff and stuff.
And so I think we've achieved that with this design. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's going to work, but I think it's a good middle ground for now.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that it's so shitty when you're not on short range, it's just terrible. Like 18 inches 1 strength 3 AP0 is just shit. Like you're not going to use that.
Yeah, you really need to push up into short range with these, and that's kind of danger zone.
Yeah. Okay, so So the next one is another shooting weapon, which is the repeater handbow, which has an X, which I assume means that different units can have different number of shots.
There's 2 different units in the book that have different number of shots.
So this is like a smaller version of the repeater crossbow. So it has a 12-inch range, strength 3, but it does have AP1. It also has quick to fire and accurate, so it's not going to take almost any shooting penalties, basically.
So again, this is like another short-range shooting weapon. I think the AP1 kind of makes sense with this because it's going to be on the elite units. But aside from that, it's not changed that much from the Slim book.
Yeah, it's kind of the same, or I don't even remember.
I can't remember.
But yeah, it seems pretty reasonable.
Anyone have any comments on this one?
I think I have to see it with the unit.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Yeah. So this last armory entry is the Kraken hide. Maybe you should say cloak or just a Kraken hide in general.
Kraken hide.
Okay. So if you're on foot, if you have this, then you get +1 armor.
Yeah. So this is for a lot of the, let's say, like the Corsair guys.
Yeah.
Or like the guys that are kind of related to raiding or something like that. Like it's like a status symbol.
Are they also like related to killing sea monsters and stuff? Or?
Yeah. So obviously the Corsairs are somewhat related to like sea monsters, like Kraken, right?
Okay.
I think. The Corsairs themselves, they kind of wear this like Kraken hide armor, rather than like plate armor or metal armor.
Okay.
Because obviously they're on boats, so it's a little bit lighter, but stronger than regular steel or something like that. So that's kind of what we're going for. And from a design point of view, just being on foot, it kind of takes away like the opportunity for cowboys and things like that.
That's really good. I think that like this would just be silly if you were able to somehow put this on a guy on a raptor or whatever, right?
Yeah. So I think it's pretty simple here.
Yeah. Okay, so the next thing, and I think this is one of the things in the book that I think is like the most complicated, which is the hereditary spell. So it's called the Phantom Queen's Curse. So it's cast on an 8 and it has a 24-inch range, and it's a hex that lasts 1 turn. So it says that whenever a model that is target of this spell inflicts a health point loss against an enemy unit, the model's unit suffers 1 hit with strength 4 AP2 and magical attacks. These hits are considered range attacks, and they are distributed by the attacking unit's owner. Only consider health point losses caused by close combat attacks, shooting attacks, special attacks, and spells of duration instant for this purpose. No health point or health pool can generate more attacks this way than it had health points before the health point loss.
Like when you read it, it sounds really complicated. But exactly. In reality, it's really simple.
So let me just say when I read this the first time, I'm like, what does it mean? So what I think it means is that you cast it on a unit. And then whenever this unit does damage to something else, it takes a hit.
Yeah.
But it only takes it can maximum take as many hits as it has health points when you cast it.
Correct, yeah.
But then it specifies what types of things it takes hits from, but it seems to say almost everything. Yeah. So
it's pretty much everything. Like I don't really know what instances it doesn't.
Okay.
Maybe it's like stuff that's kind of like further.
I think it's being clear for the sake of like stopping people dodging taking the hits more than limiting it. I think it's more to be like everything. It's everything.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, there's a lot of ways of using this spell.
Yeah.
So from a background point of view, the Phantom Queen is one of the gods, and it's like a curse. So it's like a very dread elfy spell. So it's like, if you're going to do damage to me, you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an antithesis to the High Elf spell, which is like Highborn Elf, drink.
Hey, second one.
Highborn Elf spell, which is like a protection spell. This is like a protection spell, but it doesn't protect you, but it damages your opponent.
Yeah. So I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And so essentially what happens with this spell is that you cast it on an opponent. If they do damage to you in combat, they take strength 4 AP2 hits. If they damage you with shooting, they take strength 4 AP2 hits.
Yeah.
If they damage you with magic, they take strength 4 AP2 hits. I think it's not as good as it sounds.
Okay.
Because the strength 4 AP2 does pretty good damage, but it's very situational in where it affects. For example, I played against Pete. I cast it on his Swordmasters. and charged in with some elves, and he killed 15 elves and took 15 strength 4 hits AP2 on the Swordmasters, which was great.
Yeah.
I played against a Saurian Ancients player. I cast it on the Quattle unit, who had Pyro, killed loads of elves, and half the Temple Guard died, which was great.
That sounds great. Yeah, like you cast the Aura spell, hits everything, and you just like.
But every now and again you just roll bad on the hits, and it doesn't do anything. So it's good, but it's situational.
So the thing that I thought when I saw this was like the whole that you can only take as many as you have health points seems like a weird keeping track business.
Well, it's basically like, okay, like let's use the Quattle example.
Yeah.
Let's say the Quattle causes 10 hits on some elves.
Does it have to cause hits or wounds?
So 10 wounds. Let's say
how many guys die, basically.
Yeah, let's say it kills 10 wounds on some elves.
Yeah.
So let's say right now you have like 20 Temple Guards, so it causes 20 wounds on a Temple Guard.
Yeah.
But then you kind of go down to like 9 guys, and you cast another spell, and you cause another 10 wounds, and then you then you can take 9 hits.
Yeah,
So
I mean, like I get it.
it's kind of to stop let's say you have a wizard on a dragon, and you cast a spell on something, and then you cause 10 wounds.
Yeah.
Then you don't take 10 wounds on the dragon.
So my question is this in how it works. So say you have that unit of 20 Temple Guard or whatever they're called now, and then so you cast the spell on that unit. Is it that the spell is cast and then you say I can only ever take 20 hits total, or is it every time the slan acts?
Every time the slan acts.
Quattle.
Yeah, Quattle.
Then you check.
Drink. Yeah, you test it you check at the point when you cast the spell.
Okay, so that's simpler. Because in my head when I read this, I thought it was like you have to make a little note. It's like this unit can take 20 hits.
At the point you do the damage.
Okay.
Same
So
with
I've got a little bit of a question here.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't understand what part of this is situational. Right? It just sounds like if you roll bad, it sucks, but you can say that for basically anything in this game.
Alex, let's say we're playing against warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have any targets for the spell aside from your caster. So let's say it's going to work in combat.
But you're going to cast it on my caster's unit, right?
Yeah, but the only thing I can do is cast it on your caster's unit. But let's say, your caster has evocation, and the only damage that you're doing is like one hit point per turn. So it's not really going to do that much. So in that way, it's situational, because until we're in combat, it doesn't really affect me or affect you.
The other thing is that if you cast it or say you're in a big combat and they've dispelled a couple of spells and you need to cast this, and you're a grinding unit like dwarves or something, like dwarves don't really care because they're not relying on the damage really.
Yeah.
We're not gonna kill you, bro.
Yeah,
so
we're just gonna be steadfast forever.
Exactly. We're gonna have our 5+ ages. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Can we talk about before things like steps during playtesting?
Yeah. Like I would like to hear your guys' opinion from a playtesting point of view.
A lot, right?
During playtesting, and I've only realized now because I didn't read over this before we played or before we did this podcast, but during playtesting, it wasn't limited to the health points in the unit at the time. And I thought it was way better because you could put, say, 5 or 8 or 10 or whatever harpies in front of a unit, say the UD Chariot Star. They do their impact hits, they do 15 wounds to you. You take 15 hits back. It wasn't tied to the runes. And I think that's way better because most of the time you're losing really expensive elves. And you want return for your deaths.
James, it's a hex, so it's not tied to the harpies amount, it's tied to the unit doing the damage amount.
Ooh.
So
that's probably why it's like that, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no, unit.
But it's still tied to the harpies in the sense that you can only. The UD star can only do 8 wounds.
8 hits to itself now.
Yeah, because they only have hits.
Yeah, that's what the problem. Whereas before you could park in front of the UD star and be like, haha, what do you want to do? Give me the whole unit or leave the chapter. And that was probably a bit bent, but I think when it comes to 10, say, of the elite elves, you don't really want to use this spell to trade your 10 elite elves for 10 strength 4 hits.
Yeah, it depends what you're casting.
So I think people are going to think this is bent at first, but I think when you remember you're losing like probably 30 odd points per health point.
Yeah,
That
and,
you
and,
get
al-
to do.
and also in like a normal situation, you're probably gonna trade a spell for this,
Yeah.
unless you take
Yeah.
the heirloom. So it's good and it's situational and it can work well.
I think,
but
the team needs
not
credit as well
perfect.
for coming up with a really original spell
Yeah,
that's
it's
like
very interesting.
fun and different, and like it changes the game a bit instead of just taking something and
Yeah, sorry, I've just seen it. I've read it again, but yeah, this wasn't in playtesting because I put one chariot into 8 merc vets and I killed 6 out of 8.
So
And
you're
then-
the reason it changed.
And it was so bent, it's unbelievable. And see if I'd got the second chariot and like they would have just killed themselves.
Yeah.
If I charged 2, 1 failed charge, they would have just killed themselves.
I mean, this is like a perfect spell against merc vets, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like this. I'm going to go the other way. I actually really dislike this spell. I find it is really RPS, and I really think it's so un-Dread Elfy. Like Dread Elves are supposed to be arrogant, really good fighters, value their own people, but this only takes effect like once they've let their pal die. I just don't think it fits thematically, and I think
it does because it's kind of like they're real spiteful and vengeful, and people are dying because they've killed people like that.
But that's not the fluff now. The fluff now is, they're really arrogant and they look after each other and they don't care about anyone else. Like that to me.
Yeah, and that's why when you kill their
this guy
king,
died.
they die.
Yeah, I feel like it's reactive rather than like if you're
maybe.
like, I'm just not going to let you die beside me if I'm
Yeah,
bothered.
sometimes I don't have a choice, but maybe if you were like 2 normal military people, you'd be like, all right, look, this is what happens in war. Whereas the Dread Elves are being like, oh no, we're better than everyone, and like we're going to curse you now, even though it was just.
I don't get if you're like you value Dread Elf life and all that, why your spell would be basically sacrificing Dread Elf lives.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that this should actually be a UD spell? Because it's the Pharaoh curse, you know? It's like, oh, you kill them, not me? No, fuck you.
But I think you're looking at it the wrong way, and not to stay on it for too long, but it's not about like, oh, you're sacrificing lives. You're not chopping up the elves. You're putting a deterrent on killing them. So it's like, do I want to charge these now? Or like, because like, it's making their lives worth more because now they're getting like the dwarf slayers and stuff, or seekers.
They're giving strike backs.
There's like strike back type thing now. So it's giving more value, I think, to their life.
Dwarf what? James?
That's a thing, James.
Yeah, dwarf.
Seekers.
Seekers. Yeah. No, I think it's kind of like it's actually similar to the high elf one, but in an offensive way. I think, or highborn, right? 2 drinks.
For me, I would.
All drinks.
For me, I would just rather have crippling fatigue back, like no danger any day of the week. I would take it back.
Yeah, I think as we'll see, like we weren't really allowed to have any protection against shooting, but as James kind of mentioned, this is a bit of a deterrent. So you could cast it on like a very key shooting unit, and any damage that they cause, they're going to take hits.
Yeah.
So it's like a little bit of a deterrent, not much, but in some way it is. So we weren't allowed any protection against shooting, but this is kind of a way of mitigating that because there's a downside to shooting all the Dread Elves.
I think the old version was a better deterrent though, where it was like, all right, if you do like 10 wounds with pyroclastic flow to 5 guys, you're taking 10 hits.
Yeah,
Whereas
I mean,
now
like,
it's a good trade.
If it's something that you want to be just shooting, I guess I don't know how that will work, but like an alternative would be to have it only affect ranged stuff, right? Like if that's the case. Because I would see these like the most abusive cases would be things that you like examples like the merc vets, like the really close combat things, right?
Yeah.
Where that would be where it would be really problematic to work from hits, but when it's from shooting, maybe. I mean, there's few things from that I can think of that do like an insane, well, like much more hits than they actually have health points when it comes to shooting, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because you can just stop shooting at it and not shoot your last 2 units or whatever.
I don't know. Maybe it's worth reading about. So, do we want to move to special items?
Yes.
So, I think that to start off, I think you guys have like quite a theme with the special items, and there's a lot of things here that are like when you inflict wounds or health point losses rather, or when you take something, like something happens, like you change the magical item or special item.
Yeah.
So which is quite interesting. So to start off with the weapon enchantments, we have the Crippling Frost, which is 95 points currently, and the Great Weapon enchantment. So this is first a great weapon, so I guess it's +1 or +2 strength.
So there's actually, just a note, there's only one character in the book that can take great weapon enchantments.
Okay. I mean, I guess we'll get to that. So first of all, it gives you above the normal great weapon. It gives you +1 strength from +1 AP.
And you also have +1 to wound in first round of combat.
Yeah. So you're +3. So I guess this guy is strength
7.
7. Yeah, it's 4 base, so it's always strength 7 with this thing.
Yeah, 8 +1 to wound. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's basically wounding.
Sphinxes on 4+.
Yeah, 4+ Sphinxes. Yeah, that's like the
That's what you were looking for.
And the Great Green Idol as well.
Yeah.
Just saying. And then this becomes magical attacks, and then additionally, if he's in a duel, he chooses some model part of whatever he's fighting, and that model part gets -1 attack for
every hit.
Every hit, yeah, exactly. So every hit you inflict on him, he gets -1 attack.
Yeah.
What does that mean, model part?
So let's say you have like a chaos lord on a dragon. So I do
what?
A chaos lord?
Chosen lord. Chosen lord on a dragon.
Yeah.
And I inflict 3 hits on you. That means I can choose. Okay, I'm going to give the dragon -2 attacks and the chosen lord -1 attack.
You can split it. Or
why not?
Don't you have to? Doesn't it
choose a model part of the enemy model? The chosen model part suffers -1 attack value.
No, you choose one model part to take -1.
That's
every
really
hit inflicted with the weapon. So you can make it so that the other person can't attack at all.
You minimum of 1 always.
Yeah. So I was looking at this and I was like, this is like the super character killer, because your Dread Prince, whatever it's called, is probably gonna strike first against most things. Yeah. And then he's gonna go bonk, and like he probably is gonna hit 4 times or 3 times, and then this guy is gonna be like this Dwarf King, whatever it is, right? He's gonna sit there with his 1 attack and he's like.
I guess that's what Entropic Aura is for, right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is the exact reason why Entropic Aura exists.
This is good. I like this because like if you whiff, you're probably not going to lose your character because like like you're saying there with the Dwarf King. So if he almost kills him, the Dwarf King's not going to kill him back. So it's like.
This is the item where you roll a 5 or 6 in your D3 wounds when you've got 1 attack every time.
Not probably. Yeah.
It happens. When you've got a rule like this, you're just tempting fate too much.
That's true.
Like for me, this is like, it's not as good as you think, because you have to be in a duel for it to kind of take effect.
It's very expensive.
You have to be in a duel, and it's very expensive.
But strength 7 is pretty good. Like I mean, like a +3 great weapon is.
Well, for me, it's more about the AP4.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is expensive though. I don't think I'd buy it. Like,
yeah, it probably.
But it says every hit inflicted, not every wound.
Every hit, yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes it really good.
So all you gotta do is tap the guy.
with the flat of the blade, like a samurai, slap.
Yeah, it's like the Empire thing.
Yeah,
We're playing tappies, and it counts.
So.
If you compare this to later on, the assassin, and like price cost difference and how many you can have and where you can have them, I think you need to look at both these things at the same time.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of options in characters.
Yeah. So let's move on to the next thing, which is called Transcendence, and it's a lance for 50 points.
Yeah.
So this has magical attacks, and then for every unsaved wound that you inflict, you permanently get +1 strength and +1 armor penetration, up to a maximum of +2.
Yeah.
For the rest of the game. So this to me looks like, I guess, I mean, if you're in the same combat, it's a lance that never turns off, basically.
Yeah.
But then also the next time you charge something, you have +4.
Yeah.
And +4 AP.
I like this enchantment a lot. Like
it's really cool.
I've used it on Dragon a couple of times, the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
It works pretty well. So you mean you can go in and kill some chaff or whatever, and then you're like strength 8 when you charge. Like it's nice. Obviously, it's like charge dependent and
Yeah.
like killing dependent. So
Yes.
Yeah.
it works.
Yeah. It doesn't seem too crazy.
I mean,
This
plus, yeah.
this exists already, and the synergy is you've got another thing that gives you D3 wounds. So I'm glad they kept it. I do like this item, but you've obviously it looks really good and really strong, but you have lost a synergy here. But I'm really glad they kept it, and I think it's great.
Yeah, of course the D3 wound item is gone, but I think that was also probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You don't want every army having those things.
I mean, doesn't seem.
Currently, you charge a chaff unit, you get
Yeah.
strength 8, and then you charge a monster, you're hitting it 2s, wounding it 2s, D3 wounds.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like if somebody has this on their dragon or manticore, whatever it is, like you're gonna think a little bit more when you put your chaff units out.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the point. So it's successful.
Yeah, I like those kind of weapons that like change the way you normally play the game, where you have to like
I agree.
extra bit of thought or something.
So next up we have Lacerating Touch, which is a paired weapon enchantment for 50 points. So you again get magical attacks.
This one was one of mine. Just
okay.
putting it out there.
Oh, it's probably not going to be very strong then.
Yeah.
It's not
Really
Just
bad.
kidding. I already read it.
So you have paired weapons, and then you get +2 attack value as well as +2 arm penetration, and you get fear.
So you're already getting +1 attack value for the paired weapon. So you're getting +3 attacks with this thing.
Correct.
Yeah, and like there's a lot of AP in all these weapons. I feel like so. Normally, you would put this on somebody who has like what, base 4 or base 5?
Well,
attacks?
you have a lot of options with this
Yeah.
because it's 50 points.
Yes,
so-
anybody can take it.
So the idea with this enchantment was to have like an all-round enchantment that could be taken by almost any character
Yeah.
that would turn them into like an infantry blender.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of characters that have like, let's say 2 attacks, 3 attacks, 4 attacks. So this they're only going to be strength 4.
Yeah, because there's really no way to go above strength 4 except magic.
Apart from magic. So you're only going to be strength 4. Obviously you have +1 to wound in the first round, which helps. But
+2 AP, which
and
helps.
+2 AP, which you're going to be strength 4, AP 3, which is kind of the perfect amount of AP and strength to kill like mass ranked infantry.
Yeah, true.
But you're not going to be able to kill like the heavily armored characters.
Yeah, or monsters.
Or monsters or whatever. So I think for me, like the design of this was that we want an item that you can be that manslayer and kill like loads of infantry if you want to, but you're not going to be able to kind of penetrate the armor of like a heavily armored character, or like you're not going to have the strength to grind out a monster.
Yeah, I found with this item, I literally just took whichever was cheaper, because for a long time this was more expensive between this and Hero's Heart.
Yeah,
I just cheaper one.
Yeah.
They're a bit similar for me, and I would just take the cheaper I take.
It also creates fear, which isn't there like a big fear synergy in this game? Like in this
there's
some
few,
stuff
there's
later
a few,
on.
Yeah.
But I used this the whole way through playtesting on like a prince and stuff, and I really liked it. I didn't know you wrote it. I wouldn't have bothered if. But yeah, I'm kind of invested in this one so far. So yeah, it's good.
Okay. So next up we have the Dread Elf version of the Spear enchantment. So this is called Mastery of Slaughter for 40 points. It's magical attacks, and you have to reroll natural rolls of 1 to wound. And also for every health point lost you inflict on enemy unit, you get +1 combat score. So basically you double the combat score that this character provides to you.
Yeah. So from a background point of view, something that the Dread Elves do well is they kill people in like a really artistic way. So
That's a weird way of putting it.
So they're very good at, as Alex says, they're very good at killing people.
I can feel his rage already. That's
It's building.
I'm fucking vibrating over here.
Can hear his teeth grinding through his microphone.
So the idea about this item is like if you kill someone in like a really gory way, like a really horrible way, like you stick the spear like right through the eye of like some champion or something, like it's gonna have a negative effect on the enemy's morale. So this was. It was like a mixture of like my idea and some other things mixed together, and we kind of came up with this item which is like quite I think, evocative of the Dread Elves.
Yeah.
So it's like
So
a way of like depicting like a really gory death with a spear. That's like, oh, the guy just like fucking got the spear through his neck or some shit. Like, oh shit.
So every other kill in 9th Age is a clean kill, is it?
Yeah, 100%.
You have a
Everybody else
savage
just like
orc
fucking
fight,
mercy
like,
killing.
Yeah.
and it's like, oh yeah, that's really clean.
The one
But-
thing about this,
But the Dread Elves can maybe like put one through his knee, one through his like armpit, and then finish him off with like a slash to the throat or something. Like
Yeah. So it's like showboating kind of.
exactly, and that can
Yeah.
kind of have a negative effect on morale. So this was the idea behind this design.
this is like the Hollywood weapon of 9th Age.
Yeah, for sure.
Have
Or like those-
you guys ever seen the second Hellboy movie?
No.
No, do I need
There's
to?
there is basically a dark elf in it that uses a kick-ass spear like this. So
Okay.
What it's reminding me of now is like, you know, in a video game, the like kill animations where it's like goes all over the top. But
Yeah, exactly.
But I like it because a lot of the other spear enchantments, I guess there's only like 2 really in the game currently, but like they're all like, oh, you have the spear, and it's first of all you get a spear, which is like one of the best weapons in the game, and you get all like extra killiness. But this one is nice because it gives you a bonus that's not like, oh, I just kill all your dudes, you know.
Yeah.
Like the Highborn Elf spear is very much like, oh, it's a spear, but also you die twice as much. So you're like, okay.
yeah.
This is a little bit like Highborn Elf Light.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that in that sense, it's a good design.
The thing that tempers this as well is like it's only available to one guy and he's only got 3 attacks.
Yeah.
So you want to play 40 points to make 3 attacks better.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, it's just only available to the legate.
He's the only
So,
guy with a
yeah,
spear. Okay.
There's only one guy, yeah.
Okay. So next up we have Pride of Dakos?
Dakos. So
God
God Dakos is the is like the big tower in
okay.
in the now you're asking me. I think it's called Dathan. No, wait.
Dathan's
Dathan is a republic. Rathan is like the capital city of the public.
So it's like the Tower of Sauron, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where all the Tower Guard
okay.
have the home and stuff. So Gardekos is like a important place in the Dread Elves background.
So like, you know, since you said Tower Guard, it's a halberd.
Yeah.
And it costs 35 points. So it gets you +1 attack and magical attacks and divine attacks as well.
Yeah.
So I couldn't make up my mind if this was really good or really boring. Like that was the part which.
So I have a very negative opinion on this one.
Yeah,
because
when I read this, I was like, this just doesn't seem to add much
No.
compared to the rulebook items. Like it's just wasted design space. But then I looked at it and it was like at 35 points, an extra attack, you're already strength 5, and you get divine attacks. Like it seems like a pretty good deal.
Look, like for 35 points,
Yeah.
it's good for what it is,
Mm.
and I think it could be taken on multiple different characters in the book, which is great, and it's cheap.
Yeah.
But for me, it could be a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to agree with Henry on this one. Like, I use this a lot in playtesting on the previous version of the Temple Edicts, where the halberd was like 5 points. And eventually I just scrapped it from the list. For most of the time, it's +1 attack for 35 points.
Yeah, Divine doesn't always do that much.
Yeah, that's true.
Neither does magical. So am I bothered about 1 attack for 35 points? I could get another almost 2 Obsidian Guard or whatever else in the list. I ended up dropping this. After
I kind of agree. Like Divine attacks are super situational.
Yeah,
and the things that have like Aegis save that you actually want to kill, as
a halberd doesn't give enough
you're
people.
probably not going to be able to kill them anyway.
Yeah.
So in the design process, I wanted to add lethal strike to this and make it more expensive.
But would that
This was
really
like-
be enough?
Yeah, for me that would be enough to actually make it like a character killer item.
Okay.
I think you need to make it quite a bit more expensive, but I think that would definitely be enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was thinking like a 80-point item or something like that. But
Just for
Yeah,
lethal strike.
yeah,
Is
I
lethal?
think
Is it axe
if you gave this like lethal strike, you wouldn't, because then you can basically one shot a 1-up 4-up character or a 1-up 5-up character.
Yeah, I guess if you're lucky.
yeah.
Yeah, because I mean that's what you need with anything with divine attacks. The only purpose is to kill characters, right?
Yeah.
So if it's
Or
not going to go,
demons.
yeah, true. If it's not going to go into a duel of something and just like be sure to kill it or at least have a chance, then it's not really worth trying.
But like this was, I still think at this price point it's okay. Like if you're gonna take a halberd anyway and you have the points, then you may as well just take it. Like,
it's a decent.
Extra attack, it's fine.
If you have,
I'd love if I could take it on a Gorgon. That'd be really like a solo Gorgon with.
No.
Okay, so then we go to the armors, and we have the Seal of the Republic, which is 40 points for Mole on foot only, and it's any type of armor. So for each unsaved wound that you inflict, then you get +1 armor for the rest of the game. So first of all, what does it cap on?
1+.
No.
So is that armor 6?
0, I think, isn't it?
So just to jump in a little bit, like with the Dread Elves, we had 5 different weapon enchantments and only 1 armor enchantment. This was kind of intentional design.
Aggressive. Killing stuff.
Exactly, like the Dread Elves are very aggressive and we wanted to kill stuff. And obviously, as Alex pointed out, they're very good at killing stuff.
And it doesn't really matter. You don't really need armor enchantments when you attack first most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Kill stuff, right? So like, what's the point of spending points on armor enchantments when you already killed them in the first half of that round of combat?
Yeah, exactly. And I think this armor enchantment is just taken over from the Slim book. Nothing changed here, so I think we can pretty much just continue here.
Okay, so the next one, and now we go into artifacts, and I think this one is quite interesting. Moifir's Mirror for 65 points. So this gives you a 5+ Aegis, and every time you pass this 5+ against a wound caused by an enemy, that enemy suffers 1 Strength 5 AP2 attack that's magical onto itself instantly.
Yeah. So this is actually another one of my designs.
Oh,
I'm like a little bit mixed on this one.
So instantly I was like, does this, like, I'm just imagining that you have like a dude on some type of large thing or a Pegasus or something, and he gets shot by a cannon, and the cannon is just like, and he dies.
Well, there's only one.
Yeah, it's only one. That's why I realized afterwards. But it's still pretty cool, like that you can kill stuff from range. Yeah. It's not just close combat stuff.
I mean, it's on a 5+. It activates.
Yeah. So this is also from the previous design of the Dread Prince. I think he had something like this built in.
So I stole this one from the 7th edition Dread Elves book.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like doing a little bit of research, going back into the old stuff. And
watch out for the lawyers.
They can come at me, bro. Casimir just spit his beer out all over his face. But yeah, I think it's like a very Dread Elfy idea, and having an extra Aegis item, because I think when you will start building your characters, you'll find that you probably want to take like one thing here or one thing there, and you have like extra points in magic items where, okay, for 15 more points compared to like a Talisman of Shielding, you can actually fit in like this Morth's Mirror thing.
I've got a fluff question based
Go
on
for
this. See Moithir.
Yeah.
Which I'm presuming I'm saying it right because it's Celtic. Is she the Phantom Queen?
That is correct.
Yes.
Can we not change the Phantom Queen's name then to Mortyr for the H?
Like Moithir's curse.
Ask Ed.
It sounds a lot better than the Phantom Queen. I meant to say that with Hereditary. Phantom Queen's curse sounds like a baby's thing. Like.
Yeah. If we weren't in lockdown, I'd go and Chappie's door, but for me, this item, I wouldn't pay 15 points for potentially rolling a 5 up and then potentially wounding you. I would just rather say 15 points.
Yeah, if I had like 6 hit points, I'd be like, all right, I'll take my chance on it because I'm going to go grind on it or something. But like, if it's an elf with 3 hit points,
a 5 hit point Manticore.
That was what I was thinking. Like, for me, this would be on like a flying character.
Yeah, I think like there's some synergies with this. Obviously, it only activates in a 5+. But if you take a Manticore with this, then you can occultism the Manticore +1 Aegis.
Yeah, so it becomes more durable.
I think you'll find as you start to build your characters that this fits in fairly well.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's bad, and I think again it's the same as the H spell where it has that trade off of like, it's not OP because you're risking like expensive elf things, but I just don't know if it's worth risking those expensive elf characters for this. But
Yeah, this one's just it's not an item in general I would buy. I kind of like running characters cheap anyway, and especially one that's got like you've got the condition of making the save, then you've got the condition of making the wound.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's just not something I would take in any army. Never mind, like it doesn't matter.
So let's move on to the next one then, which is the Mask of the Warcrow. For 50 points, you gain fear, and also any unit, a friendly unit within 6 of the bearer that also has fear, gains reroll 1s to wound in close combat.
It's also one of my designs.
Yeah. So to me, I think this one go like this and the next item. I kind of thought instantly that this seems more, because you're buffing your own units, it seems more like Death Starry, because you're gonna like add stuff together that gives all these buffs to
But
one
like
thing.
6 inches is like a fairly big bubble. Like you can get like 3 units in that kind of bubble.
Yeah, that's true.
And
So it
but
also
do they
works
have
the same
later.
do they have fear though?
Well,
later
Well,
on they will, yeah.
Some units do have fear,
Okay.
and there's a way of giving all your units fear,
Yeah, that's true.
as you will see
Yeah.
as we get later. So we can say it now. Like there's the new altar. One of the options that you can choose gives all units within a bubble fear.
Yeah.
So this was an intentional synergy with the altar when I designed.
Yeah.
Well, like added to the design. Like, okay, let's add this item and let's make the altar have a bubble that causes fear. So it kind of rerolls that 1 to wound, which is like harking back to the old Dread Elves, which is like a legacy thing,
Yeah.
but also like quite a nice buff. And obviously we were talking about Dread Elves, so we
Spread dread.
yeah, we're dread. It's like scary and shit. So having like a lot of units that cause fear, it kind of makes sense in the army, and this is just one thing that works.
So by that logic, do the high elves smoke tons of weed?
Yeah, dude. They actually smoke tons of Camilla,
They're
which
angry.
is like a special plant.
Okay, it sounds like chamomile tea.
Yeah, basically.
Just
Yeah.
calm down. Like,
Long bottom leaf.
It's how they ignore pain with the H spell as well.
so I sorry.
I really like this item. I know I've just feel conscious I need to say this because I've just slaughtered Tenny's previous item. I really like this, and I think it's amazing in MSU armies with the +1 to wound and the effigy. We'll come on it later.
Yeah,
I think it's great for MSU. I think you would probably take this.
Yeah, I think fair
I'm
play
not-
to whatever Games Workshop book you robbed this one from. It's really well designed.
So what I was thinking is that the next item is called the Ring of the Ninth Legion, which is a nice throwback to the fact that we're playing Ninth Age, which is called cost by 40 points, and you can take it on Legion Legate only, which is the BSB type character.
No. He's like the academy type character.
Sure, but okay, so he's one of the guys who can take BSB, but he also is the guy with like the leadership.
Yeah, he's like the leader of the Legion.
Okay,
Like,
but he only
he's the
has
Legion
like
legate, so
3 attacks. Or
yeah, he's like a medium combat character,
Yeah.
but from a background perspective, he's like the guy that leads the legions.
Oh, okay.
So he's like one of like the academy guys that's like in charge of the legions, like a military kind of tribune part of the Republic.
Okay.
A legionnaire.
Hey.
Yeah.
So this item means that if you have Academy Trainer and you're in the Barris unit, you gain battle focus in the first round of combat.
Yeah.
So when I read this and the one before, I was starting to thinking like all these bonuses that you can kind of stack into one thing with having like with these characters with items. So suddenly you have a super unit.
Yeah.
Like, that was what I saw like on the first take.
No, that's basically what it does.
Yeah.
So you can. There's a few ways of using this. You can use it for the Judicators, which is obvious choice because they have hatred.
Yeah.
Or you can put him in a unit of.
For our old players, what is a Judicator? Like, do you mean a Dread Judge?
Yeah. So the Dread Judges are now called Judicators.
Oh, okay, that's
because
better.
I'm so happy that I came up with that name, and it's like now a thing.
He didn't steal that from 8th Ed, he stole that from AOS.
Yeah, basically.
I just want to go back to, remember at the start when he was asking the questions about like, oh, so like which bits do you design and how does the team work? You said everything's teamwork. And since we've started going through the book, it's like, I designed this, I designed that. This one's also me. Oh yeah, that name change, that's really good. That's me too. Like,
So like, okay, for the rest of the magic items, everything is not me apart from the Academy banner. So like you can come up with the items and then they get kind of bounced around and changed a little bit. And
I know, I'm only joking, but
when this round came in, it obviously came in later on in playtesting.
this one wasn't one of mine.
I tried this like battle focus item. It was there at the start and then it went and it came back. I played it quite a lot and I played it with judges and with like a big core spear block. And I would say on judges, this is really good. On the spear block, I don't think it's worth it at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're going to use this, it's probably going to be on the adjudicators rather than the spears. But I think it's just a way of adding a little bit to them. But it's quite cheap still.
I tried it fighting in 4 ranks, spears, blah blah blah. It's really underwhelming. But on the judges or adjudicators,
spears was my first thought as well. But it actually is just making something average, like slightly above average, which is pointless at the end of the day.
You're relying on the div spell to get the reroll, and obviously that's the first stop spell. And it's a lot better on the judges.
Yeah, I think you're, as you say, you're synergizing this with the divination magic if you're going to use on anything but the judges.
Yeah. And
so now there's too many conditions. Like.
Yeah, and then that's the must stop spell, isn't it? And then the next round, well, you didn't get the spell off in that exact round, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just realised that Beastmaster's Whistle gone down to 30 points.
Yes,
that makes me so wet.
It
makes me so wet.
I'm just after realising his whip turned into a whistle. When did that happen?
Is that Hunger Games, like?
Oh, that.
Yeah, so moving on to that one, the Beastmaster's Whistles is for a Beastmaster only, surprisingly, and it's 30 points, and it's a one-use only item, which means that every beast unit within 12 gains another instance of maximized roll until the end of the charge phase. So basically, I mean, everything that's a beast is already Swift Stride, right?
Yeah.
So basically, you're going to roll 4
dice.
dice.
Yeah.
And take the 2 eyes.
So you just need to be sat on your hill, Casimir.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get this item.
Yeah.
And then you're going to get to roll 4 dice. And the average charge range is 10 or higher.
Yeah. And you're going to re-roll. And you're like, okay, so I'm going to place my unit 12 inches away, like a 12 charge from you. And you're like, yeah, sure. Okay, cool. I'm going to just blow my whistle. And it's like, okay, what's my chances? Well, it's like 75% to get in here.
I've just realised by like where this is in the list, it's obviously 30, and then you go back to 40 and 35 points. You can tell how much the Beastmaster's Whistle was like during playtesting. It's like in the middle of all the 40 points items.
Yeah, it was the 40, yeah.
And why is it a whistle though?
Yeah, why is it a whistle? Whistle's pretty shit. Are you like training a dog?
It sounds like a PE teacher or something. Like he's
going
to blow the whistle and everyone has to run really quick.
Trombone. Wah, wah. I don't know. Background team named it. We'll take it.
I guess it makes sense because he's affecting everything in an aura. It's not like one unit.
Yeah.
If it's one unit, a whip would make sense, but it's all the beasts. So like maybe it's like one of those dog whistles, right? Which normally can't hear, but like some animals can, right?
Good analogy, Casimir.
I should be on the background team.
Cass, that's what I'm saying. You're like training a dog. Like you're a dragon, not a dog.
The dragon is definitely not a dog.
Well,
but we will get to that.
It's a long, snaky dog.
We will get to that. So what do you guys think about this? Have you used it in playtesting?
Yeah, I ran the Hydras a lot, and this is fun. But now that it's a whistle, I'm put off it because I don't like the idea of him pulling out like some little like plastic toy that he's gotten like in a pub somewhere.
It's more like an ocarina than a whistle.
No, I'm imagining like the little ones with the ball in the middle of them that like rattles and it's really annoying. And he's just gotten it with beads on it at like Mardi Gras or something. He's just going around blowing this thing like. That's what I'm picturing, so I will not use it anymore.
think of it like a recorder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's like the Pied Piper, just leading around all these monsters.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is that this should be a vermin swarm item?
There's actually
Yeah, I think so.
I shouldn't say anything.
I mean,
Gonna
come on.
bet that one.
Yeah.
If they remember book's going to be so broken anyway, it doesn't matter. They don't need this.
Okay, so
So this is like would you say a middle of the range item?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, like, if you're taking the Beastmaster and he's mounted on something, it makes sense to like do the monster mash kind of thing, get value out of this. Or
There will be a few Beastmasters on Dragon when you guys play me. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And the gore, the whatever the old
Gorgons are
thingies.
beasts as well,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah.
they're beasts, and the herd thingy, is it?
Yeah, we'll get to
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a unit.
This also synergizes well with the new Dragon rules.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, there's also a unit of beasts in the army, so there's quite a few beasts. basically.
Harpies.
Yeah. So next up we have a wizards only item, which is 40 point called Cainruns. How do you pronounce this?
Sinruns.
Sinruns. Okay, so it's a soft C. Sinruns Gambit, and this is basically a bound spell for 4/8 for the wheel turns.
Yeah.
Which I first I thought it was really good, but then if you can only take it on a wizard, you can't really take like a really shitty wizard in this army. You can only really take masters or adepts.
So I think with the magic item allowance for the wizards in the army, like both wizards in the army, you have like a lot of freedom with your magic items choice because you don't necessarily need like a casting item or something. So I think this gives you a lot of options.
So it's like adding another spell, basically.
Yeah, and the wheel turns itself. Like, let's just say hypothetically, like, all the army gets +1 to hit and +1 to wound.
Yeah, hypothetically.
So let's say this hypothetical Sphinx combat happens, and where normally you would be hitting on a 2+ and wounding on a 5+. Yeah. Now you're hitting on a 3+, wounding on a 3+.
So basically, this whole army is just to kill sphinxes.
Like, exactly,
what you have against you killed all my sphinxes already. Like, what do you have against them?
But just as an example, right? So it's a useful spell in the right time and place.
Like James, this is obviously like a post like playtesting edition.
Yeah, I don't remember this, but I don't think it's that good because. Well, personally, I'd either, if I have an adept, I'm going to take a Book of Arcane Mastery if I can. And if I have the Warlock Master guy, you do not want to be casting down spells. You want to be casting real spells.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think this item's that useful.
Totally disagree with you. If you put this on your Warlock, a bound spell counts as a spell. So this is effectively 6/10.
It does?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, well then suddenly it's a lot more.
Wait, go.
Let's check this now.
The cast values of all spells cast, so it's not non-bound spells.
That is interesting.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So let's save this. Let's save this for later when we get to that.
Yeah, right. I take back what I'm saying.
I was straight in the rule book, straight away checking it. That's a 6/10 bound spell. That is interesting.
Yeah,
that's good.
That makes it much
free
more
dice to get a guaranteed 10 is super.
10,
and it activates the attribute, doesn't it? So you get like
okay, that's
3+1 for 2 dice. You get +1 move and everything. That's pretty.
That's really good.
I think this is a really nice way of getting on a witchcraft spell if you're choosing cosmology or something else.
Yeah, because you.
Yeah.
I think I quite like this because I've been playing a witchcraft. I've not played anything apart from a witchcraft warlock. This kind of opens up the possibility for Cosmo for me. Even though I don't really like Cosmo, this is one item that would tempt me towards it.
Yeah, I agree.
So next up we have Ring of the Obsidian Thrones. This is 35 points, and basically it's going to give enemy units in base contact with Valor -1 offensive and defensive skill for every special item or runic item or manifestation that a character has in that unit.
Up to maximum -3.
Yeah. So first of all, just to clarify, if you have a dwarf dude, this means that like every actual item. So if he has like a runic axe
with like
14 different enchantments, then he only gets -1, right?
No, he gets -3.
Is
no, he gets -3.
For every single.
No, it says runic special item. It doesn't say runic.
Yeah,
if you have
-1
three-
for every runic item.
Yeah, but the runic item can have 3 runic enchantments on it.
Oh yeah, true.
So it's still
Yeah,
one
yeah.
item, right?
Yeah, so if he has a weapon and an armor, it's
yeah.
-2.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that makes
Yeah,
sense. Yeah.
So yeah, it's like the standard dwarf rules of 3 equals 1 basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So again, I think this is like another one to. I mean, like it's cool that you can really combat Death Stars, I guess, with this item.
Yeah, from a background point of view, obviously with the Highborn Elves, we know the Ring of the Pearl Throne.
Yeah.
So this is the Ring of the Obsidian Thrones. So with the Dread Elves,
There's more than one.
There's 3 Obsidian Thrones
Ooh.
and three people who are like in the high seats of the Republic, and so this is kind of also an analogy like with the Highborn Elf item. It's like every magic item is annulled, and with this one is like every magic item you get -1 offensive and defensive skill. So it's kind of
it doesn't cancel, but it makes you.
It's similar.
Yeah.
It's trying to be similar, but doing something different.
Yeah.
And there's actually quite a lot of nice builds with this, especially with the Dread Prince, for example, or the Legion Legate. Like it's quite interesting item. I think it's limited because you get +1 to hit anyway. So you really want to be using this to move your 3+ to a 2+.
Yeah.
It also combos with Witchcraft. It combos with Divination because of the offensive defensive spells.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of synergies with this item especially, and it's quite cheap, so it can fit in your list in a lot of places.
Yeah.
I kind of look at this a wee bit differently from you. I look at this from if you've got the Frostbite Blade.
Yep.
Your prince only has defensive skill 6, so you can then pull somebody back to hitting you on 4s. You're effectively gaining distraction.
Yeah.
And the other way I look at it is, I would take this item in a teams thing if I was expecting to play against like a unit or an army where the character sits in a unit like VC, Dwarves, ID or something like that, and their kind of core units are hitting you, or even some of the special units are hitting you on 5s if you're Obsidian Guard, because they're -3, your defensive skill 6.
Yeah.
And I would look at this as almost like a negative to hit modifier, because you've already got high offensive skill and lightning reflexes.
So you see it more as like a defensive thing.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I mean that kind of shows that there's a lot of different uses for it.
Yeah, I think maybe this is the dwarf mindset, isn't it? Like, I'm looking for the defensive shit.
Yeah.
But I think with the +1 to wound and the already high offensive defensive skill, that's the way I look at it personally.
Okay.
And that way, I think it looks cheap, but I think it is quite situational because you need the character to be in a unit, and how many units these days have characters in them, but they're all running about on mounts.
Yeah, but I think the Dread Elves book is really trying to push you in the way of having characters in units, and this is something that could make a difference there.
Yeah, but sorry, what I mean is you need your opponent to have their character in the unit.
Yeah, true. But there's also like banner enchantments and things like that that can make a difference in these cases.
Yeah.
What have you guys used this in playtesting before?
I used the twice, I think, and it made no difference either time. And in my meta, this doesn't really make a difference. So,
I think really you're taking it on like a duelist character, to be honest. And
yeah, I never played the Dread Prince in playtesting. If I played the Dread Prince, I would put this on with Crippling Frost.
Yeah, especially if he's on foot, to keep other things away more. I think it's more of a deterrent.
It also fits nicely with Crippling Frost and Destiny's Call. Just to say that.
But the thing I think it's good, but like again, it's a meta thing. But I think if the meta changes over the next few months, which hopefully it will, away from the whole like everything's either a chariot or a monster or fucking like a single model that can run around wherever it wants, like, and we go back to units, then this gets really good.
Yeah. So next up is the banner enchantments. Do you guys want to just take it through?
Sure. So get Executioner's Icon. It's basically the old banner of Guard Dacos. It gives you +1 to wound all the time.
Yeah. So it's just
Um,
like improving your ruthless efficiency to artistry of death. So I think this is like just a way of kind of making your units more grindy than more like a first round burst damage.
Yeah. I like that you can put this on core units. A lot of these kind of banners are like, oh, we can't have it on core because it's too fun. Like, but if you wanted to try and run that big spear block, you could put this here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this item, apart from on-core units, is a trap because all your special units are like 18, 20, 20 max 24, res 3, 5 up guys. You're not wanting to go like 2-3 rounds of combat with these guys.
Yeah, you win or you're kind of fucked. So it's like,
You could maybe put it on a unit of Dread Knights without a lance or a great weapon.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I just feel like this item's a bit of a trap. You would maybe put it on core spears if you take a big block with the battle focus item.
Yeah, or the Temple Militants.
I mean, it seems like
Yeah,
a Death Star looking thing then. I guess.
Yeah, you need to have the bodies to make this count, which for me means you only take this on core.
Yeah, my personal playstyle, I'm probably not going to use this item, but I can see its use.
I think as well though, it's a nice throwback to the Slim book where everyone used to run the big spear star. So like now you can still do that if you want to.
Yeah.
Well, this was the old Power Guard, now Sitting Guard item, where you put it on you took a big unit that was bodyguard.
And just grind away.
Yeah, and you had the death. Well, you didn't have the Death King's presence, but you had somebody in there, like BS or whatever.
Okay, so then we have another banner, and this one you can take on core.
This one's actually one of mine, I must say.
And this is one of the not fun ones that I
So it's called Eye of the Gorgon, and it costs 50 points. So the bearer of this banner gets Petrifying Stare, and enemy units in base contact must re-roll successful discipline tests. So maybe I think we probably just need to cover what Petrifying Stare does.
So Petrifying Stare, basically whoever's in base contact with the model that has Petrifying Stare, in this case it's the banner bearer.
So it'd be 2 or 3 models usually, depending on base size.
Well, no. There's only for each model, each enemy unit. So gets 2 hits, and AP 10. But the size of the unit, basically the height of the unit depends on what the hit wounds on. So on a standard height, 4+, large 5+, gigantic 6+.
Okay.
So in essence, it's like a toxic hit.
Yeah.
Or 2 toxic hits. If I'm honest, like the hits are like not really the big thing in this banner. It's more the reroll discipline test. So this kind of synergizes with a lot of the fear mechanics.
Yeah.
That you have with, let's say, like is it Morix Mask of the Warcrow, or the Effigy of Dread, which we'll come to.
Yeah.
So I think that's more the synergy there, and for 50 points, maybe it's expensive, and it's obviously matchup dependent, and the Petrifying Stare is like an added bonus.
What happens when this comes in contact with BSB reroll?
Okay, so this is a really good question. So if you fail your discipline test, then you get to re-roll it. Let's say you pass it, you don't get to you don't get to re-roll again. So
so like you can't re-roll a re-roll basically.
No, you can't re-roll a re-roll. So if you fail it the first time, you can't re-roll. You can't re-roll a re-roll. You can re-roll it, but if you fail a second time, you can't re-roll it.
So, but this means that if this and the BSB is active at the same time, you always re-roll the first result, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 1 point that doesn't matter, and you're like, ooh, and then you get
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the 50 points is okay for this though, because you have the things that like mess with disrupt and steadfast. You have the fear. There's a lot of combos that you can like pile up on a unit, break down their ranks. Your small units count as more ranks. They can't reroll their tests, and now you're like, right, you're breaking. I'm going to mop up everything.
Yeah.
For me, I was right into the fear theme when this book was released. I thought it was really cool, really thematic for Dread Elves. and built my lists around it. And obviously this was part of it. And for me, it's just too situational. There's too many things. Well, especially in my meta, I was playing against Warriors of Dark Gods, Orcs, Vermin Swarm, VC. None of these guys are taking Veer tests. They don't care. And then it only really matters on your first roll on a break test at that point. And at that point, I've dropped it because that's not worth 50 points.
I think it's a little expensive, to be honest.
You turn around and then you play against somebody that's playing like US, and you are like some army like that, and you're going to be getting moans because I'm failing all my fear tests and I'm losing my break tests, and I just think it's either really good or nothing. It's totally no impact or quite a big impact.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the price point needs to be reduced a bit because of what you say. Like, it doesn't work against all armies.
In my meta, it doesn't work against any of the armies I regularly play against.
I mean, maybe there's too much fearless in the game though. Like that's also
the only army this matters and that I kind of play against regularly is Saurians, who have minimized roll and don't really want to fight you and just flee all the time anyway. Pyroquattle, you're burning you.
Colin is a great guy, right?
But this is another bit to the H spell. You cast it on the Quattle and then you just burn some skinks while he's burning your 20-point tower guard or whatever. It's I really like this item when I first read it, and I quickly went off it.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe like I guess the question would be, if this was like 40 points or 35 points, would you change your mind?
No, because it's got to go B, really. I'm not going to put this on judges or tower guards. So
I think it's just a better option.
Okay,
to be honest.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have something like, well, you can get an alchemy adept if it's 35 points. Just take the flame banner. I'm going to use the flame banner.
Yeah,
I might not use it.
Sure.
Okay, so the next one is the Academy banner.
Yeah, so
who designed this now? Because I want to call to their house.
So this is 40 points, and you can have 2 at maximum in your army, and it makes the rank and file moles in the infantry moles in the unit Academy trained.
Yeah, so essentially this is, if you're going to use it, you're going to use it on the Judicators. Judicators.
Something.
And you're going to use it on Temple Militants, because these are the 2 units that are not Academy trained and that are infantry.
Yeah.
Maybe Corsairs, but probably not.
Yeah.
I've been using this on the Temple Militants and it's delicious, but I was also using it on the Dread Knights, and then they took it off them because infantry. So that's why
it was a bit too good on the Dread Knights.
I think too. Yeah,
it's only
you
Advanced 11.
Bonus. Yeah, exactly.
Advanced 11.
Advanced 11's not that bad. It's fine.
7 +1 for Scent of Blood, +1 for Banner Speed, +1 for this, and
Yeah.
then you got.
There was a little bit too much synergy.
Yeah.
Fraz, you had so much fun playing against that, don't lie.
You were running Witchcraft and you were getting 2 spells off and you were advanced 12 at some points.
Yeah, it's fine.
12.
It was so good. This is really good banner.
Yeah, I love this banner.
I think it just allows you to kind of play the army in more of a synergistic way.
Yeah.
This was 20 points at the start of playtesting.
Yeah.
I would still take it at 40 points.
Yeah. 20 points sounds insane. Like 40 points.
It was 20 points and 100 Knights.
Like I looked at this and I like from a first glance for 40 points, I'm like, this is worth it. Like extra charges
I'm not taking any shit about playtesting because this is 20 points and you could use it in Dread Knight. So like I would still 100% take this at 40 points.
Yeah.
On judges especially.
Yeah.
And Temple Militant.
The Temple guys with the stuff later, with the synergies with the other core units, it's so good.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Militants, so I haven't tried it that much, but I would definitely take it if I was
running. Like any infantry block, you get an academy training on them, you get a witchcraft attribute. They're advanced 7, which is pretty good. Like
it's
not bad.
It's really tasty.
Yeah, they get really close real fast because they're good at killing. So then we move into actual units.
I just want to take a quick break because I really need to pee. Okay. So I'm just gonna.
Is anyone on Is anyone on the spirits yet, or is it too early?
It's a little, I think we have, how much beers do we have left, Casimir?
I'll check 5, 6 something.
So we have a quick break, and we're going to check the booze.
Just about to start the book.
So I think next what we should first cover briefly is the army composition rules.
So welcome back to Ammertime Podcast.
Okay, welcome back. And what we should cover now is the army composition organization rules. So characters and core is normal, right? Like 40, 25. And then you have 3 extra categories. So you have raiders, which I assume is the shooting category.
Yep.
And that's 20%. Then you have destroyers, which I don't really know what that is. And it's
like basically the bolt throwers and the harpoon chariot.
So it's like the heavy shooting.
Yeah.
Is 15%. And then the monsters, which is also pretty standard at 30.
Yeah.
So if we head straight into characters, we have the Dread Prince for 240 points.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like the really fighty elf guy, is what I would assume.
Yeah.
Right? So he has, I'm not going to go through exactly all of his stats, but he's a normal elf with like 3 points.
I think the difference you need to go through is the defensive skill, the offensive skill, the discipline, and the attacks.
So he has 5 attacks, and
which is one more than normal.
Like a normal dude.
Yeah.
And he has offensive 8, which is pretty high, but he only has defensive 6, so he gets hits pretty easily. And then he has agility 8,
which is also normal.
Yeah. It's, normal
for an elf,
quote unquote. So he has one then he has ruthless efficiency, which is the +1 to wound on the first round and lightning reflexes. But he has one special rule which is unique for him, which is the deadly riposte. And this means that if somebody hits him with a natural 1, he gets to make an attack back with his own stats on that initiative step.
Mm-hmm.
So basically he has like a little bit of that Minotaur Warlord thing where he just like spanks people back when they do bad stuff to him, or when they don't do bad stuff rather. Otherwise, I think for his items, he has a pretty standard setup. He can take paired halberds, great weapon, and lance. And for mounts, he can only take a horse, a raptor, or a raptor chariot. So no like flying monsters or anything for this guy.
So this was a little bit of an interesting concept compared to, let's say, the old Dread Prince.
Yeah.
So as we'll get to, a lot of the characters are differentiated by the stat line and by the choice of mounts they can take. So the Dread Prince, he is, from the background perspective, he's part of the nobility, and the nobility don't actually go to the academy, but they kind of go to like private training schools. So this guy, he's dedicated himself to being a killer. He's dedicated himself to this kind of path where he can fight anyone. He's the duelist character. He's an elf, but he's highly skilled, he's highly trained, and he's able to kill whoever he wants. And his focus is on offense, not defense. He wants to kill you before he's killed, and this is kind of reflected in the offensive skill and the attacks. So where he's not as much of a leader, he's more aggressive in combat. He's better offensively, but not as good defensively as, let's say, like a Highborn Elf Prince.
Do the Highborns have 7?
7/7, yeah. So that was kind of the background perspective on this, and obviously we didn't want to eat into the Beastmaster, where he can ride kind of the bigger monsters.
I think that's quite interesting that the first thing that struck me was the fact that you have like the Elven Prince and he can't ride the dragon.
Yeah.
Like that I thought was quite interesting, that you had to take like a special character to take the monster.
So we'll get to that with the Beastmaster, but I think what's important to notice is that this Dread Prince has dedicated himself to the path of the warrior, like
a single combat almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Being like a single combat character, whereas the Beastmaster has dedicated himself to training monsters. So he's not as good in combat, but he's better at riding monsters, better at synergizing with all the monsters in the list.
Yeah, this guy I used in most of my playtesting games, and he's pretty good. I started with a Beastmaster for like 2 or 3 games, and then I was like, alright, now stick one of these guys on a Raptor, put him in a Dread Knight unit. I'm going to give him the paired weapon. The name's gone now. What's the...
Lacerating
one with
touch.
the one with the extra
lacerating
attacks,
touch.
maybe.
Yeah, the lacerating
So he
touch.
gets
Yeah.
8 attacks.
So yeah, he's on 8 attacks. He's like hitting on 2s. He's wounded on probably 3s or 2s, and then like...
But he's
just
still in
really
strength 4.
Yeah, but you're charging into a unit of like things like normal stuff, like so he's strength 4 with +1. You're wounding most things on 3s. Like.
Yeah, but
Only
like
in
lightning
the first
reflexes
round.
means you can go great weapon, right?
Yeah, but it's fine. He's in a unit of 10 knights. Like it's pretty good. I think it's good, but I like as well the way they look like they're differentiating out the elf princes, whereas before they looked to be kind of... Obviously, I don't know what they're going to do with the other 2 books, but
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Like that, it's important that it's not just like the same entry but in different books, because then you get that problem where people compare it too much, right? Where it's like, oh, I have a prince, but he can't take this or whatever. Like this book can take that.
you don't have to... If it was Dread Prince and he's basically the same as a Highborn Prince, except he has, say, Ruthless Efficiency, it's like, all right, I'm just going to cross compare constantly. Yeah, you're dead right.
Yeah, you've also got to like placate the Highborn Elf guys, because they are absolute gimp. They're like the snowflake community of Ninth Age, so can't give them another excuse to moan.
Yeah.
Sorry, Casimir and I just trading beers right now.
Yeah,
I didn't like this one.
Yeah, Henry doesn't like. I guess the sour, like, or
I don't know. Whatever this one is, it's nasty.
I've never seen you be fussy about a drink before.
I was actually hoping Henry would bite there, but he's too busy.
Sorry.
When you been
too
fussy?
busy trading beers. What did you say first?
It doesn't matter now. You missed the moment.
He was talking. He was talking about Highborn Elf players whinging while you were whinging about your beer.
I got a question.
Go for it.
Doesn't the lightning reflexes mean he can take the great weapon with the fucking crippling frost and just poo on people?
He loses the +1 to hit, but yeah.
Yeah, he strikes agility. Yeah.
Even with I thought the lightning reflexes helps.
It cancels out the always strike last or whatever, but you lose the +1 to hit.
Yeah, so like basically, if you don't have a great weapon, you get hit a little bit better. But if you do have a great weapon, you still get to hit at agility 8.
Yeah, so he gets to hit at agility 8 and use the frost bonus.
Yeah, I think what's most interesting is that the frost bonus combos well with deadly riposte. Because it's like an extra hit if there's any ones that are rolled and you get a hit.
Yeah, it's an impact.
I mean, he's a duelist, so every time that you fucking touch, it's just when you touch them, you don't even have to fucking wound them. So every tap is another attack your opponent just lost. It's pretty strong.
From you guys who have playtested this, like how often did you find that the deadly riposte actually came into play?
I don't think we playtested this. I think this came in right at the end.
Okay.
No, I was there for a bit, but it comes in sometimes. But people usually don't hit him unless it's a duel, like, so it's basically a duel thing. Because otherwise, you're not going to hit the 1-up 4-up character. You're just going to slap the guys around them. Like,
I think this came in at like the very end of playtesting. We had 2 weeks. I've never used it. We had. But the other thing is it has to be in a duel, so like if you're just a normal guy, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like people never attack like with Empire Halberd guys into a prince.
No,
of course. When your choice is raise 3 5-up guys or a prince that's got some armor, it's like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's a nice thing to have for if he goes dueling with Chosen Lord or something.
So James, if you've run him a few times, what builds would you use?
So I always had him on a Raptor with paired weapons, the Lacerating Touch, Death Cheater, I think it was, and where's my list gone? There. I had Death Cheater. Actually, I put him on a horse so that he could charge out and cowboy on his own if he wanted. Death Cheater and Lacerating Touch, and he came in at 445 before. I don't know what he's now. He's
For
290.
me,
He's 490 for 440 for like he's move or advance 9 on a horse, standing near the raptors, so he can run out like and kill things himself.
Cool.
Yeah, that's pretty
Or
good.
he can go
So
with them. That's pretty
500
good.
points. That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
He's
450
very
or whatever.
killy
It's
for
pretty cheap.
500 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like if you charge him into a unit of like normal infantry, he's gonna kill like 6 or 7 of them probably, because it's like 2s and 2s into like toughness or res 3 guys.
For me, the build is you take Crippling Frost, you take the ring that gives you the -2 offensive skill. So you're being hit on 4 as your minus, and then you get the 4 up from Destiny's Call, and then you can take or leave the mount depending on where you want them to be. So for exactly 200 points, you get minus however many attacks, -3 offensive skill, so that makes up for your defensive skill 6. There's not really any characters that are above like 8. So you've been hitting on 4s, you're losing all the wounds, and you've got a 4 up.
Yeah, I think that's also a solid build as well. Whether you take it mounted or not, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
Guess it's like where you want to deliver him.
Yeah, well, Destiny's Call, you're 4 up, so the mount is optional. He's not adding anything apart from speed or what unit he's going to be in.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe the next entry.
Yeah. So next up we have the Beastmaster. So he's he's an elf and he has only offensive, defensive 5. Then he has some interesting. He has 4 attacks at agility 7 and strength 4 and AP 1. But then he has some interesting special rules. So he cannot be stomped always. Then he has the Kraken hide and heavy armor. So he starts off, if he's on foot, he starts off on a 4+. Then he has a special rule called Willbreaker's Craft. And what this means is that if you have a gigantic mole within 12 of a dude with this, they all their discipline tests are subject to minimized rolls. So he helps all your gigantic dudes stick around. Then he also gives all the gigantic moles maximized rolls on their stomp attacks when they're within 12. And let's see. Yeah, then if other people are stomping you, they also are subject to minimize stomp as well.
Yeah.
So you really like plays havoc with all the monsters that are on you. And then for items and special things, he can only have 150 points of special items. He can have a pair of weapons, halberd, and a lance, and he can have basically all the mounts. So you can have a horse, a pegasus, a raptor chariot, a manticore, or a dragon.
Yeah. So I think obviously with the Beastmaster you probably want to take a mount.
Yeah.
But there's also like a lot of incentive to be on foot.
Yeah, because he cannot be stomped and he has the Kraken hide. Yeah.
So you already have a 4+. You can take a shield for 3+. You can take Willow's Ward, let's say, for 2+.
Yeah.
So and you can't be stomped. So there's actually quite a lot of incentive to take him on foot as well. Yeah. And that was also a design choice.
Yeah.
So as I said before with the Dread Prince, like the Beastmaster is a noble that's taken a different path to the Dread Prince.
Okay.
So where the Dread Prince is a combat character who is a duelist who wants to kind of go out and lead the troops by example. The Beastmaster is a different kind of leader. He's a
dog person.
Yeah, he's a dog guy.
Yeah.
He's a dog guy. He's got his kennels of beasts and harpies and everything, and he's making the pacts with the dragons.
Yeah. So maybe I should just read through what the Manticore and the Dragon does, because this is the entry, right? So the Manticore is a large beast which has 6'12" on the ground and 8'16" when it flies. And it's only actually on a 50x50 base. It's quite a small base for a good monster. And it gives you an armor as res 5.
This is a small change because it used to be on a 50x100.
Yeah, exactly. And you can put him on a 50x100 as an upgrade, and then he gets like D3 stomps instead of just 1.
I would like to say that is probably one of my most favourite changes.
You're welcome.
Is giving him the 50x50 option.
Yeah, it's
Really like it. Big fan. He was previously on 50x50, but my guy's actually based on 50x50, and I just refuse to rebase him. So I'm actually really happy with that.
Cool. So
Henry P. Miller change. Just saying.
Yeah, like most of the ones so far.
Everything seems like he's just claiming, isn't he? He didn't do any of this.
I just want to see when the forums get on this and everybody's complaining about stuff. Are they all going to be Henry P. Miller changes?
Henry basically done the front cover, and that's it.
It's gonna be my face.
Exactly. But I think an important rule I didn't say is that it has Scent of Blood, this model, so it gets to charge even further a lot of times actually. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times you'll be charging on advanced 9 when you're flying instead of advanced 8.
Yeah,
and
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You get strike as well now.
Yeah.
I don't think I've strike before.
So then we also have the dragon, and the dragon is limited to 0.1 for the army. And this is on a 50x100, not a 50-50, which would be funny. So it has a 612 on ground and 714 when it flies.
So it's a standard dragon.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the stats are a standard dragon as well.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, it has a flaming breath weapon, nothing weird there. But it has one rule which is new, and that's the meeting of minds. Mm-hmm. So this means that you get Scent of Blood, so you get to charge further. And then you also treat all friendly beasts models as insignificant. Yep. So how does this come into effect?
Okay, so the background for dragons is that dragons are not like beasts that you tame.
No.
Dragons are kind of sentient animals that if they want to make an alliance with, let's say, an elf, they will choose to make an alliance with an elf.
Yeah.
It's not something that the elf can like whip them into submission or like, dominate them. It's a meeting of minds. It's two beings that have the same goals or the same attitude or the same character.
Yeah, they're buddies.
This sounds like a love story.
Yeah.
So two sides of the heart.
Yeah, exactly, yin and yang.
Yeah, so it's a little different to maybe the old Dread Elf background where the Beastmasters were like taming the dragons and forcing them to work for them.
Yeah.
But a dragon is in the Ninth Age. The dragons cannot be tamed.
That makes sense.
They're a little bit more. They're more sentient. They're more dominant themselves. Like if you're a dragon and like, well, I don't want to work with the elves. I'm just going to fly off.
Yeah.
There's not really much you can do about that.
Yeah.
Like you can't whip them into submission. So this is kind of harking towards, okay, well, the Beastmaster and the dragon have some kind of symbiotic relationship, and the Beastmaster has this kind of personality that is working like, okay, I'm dominant over beasts. So beast models are insignificant, and I have this kind of like this bloodthirsty nature because I'm a bloodthirsty beastmaster, and the dragon maybe brings this as well. So that's why the meetings of minds make sense. And I think this is going to be something that travels through all the Elven books at least, maybe even in future the Warriors.
Is it kind of like the giant dude type thing?
Yeah, 100%. So in each of the Elven books, there's going to be some kind of meeting of minds, which is indicative of that relationship between the dragon and the elf.
Okay,
that's quite cool. Yeah.
So
like the highborn elf one, like, could be they both like wearing dresses or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Reduce movements because you can't run as fast.
Yeah, so I think the Beastmaster, there's a lot of interesting builds that you can do with it. Obviously, we talked about the Beastmaster's whistle, so having Scent of Blood on the dragon, giving you like an advanced 8, but then re-rolling that or maximize roll on the charge is quite interesting. And obviously the maximize stomps for your own dragon is also really good.
Yeah.
Having played this before, it's fantastic. It works really well.
Henry P. Miller.
Henry P. Miller. maybe this is also one of my suggestions.
Yeah,
just
perhaps.
saying. You know, I'm into the dragons, so
Let's make the dragons 0 to 2.
I have a question about the about some of the global stuff. So you've got ground movement and fly movement,
yeah.
but why would you pick ground movement?
If you're walking into a forest, so you don't take dangerous terrains, for example, or
Okay.
sometimes you can't fly. Like the Vermin Swarm have a storm banner that turns off fly.
Okay.
Or if you're pursuing, I think you have to use ground movement.
Correct.
There's sometimes you're tied to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Preferred doesn't really. That only matters if they flee.
Yeah. Or the one for the warriors, I think, is faster on the ground.
No,
Yeah.
the one
It's a chunky dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's slower in the air because it's scared of Feldrakes, because Feldrakes have hatred against fly. That is
Basically.
genuine stuff. I'm not even making that up.
Correct.
Makes sense.
No,
Okay,
because it
so-
means they fly faster because they're scared of them.
So obviously there's a big change there between like the prince not being able to ride a dragon.
Yeah.
And I hope that people can understand that the Beastmaster is the now the Dragon Rider.
Yeah.
But obviously there's a lot of synergies there. It's and I think usually it's the dragon that does all the damage anyway.
Yeah.
So not having the prince on the dragon, it also makes it cheaper.
Yeah, because this guy currently is like the Beastmaster by himself is 210 base,
Yeah.
so he's a cheap guy, a cheap hero. So
I've actually tried this guy in a all infantry army and wouldn't rule him out an all infantry army because the minimized stomps is really good. I quite liked him in an all infantry army. I actually, this is guy I tried the halberd enchantment on and dropped the halberd enchantment on as well. But I think he's actually reasonably viable in infantry army as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it can work quite well on foot.
okay, that's cool. Like the thing I thought about when I saw this and a lot of the other items is that this book really seems to promote like monster mash. Like it's to me when I look at it, a lot of the things are like, oh, I'm gonna make all my monsters within 12 better. I'm gonna like do all these things that work together. It's not so much I'm gonna have one dragon and nothing else. It's like I'm taking this, and then if I take all these other monsters, they're also gonna be better. So I might as well.
Yeah. And I think that's the playstyle that the Dread Elves are promoting.
Okay.
But I think it promotes that and the MSU infantry. It doesn't just promote one or the other.
Yeah.
Both are good.
I think Red Elves also had a kind of monster mash style going on, and so I don't disagree that should be the style for Red Elves.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's move on to the next one.
So next we have like the leadership or the legate kind of character. So he has a Legion legate. So he has discipline 10, which is one higher than most of the other characters. But he only has defensive and offensive 6 and only 3 attacks. He has agility 7 and he comes with heavy armor base. And then he can beat a BSB. And if he has 100 points of special items, and if he's a general, that goes up to 150. He can take the Kraken height, so he can go up to, I guess, a 1+ or a 2+ on foot pretty easily.
Yeah.
He has a spear, a halberd, paraweapons, and lance. And the mounts he can take is a horse, raptor, Pegasus, a chariot, raptor chariot, as well as the manticore. So, again, not the dragon.
So I know, Fraz, that you have a lot of opinions about this character, so maybe you want to go first?
Yeah, I have a. Obviously, I'll just admit it, it's a very strong opinion on this guy. I think this guy bloats the character section. I think he's a waste of space. I really dislike that he's here, especially because he has literally a crutch weapon in the book for him, in the spear item, is a crutch artifact that only he can take just to try and make him viable. He's taking discipline 10 off the prince just to make him viable. For me, he just bloats in the character section and creates issues that don't really need to be there. The only reason I would ever take him, and I have taken him, is for discipline 10 in like an MMU army, or as just a cowboy that you put on a Manticore with Academy trained, so you get Scent of Blood and Academy trained on it. So you've got like a movement 10 Manticore, and you take 2 of them, and they're like 330 points each.
Okay, allow me to justify this from a background perspective, and then talk a little bit more about the design. So, from a background perspective, this is kind of your where the Dread Prince is like the nobility in the Republic. He's like privately trained. He's a combat character. He's a duelist. And the Beastmaster at the same time, he's like privately trained. He's a noble. He's chosen the path of the Beastmaster. He devotes all his time to training beasts. This guy is someone from the common people who's risen through the ranks of the Legion, through the Academy, who's become a leader and a thinker. So he's kind of your disciplinarian guy who sits at the back and commands the troops rather than like a frontline combat character.
So what you're saying, the other people are like born into privilege, and this guy is like earned his way up.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, I only have 3 attacks because my blood isn't as pure, but I'm really good at leading people.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, she's like a massive lefty. I should love this guy, but I just think he totally bloats, and he causes more problems than he solves.
So let me try and resolve it from a design point of view. So this guy, there's a lot of uses for him because if he's the general, he has 150 points of items. So this gives you loads of different builds on him. With 100 points of items, you can easily take a spear, a Willow's Ward, a Basalt Infusion, the Massive Slaughtery. There's loads of different options you can take. You can have 1+, you can have Massive Slaughtery, you can have 2+5+. There's lots of different options you can take. And then with the general, you get the Legion Legate option with the ring, which adds the battle focus to your Judicators if that's the way you want to go. And alternatively, you can also, as you say, play him as a cowboy. There's loads of different builds that you can use on a Pegasus or a Chariot or a Manticore. And this can give you your Academy synergy, a lot of mobility, which allows you to play your Academy units like very wide and move the Legion Legate around to kind of boost those units in a way that you need to use them. And also, as I alluded to when we discussed the chariots earlier, is that you can have 2 of these guys in a unit of chariots and make that chariot unit Academy trained as well. So let me hear what your thoughts are after that, Fraz.
My point isn't that he's totally useless. My point is literally... My point is he's been shoehorned in. He's had the discipline 10 taken off the Prince. He is... I think he's totally useless as a standard player because his main selling point is discipline 10. So in an MMU unit where you're going to be playing in bubble of either like 18-inch Manticore or like a 12-inch bubble, he has a use only is given discipline 10 and a 1-up. And then he's just, if you then spam him as a Manticore unit, like if you had maybe Matic amount Manticore 0 to 2, it'd be better. But you can just take him as a naked Manticore, have advanced 10. This guy charging about. I just feel like he's totally shoehorned in, and I think it shows. Like if he wasn't in this book, would you miss him? If you gave the discipline 10 to the Prince, would you?
But I feel like if you give discipline 10 to the Prince, it would be more auto include than it is now.
No, I don't. For me,
no, the Prince had it at the start, and people didn't take it at the start.
Yeah, for me, the Prince is the bottom choice out of all the characters, including the Assassin. He's like I will never play that Prince. I'm telling you that right now. As soon as I have a choice, it'll go, and if I don't take an Adept as a general, I'll go to Legion Legate for Discipline 10, literally only for Discipline 10, nothing else. And then it'll go to Beastmaster for minimized and maximized stomps. And then at the arse end of it will be this Prince who, well, he'll fight somebody if they're there, or he'll blend units, which Dread Elves do fine because he'll +1 to hit and +1 to wound. Like for me, he just pushes the Dread Prince out. So why is he there? He's just shoehorned in. He's a complete waste of space.
I think his issue with like not being so exciting is the next guy. So if we move on to the next guy, we can probably like compare the two of them
Yeah,
because they're
people,
both BSB options.
people are sick of hearing me, man.
So
No, just they're both BSB options, so they're comparable. Like it's
yeah. So the next guy is the Temple Legate. So he is like slightly worse when it comes to fighting and stats. So he has defensive 5 and offensive 5 instead of 6, and he has agility 6. So his special rules is that he has a 4+ aegis against melee attacks. Then he always has battle focus, and he has a rule called professional courtesy, which means that he cannot join a Temple Militants unit that already has another of himself. Like
I think we're obviously recording this a little bit in advance. I think this will change to Temple Legates cannot join units that contain another Temple Legate.
Yeah, that seems much more reasonable.
Yeah.
And then he's a little bit interesting because he can take a BSB and he has 100 points of special items, but then he has 2 different upgrades that are free, but he has to choose one of them. So both of them are wizard adepts, and the first one is that he becomes a divination wizard, and units in base contact with him suffers -1 to hit against models that use the blades of Darag. So what this means is that they probably suffer -1 to hit against him, and if he's in a Temple Militant unit, they suffer -1 to hit against them as well. And then the other option is the Warsmith, and then he becomes a Wizard of Alchemy. And then a unit which has at least armor 4, that's in base contact with him, must reroll successful armor saves when they're fighting. And his weapon options are halberd, paired weapons, and blades of Darag for free, and no mount options, so always on foot.
Isn't Blades of Darag kind of a no-brainer with this? Like, why would you go take all these bonuses for Blades of Darag and be like, "Nah, I'm gonna take a halberd."
I think
I'll take the halberd with +1.
if you want a different enchantment.
Yeah.
So if you want,
I was
paired weapons,
running
if you want lasso
this
and
guy
touch.
with halberd in the playtesting, but now it's 20 points instead of 10 points.
Yeah.
It's quite expensive.
A little bit too expensive.
I was the same as Henry. See when the halberd is 5 points, and you can put them, you can put them temple guards, you can put them in dead bridges, whatever. The halberd and paired weapons were both 5 points each. I was taking an option like more often than not. Obviously, when I was in the militants, I wasn't. But now, when it's 20 points, like is +1 strength, +1 AP worth 20 points.
And then are you going to get the pride of
Yeah. So is that worth
points?
55 points?
So it's
No.
55
Nah,
points,
it's
yeah.
way too expensive. I think the halberd and paired weapons is too expensive.
Yeah.
Paired weapons especially.
I mean,
Like Blades of Darag is friggin' free,
yeah.
and you get these free bonuses. It's like his character bonuses.
Yeah.
See for this.
Why would you not take that?
See for this. This entry, right? The reason professional courtesy was here was because playtesting. It's like Death Star isn't supposed to be.
Yeah, you have
a twin
both.
step. So you would put 2 Temple Legates and a unit of Temple Militants. So your -1 to hit and your reroll and successful armor save. Then you put the big altar in, and the unit was basically a Death Star. So fair enough, professional courtesy. But then this changed. The close combat weapons was literally just rules team went, well, that means they need to go up as well. It was literally based on nothing. And
Yeah.
It'll probably balance out though in like one update or so, maybe. Like
since
Yeah,
then,
I would hope that the weapon options come down in price because it's way too expensive.
have actually looked at every playtesting report that's got a Temple Legate in since, and nobody has taken an upgrade in any playtesting report since.
I think though for the first few, well, personally anyway, for the first few like beta updates or playtesting things, it's more about the concepts of the units and like the
Yeah, definitely.
the rules and stuff. Like the points can be squeezed out or whatever, but it's like if there's something that's blatantly bent, like if Temple Legates get to teleport across the board, you're like, that's not okay.
Yeah, which is why I totally agree with the professional courtesy rule. You were starting to build a Death Star, and it was a bit
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah,
Especially
it was getting messy.
because you could put in the two of them, and then you could put in like a Dread Prince or something, and then you just have this really stupid unit from core.
Yeah. Well, I used one of these the whole time with the divination one, so the battle oracle, and it was really fun because it gives -1 to hit, which is for combat only. But then you could pair it with. I used to have the militants with a temple banner thing or a academy banner, and then there's like the shooting unit later have like other abilities that pair with that, and it like you get the stack -1 effects, and it's really good.
The way I kind of like to play it was similar. I had the Div Adept and the Temple Militants, so you're -1 to hit. You had the crossbow guys that we'll get to, but then you had the +2 defensive skill spell from Div. So you're basically defensive skill 5 -2 to hit, and that kind of helps. Not really, it's not as good, but it kind of helps because the dancer's been gone, and it kind of replaces that unit.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel in general about the fact that you can have like a semi-combat character with an Aegis save built in that's also the BSB and also a caster?
Yeah, like that seems
Yeah,
really good to me.
I run it at 330 points in every list. I think I've had one of these guys on as a BSP in every list.
He's really good. It's like the Master Counter Tower from the Highborn Elves, basically.
Yeah, he's
I
similar.
think it's probably a little bit too good, maybe.
Yeah, well, he's similar level for me as the Master Canrig Tower because what he gives up in magic, he makes up for in combat. So he's
Yeah.
better in combat, but he's not as good at casting because he's not got 3 spells and whatever.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit of an auto include, but I mean it's fine.
Yeah, like,
He's-
why would
And I was running this in my list as the general, not as the BSB.
yeah, but you were playing
But
no
why?
BSP. Which
I was playing no
totally-
BSB.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
no BSP is really quite viable when we get into it.
Yeah. So we'll get there.
Okay. So let's move on to the Warlock Outcast, which is the powerful wizard of the.
It's I think a very Fraz contentious
Oh, interesting.
entry.
So this is he comes in base 380 points currently. So he has an elf stat line. He has defensive 4 and offensive 4, a guilty 5, strength 3, resilience 3. He has notably not a leader. He always is a wizard master, and he has a rule called Irresistible Will. So Irresistible Will means that all the spells that he casts increases the casting value of +1. So you need to meet one higher than normal to cast stuff.
So basically cancels out Wizard Master.
Exactly. But the spelling rules suffer -2 penalty against all the spells that he casts. And he can, or they can have cosmology, occultism, and witchcraft as their path that they can choose. So for items, they can have Blades of Darug. They can take light armor to get some armor enchantment, I assume. They always get up to 200 special item. And they can take a horse, a raptor, a pegasus, manticore, as well as a dragon. So you can put in a dragon here as well, which is quite interesting.
So from a background perspective, the warlocks are remnants of the Highborn Elf mages. So when the two republics split some time ago, there was like a faction of wizards who were kind of outcasts from the Highborn Elf society because they were practicing these dark arts. And then when they kind of reached Selexia and the Dathran Republic, they were also kind of viewed as like, okay, these guys are a little bit too far away from what we want to do. So they're also going to be outcast from our society as well.
Okay.
So
they get one, basically.
So yeah, they're basically hated by all the elves
Okay.
because of the practice of occultism, witchcraft is essentially what was happening. So they got outcast of their society as well. So now they live in the fringes, but at the same time, there's no real in the Dathran Republic. There's no real magic schools. Everything is done by the temple, as you've seen with the temple legate.
Okay.
So all the magic is learnt in the temple.
It's a pretty like religious type.
Yeah,
of...
exactly. Whereas in the Republic, or in the, I guess it's like a kingdom for the High Elves, but Highborn Elves. They have these 2 colleges of magic, which is training their wizards. However, in the Dathran Republic, they don't have these colleges of magic. So all like the really good spellcasters are kind of pushed to the fringes.
Yeah.
And the Republic realizes that they need to use these wizards in the military to be successful, but they don't really want to trust them with leadership. So they employ them as mercenaries, and they kind of bring them into the army and say, okay, well, you can join the army and we'll give you this, or we'll pay you this, but they don't really want to make them the leaders of the army. So this is why they have the not a leader idea, but they're still like really powerful spellcasters.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So Fraz.
Let's dig into it.
Podcast talking about this guy. I really strongly, I was going to say dislike, but I actually hate this guy like so much. For me, the paths he's been given are the weaker paths that you had in Red Elves. From the way I like to play them anyway point of view, like Div and Alchemy were your big buff paths that encouraged kind of more MMU with the altar playstyle. Now you've got Witchcraft, which is more MSU, Occultism, probably MSU, Cosmo, which is, I just don't like Cosmo. I think these are the 3 lower impact paths that you had, especially now that Familiar's gone. I don't think there's been any attempt within the book to make Occultism playable, because you can't play a Peg, you can't play a Manticore, you've got no way to boost ranges, and we'll touch on it later, but Dancers, which were the main synergy, are gone. Cosmo's very meh. I've never turned up to a table and been disappointed that somebody has Cosmo. And Witchcraft's decent, but Witchcraft changes to Acolytes. You don't have the Yima Acolytes, which we'll get onto. I just... none of these paths really excite me. Not a leader really disappoints me. You're an elf. Why would you not want to be led by a wizard master? They're the magical race.
He's just explained that though.
Blades, I don't care. Blades.
I don't care.
Blades of Garag, what a waste of time. Your strength 3 AP 0. There's no way to put them in the front line to even try and make occultism viable. I could sit here literally for a full 2-hour podcast and just bitch and moan about this guy. I properly hate him. And
Right.
that's not to say he's not viable. I think he is. He's all
good.
right. But
Can't you sacrifice from nearby units though for the cult?
No,
Yeah.
but the thing is, his ranges are too short for.
his range is too
Zapping
short. Like, yeah, exactly.
It's
Okay.
more about the grave calls, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got no big calls. You can't use Mark for Doom, not the familiar.
But you can mount him on a Manticore, a Pegasus, and a Dragon, and have that kind of mobility that you have the short
He's gonna
range.
die
spells.
though.
Well,
No,
okay,
the thing is, why is there no familiar anymore? Is the main question, I guess.
right, Henry. Yeah, I agree. But the Pegasus not viable. Manticore not viable. Dragon way less viable because you've 2 fucking strength 3 attacks. Who gives a fuck about 2 strength 3 attacks? Who cares? You used to be able to have like Morax Reaping for.
I ran a Dragon Mage in ETC
and you
with
know what, I'm
one
gonna-
strength 3 attack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the dragon doesn't
Yeah.
work, right?
Yeah, fair enough. But the old one you used to fight and be able to cast spells, that's totally gone now. And then the other thing is, Dread Elves were like one of the armies that could play double master easily. That's just totally deleted now. Like you used to have one of the only armies that could play double master. Now, you can't even do that. Never mind want to do it. I honestly just stop me now. I'm just going to keep going on and on.
I agree with the respect that you probably there probably should be paired weapons on this guy. because then he can take Hero's Heart or there's other
Hero
options.
Hearts is very viable.
But I mean, I was arguing for paired weapons on this guy, but the design team didn't agree with me. So that's not something that, like, I agree with you 100% that this guy should be able to have a paired weapons to make him more of a combat threat, even on foot. It would make more sense because of the lacerating touch and things like that.
What's the fluff reason that he can't fight? What's the fluff reason?
I agree. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, I mean,
based on the story, it's because he isn't part of the.
He has ruthless efficiency.
He has ruthless efficiency, which is a good point.
That's a lie. Oh, honestly, just stop now. I'm going to fucking rant.
Can I ask why there's no familiars? Because in one of the 9th scrolls, they were spoiled, I think, and there was 4 different familiars or 3 different familiars.
So we went with that, and we looked at it to start with, but it was deemed like too complex, and
yeah, I get that. It was quite complex, and fair enough after the ID debacle. Yeah, fair. But what's wrong with a familiar that gives you plus 6-inch range?
What about this? What about the irresistible will, like, special fucking thing? Like, that drove me crazy playing against it.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter that he can't hit me because you play him. Play him in a way that he doesn't fight.
But Alec, the other thing is, you've already got -1 modifier on current Dread Elves, and you can take 2 masters. You can take him as a frontline combat character. You can take him as your general. And also you can have an alchemy and div, which are well better paths than these 3. Well, apart from occultism at the time, because you could have a familiar.
But I don't think it's fair to compare it to the current Dread Elves because
it's a different argument.
It's not like this is not an update, right? Like it's a different book. New. So I think I agree with Alex in this case that, like, the irresistible will is super powerful as a rule, and it's just.
I agree with you to an extent, but I've never played Warhammer Fantasy Battles. I've bought my army based on 9th Age, based on the 9th Age books. I used to be able to take 5 paths. I had a really strong magic phase. I could play double wizard. I could play way better magic phases now. I could play more synergetic magic phases than now. That's all been taken away. Why? To me, this is one of the major things that makes me want to sell my Dread Elves. Is this entry? If I had to pick one thing, it'd be this one entry. I think it's fucking bullshit.
I think as well, like, I mean, the design team did what they could with the guidelines that they got. It was the guidelines that really kind of indicated what magic paths we could choose.
Totally fine.
I think this guy's really good, though.
I'm going to rewind back to the feedback thread. This wasn't a popular fucking decision in the feedback thread. This was like, wasn't just me moaning about this at the feedback thread, and the feedback thread was, "Oh well, background said so." Oh, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you can always change the background. That's what I keep saying.
Background hadn't actually even been written then. So what? So fucking what?
Yeah, I think like the interesting thing is that, like, for me, just like with James, like I look at this and I'm like, wow, it's really good.
It's really good.
Yeah,
it's really good.
This was one of those before,
especially with cosmology when you're reducing the spells by 1.
No, I think it's hamstringed to witchcraft. I don't like occultism on it because the ranges are too short, and I think they need a familiar. I also don't like the fact that it's a warlock, because warlock makes me think of a man, and everyone knows that Dread Elves are naked women when they're casting.
Whoa, like all these gender stereotypes, James? Jesus, like we're gonna have to cancel you, dude.
No, it's fine because 9th Age isn't in 2020.
Yeah,
so
I
have a couple of decades to go there.
But let me ask another thing, because if the Temple Legate, like Battle Oracle Warsmith stuff helps, like, make it more palpable, because you still have like 5
not
paths of diversity.
For me, I would always take when I was running double master, it'd be occultism and div, and you could take div, you can take 2 or 3 buffs and 2 magic missiles. Now from div you get 1 magic missile max. You combine it with another adept, you've got maybe Lash. So you've got 2 buffs and 2 magic missiles, which are probably one's going to be stoppable in each case, instead of just having Div where you've got 2
Is
good
it
buffs.
is it just the Knowing Strike that you're missing, Fraz?
No, definitely not. The other, so you go to Div, right? Div could be supported by an occultism adept, and you could have dancers with. You then have toxic breath weapon, 3 up pages, or reroll to hit, or you would take reroll to wound from the hate spell. So whatever spell you got off, going back to the web. This is why I'm playing Greed Warriors. Is from dancers. Is whatever buff you get off, you just choose the other weapon. And then you've got either a toxic breath weapon or a 3 up pages.
So
Like,
what you're saying is like the versatility and the synergy with the magic is harder
Yeah,
with
well,
this.
There is no versatility because half your choices in Outcast are occultism isn't a choice. That's not even viable. And Cosmo's very meh. For me, the Warlock Outcast is straight away on Witchcraft, and you're basically just choosing your supporting adept. And then for me now, what the Acolytes, you can't play them in 5. We'll get there. You can't play them in 5-man units as a supporting adept. They're not viable.
Why?
It's a 5-man unit. We'll get there, but as a 5-man unit, supporting adept, they're not viable.
So I think before we let's get there before we talk about it, to be honest. So let's move on to the Silent Assassin, and I think this one is quite interesting because it's quite different than moving back to something that a lot of people have requested. So this dude clocks in at 195 points, and you can have 2 of them in the army, and he has defensive, offensive 7. He has base 3 attacks and agility 9, so he's going to strike first. He also has base AP 3. So quite a lot more. He also has not leader because he's an assassin, and then he has like all the special rules in the whole world. So let's start with strike from the shadows, which is the most important one. So you don't deploy this dude, or you cannot at all deploy him normally. So instead, at the start of any player turn, so that's your opponent's,
yours or your opponent's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of any turn, basically. You may choose to deploy him inside an unengaged friendly standard infantry unit that's not fleeing. So it's not like he's just standing there. It's not in combat, it's not fleeing. And if you don't deploy him before game turn 4, he's considered dead. And you cannot have more than one of these models in the same unit. So moving on to his other stuff, he has Artistry of Death, so he gets +1 to wound on all turns. He gets multiple wounds 2 against all characters. Lightning reflexes and paired weapons. He also has universal poison attacks on everything. He has repeater handbow with 4 shots that hit on a 2+. So that's the 12-inch strength 3 AP1. And he may choose to replace his paired weapons with blades of Darag.
I love this guy.
Yeah, this guy is like when I read the Strike from the Shadows, I was like, this is insane. This is so good.
So James, tell us what happened in our game when we playtested this. James?
He might be peeing.
Maybe. Okay, I will tell the story.
Yeah.
So
half 12 or 10 beers deep.
So it's unengaged friendly standard infantry that you can deploy them in. So I chose to deploy my Silent Hunter at the start of my play turn into my Black Cloaks, which are like the skirmisher shooty guys on the flank of my army. And what I did is I charged them into a war machine. I think we were playing against Infernal Dwarves. Then I overran from the war machine into his wizard bunker with my Silent Assassin.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I charged my Shadow Riders into the same wizard bunker. So I got to fight twice, and I punked his level Wizard Master in the first round. Drink. And then in the next round, I punked his level his wizard adept. His wizard adept in the second round as well. With the Silent Hunter.
Sorry, I was getting beers and stuff. I missed this, but I know whose story this is about. I'm glad you're having to drink a lot.
So yeah, the Silent Hunter, he can make his points back. That's all I'm saying.
I think the
He's
design
very good.
absolutely class. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's a nice
think-
design as well.
See, when he had multiple ones too, just full stop, I think Blades of Darag were like kind of a choice. I think now when he's a character, I think you want to take the paired weapons.
I agree.
Maybe that's.
I agree. I will take paired weapons.
Yeah.
I
Just
think,
ignore
I think
Barry.
he's I absolutely love him. I think he's cool.
Yeah, he's really good. He's a lot of fun and he's different and he's character. It's good.
And from the
Yeah, I
price
think
point, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
cheap. It's so cheap. Like for
I
the
mean-
fact that you can like counter characters with like you have your shitty MSU
Oh my God.
with units everywhere, and you just like, well, you're gonna charge this unit. No, you're not. Still.
Well,
He's
it's
actually cheaper.
I think the thing is for this is it's very important to understand that he's not going to kill like a 1+1+ character.
No, sure.
He's only AP3. He's only 4 attacks. He's not gonna kill like a Chosen Lord with all the kit. He's not gonna kill like a one up character like a Kingdom of Ecotane fighting character. He's not gonna be able to do that. But he's gonna be able to kill like the support characters. He's gonna be dangerous to those BSBs that are just going in with a 2-up save. So he's versatile and he's point effective for what he does. But he's not really that dangerous to all those kind of crazy combat builds.
So this is when I said we need to talk about him and Crippling Frost at the same time. I would much rather have 2 of him than 1 Dread Prince on foot with Crippling Frost.
Yeah.
So that just mean I would much rather have 2 Silent Assassins.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer to have 2 of them in your army.
I mean, people are going to moan about the Frost thing and all that, but 2 of him are well better than that 1 item.
I mean, I guess the difference is, as Henry said, that like it depends on what you want to counter, right? If you want to counter the super character, then this is not the choice.
Yeah, but if you go in and slot a BSB and feed the super Kelly character your champion, doesn't matter.
But what's going to fight the Chosen Lord then?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different choice, right? This is a character that could kill those like medium characters, like probably the elf characters more than anything.
Yeah,
and whereas the Dread Prince with the Frostblade is going to be killing the kind of more heavy duty characters.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I run anything that's not a Dwarf King. I just take a shield. You get a 3-up, 5-up in combat. He's gonna be a real problem for my dwarf BSBs and stuff like that. Especially when he just pops in front of them.
Yeah, for sure.
I think he's really cool. I really like him.
Yeah, he is good.
And I think that the rule is something that the community has been requesting for like a long time for both the Dread Elf and the Vermin Swarm Assassin. Like everybody has requested this type of rule, so that's really cool that it comes back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad they found a way to like fit it in. Because like it was like, oh, it's not balanced, it's not fair.
Yeah, like
at least they're finding ways. Like
when someone suggested this rule, I think it was Smith. I was like, this is way too good.
Yeah.
And then actually like kind of played it a few times. I was like, actually, this is fine.
Yeah, I like the idea of
this
making...
isn't a Henrypmiller rule.
No. This is not one of mine.
Yeah, but
I think the multiple winners 2 against characters is mine, but aside from that, like everything else is someone else.
Yeah, but I like the fact that he's slightly less powerful than before.
Yeah.
So that means that you could add the rule which makes him appear anywhere, because if you go back to like way the beginning of 9th Age and Warhammer Fantasy, if like the assassins worked like you chose the unit before you started playing, so you have to like kind of hide it behind some piece of paper or whatever, and like that in the end, I understand that doesn't quite work in our game because you get too many situations where you get ambiguity in what is chosen, and like if you play MSU, you have 4 units of the same shit and they change places and whatever. Like it's not good, but like this. You make him a little bit less powerful, but he can appear anywhere.
I think the only thing this guy is missing is light troops, because he can't march and shoot.
Okay. Yeah.
But otherwise, I think it's pretty nice choice.
Yeah.
So let's move on to the core section.
Yes.
Oh no, sorry, the character mounts.
Well, we already kind of covered the most important ones, I think.
Yeah, I think the most important change, aside from what we've talked about, is the Raptor Chariot. The resilience of all the Raptor Chariots got down to 4.
Wait, what was it before?
5.
Oh wow. Okay.
It was stupid for Elves.
Yeah,
really,
that sounds super good.
Yeah. So aside from that, I think everything else is pretty much the same. You might notice that all the Raptors now have Lethal Strike and 2 attacks and Agility 3.
Yeah, like the Raptor Chariots put out a lot of attacks.
Yeah, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah, get to the sexy knights and we'll do.
So let's start out in core. We have the Dread Legionnaires. So these guys are base 15 models, so it's quite a big minimum size. They have defensive 4, otherwise an elf. They have light armor, shield, and a spear. So you can't choose these dudes to have hand weapon shield. I don't know if that's something in the current book, but at least some way back.
So from a background perspective, the Dread Legionaries are the guys that have graduated the academy. So when you graduate the academy, you have the honor of wielding a spear and a shield.
Okay.
You've trained probably many years to kind of reach this goal, and you're officially like part of the Legion. So even if you're going back to your citizen life, you're still like a legionary. So they can call upon the citizen militia anytime they want, and they also have like a standing army where they can call upon. And everyone knows how to work together. Everyone's trained in exactly the same way. So it's kind of like a little bit like the Roman legions, where everyone is trained with like a spear and a shield, and everyone knows how to fight in the same way.
Yeah.
So it's very disciplined, very orderly, and that's kind of the way that the legionaries are.
Yeah. One important thing I didn't mention is the fact that they have academy training.
Yeah. So this is like your standard academy trained unit. Any comments from the playtesters?
I think we can just move on. They are what they are. The next unit's better, I think.
Okay, interesting. So next one is the Legion Auxiliaries. So they also start at 15 models. They're a little bit more expensive. The previous unit was at 200. This is 230. They have the same stat line. They have light armor, shield, but instead of a spear, they have the repeater crossbow. They also have, on a 3+, they also have march and shoot, so they can really get there. And they have an interesting new special rule called suppressing volley. So what this means is that if you have one of these units that's not shaken, and you have at least one full rank, so you can't do this if you have like one mole or whatever, then you can choose an unengaged enemy mole within 18 and on a line of sight, and this happens on the same point as you declare charges. And if you do so, that unit suffers -1 to hit against academy units that are charging it this turn.
Yeah, so this is so good. So the spearmen are 30 points less. They get a spear, they lose the crossbow. But these guys like have the suppress and volley. So the spearmen, I think, need an extra rule to make them interesting compared to these guys.
Well, these guys need to go up.
I disagree. I think the spearmen are pretty good as they are.
I agree with Henry. I think the spearmen are good. I think these guys are maybe. I preferred when they had 2 shots flat rather than 1 and 3. And at that point, I think they were fine. Maybe even without march and shoot, I think they were fine.
But I think if you can get these guys temple militants,
that special rule is worth so much more than 20 points.
Yeah, but that's the thing is for 30 points you're getting the special rule for the cover volley. So now your temple militant guys are at -1 to hit because you have a div wizard in them. They're at -1 for the standing shoots now because of the academy train, and they're -1 to hit. So you're getting hit on 6s, which is dream like.
Well, 5s because defensive skill 3.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's like a lot. Like from a
I-
background perspective, I just want to highlight what this unit is. So, basically the Legion Auxiliaries are those elves that went to the academy and didn't kind of meet the expectations of the academy trained units. So while they're still trained in the academy, these are the guys basically, or the elves that were. Okay, you're not good enough to get into the legionaries, so you're not allowed to have a spear, but instead we're going to give you a crossbow.
Okay,
and you're gonna get to be the auxiliaries, so it's like a less honourable role. But
you're gonna have more special rules.
they're part of the legions, and they're very obviously an important part of the legions, but it's like a less honourable role.
Okay, Henry, right, hear me out then. if that's the background, you should drop ruthless efficiency.
I agree, but it's not always my decision.
I mean, you could also drop the offensive or defensive skill as well.
No, I think for 4 for Elves is fine. But if they're the guys that never met the expectations and they've been given a crossbow instead of a spear, why are they only basically AP1 less, but they've got a crossbow?
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. Not disagreeing with you at all.
The thing I don't like with these guys compared to the other ones is you can do these right like 8 wide, so 8 in the front rank, 7 in the back rank. You have your academy trained, so you get your extra ranks for steadfast. You can take a charge off anything. You're wounding it on 5s, whatever monster charges you, like the torso we were talking about earlier or whatever. You're wounding it on 5s. These guys fill the role of like blockers, they're shooters, they cover other units that are charging. They do too much.
I think they're too good.
Yeah, they do too much.
Even with the 18-inch range and the one-shot range, I just think they're too good. I think if you gave them no march and shoot, 18-inch range, 2 shots all the time, no ruthless efficiency, I still think they'll be good.
I think you just take the ruthless efficiency off them for a start and see how it goes. But like, it's just they compared to the spearmen, I don't see why you take these guys, because for 30 points you get so many more options.
Yeah. I agree that ruthless efficiency doesn't really work on these guys. I 100% agree.
They're both fine units, but I think it's an internal balance problem here.
I don't think it doesn't work. I agree with James. I think it's not one, an internal balance problem, and then obviously I never knew the fluff until there. So 2, I also now think it's a fluff problem.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we all agree, but they're really good.
Yeah, they seem extremely good. Yeah. That's the thing I reacted to was I read the repeated crossbow and then I read the unit and I was like, oh, how many of these can I have in an army?
Cass, you know they used to be 220 points, so they used to get 4 units of 15 under 900 points, but now they're 230, so they don't quite. So you only get 3 units, but you used to be able to get 4 units of these under the cap, and it was just so OP, basically.
Yeah, I can
Especially
imagine.
when they had the 3 shots at short range, it was like ridiculously good.
Yeah, so obviously these count towards the shooting count.
Yeah.
So that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, which is why we've obviously went from 220 to 230, and this is also like we have playtested the kind of cloud thing, and the shooting cap seems really short or really small, but when you have all these multi-shot weapons, it actually has to be. The shooting builds at one point were mental.
Yeah. There was one point where there was no like shooting category. It was just like,
oh no, okay, go wild, do whatever you want.
Zero shooting category, and they were like, "Oh no, but that's not how Dread Elves are supposed to be played." And you're like, well, it doesn't matter. That's how I'm going to fucking play them.
Yeah, I did no shooting caps dwarves. That's the next step. Yeah.
All right, so
they're not supposed to be played that way. Obviously, that's the
So we like these. Let's move to the next one.
Yeah. So the raiding parties is another infantry unit that starts at 10 rolls, and you can only add 10, so you go up to max 20 on these dudes. You can have 3 units in the army. So they have a pre-standard elf stat line. So they have the hunting bolas, which is the thing which makes people flee on minimized rolls from you.
Yeah.
And then they have light troops, so they move pretty well. So this unit can choose between 2 options. So they can either be Corsairs, which cost a few points, 2 points per mole. And if they're Corsairs, they gain Kraken Height, so they go up to a 5+ save. They also have paired weapons and throwing weapons on a 4+. And if they do this, they count towards the shooting category. And if they are charging a unit and they fight in the flank or the rear, they get +1 combat rest, so they add a little bit more. And the other option, which is for free, is the Beast Breakers. So they gain Cannot Stomp and a shield, so they also go up to a 5+. And if there's another friendly mole within 8, and all the parts of that mole that has harnessed, so all the raptors basically, they get hatred on the turn that they charge with devastating charge.
Yeah, so this is this was like a bit of a weird unit actually to add to the book.
I can
So
imagine.
originally this was Corsairs and it wasn't Beastbreakers. So
Yeah, it was a
originally
late edition, wasn't it?
Yeah, so originally this was a Corsair unit, and the Corsairs were the +1 to combat score was because when you're not like a ranked unit and you're light troops, you don't really get any bonus to flanking someone. You just get +1 for a flank.
Yeah.
So when you're like a ranked unit and you get +1 for a flank, +1 for a big flank, +1 for a rank, we wanted to kind of emulate that idea. So we want to incentivize you to play the Corsairs wide and charge the flanks of units, because that's how we feel that the Corsairs should play.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of raiders and slavers, and we want you to kind of join the combats and take advantage of the weakened enemy rather than
add a little bit.
rather than taking them on in the face. So this was the original idea, and then when we got the feedback about cutting the dancers, there was a lot of pushback from the community, so we decided to implement the Beastbreakers as like as a resolution for this.
Yeah, like an elf with a shield, basically.
Yeah, so an elf with a shield that has a whips and stuff like that. So this was a bit of an addition, a little bit later in the design process. I think it works really well. The 8 inches harness hatred thing is also like a slim book thing where the Beastmaster used to have.
Oh, okay.
So these guys are kind of running around behind the units, like whipping them, making them frenzied, and giving them some extra impact. So you can give like a dragon hatred, or you can give like the Thunderherd hatred. There's a lot of options for these, and also they can kind of hang out as like a wizard bunker. I don't think this is like the best kind of background way to use them, but this is how I would use them.
Yeah.
It's like as a wizard bunker, like moving around behind my lines.
Yeah, because they're light troops. It's the perfect wizard bunker.
Exactly. Giving my combat units hatred and stuff like that. Have you guys tried them?
I have tried them. Yeah. I have a wee bit of a problem. Shock about this unit. Kraken hide used to be +1 armor on if you were on foot, so it was like +2 if you're on foot, and that was taken away so that you didn't have Corsairs with 4 up in core. You then added these Beastbreakers who, oh no, have you taken that away actually? They used to be 4 up, right? Okay, so that mode's gone. Yeah, so I used to use the Beastbreakers because they had Kraken hide and light troops, and they were 4 up, and they were a pretty good bunker. I tried the Corsairs. I don't really bother about the Corsairs, especially when they count towards a tight shooting cap. I actually didn't realise Beastbreakers had lost Kraken hide as well. But yeah, Beastbreakers are pretty good bunker if you take them in a decent number. I do want to try, I think 20 Corsairs with a standard bearer with the Academy banner. I think they're like 370, 400 points.
You actually can't take a magic banner with the Corsairs.
Alright, okay. Says who?
Says the rules right here.
Where?
I mean,
it usually says may take a magical banner for up to may take a banner enchantment. It usually says they may take one, but this says this doesn't give them the option. Everything else says may take.
Oh, does it? Alright, so that. Alright, okay. So, yeah, okay. I fucked up. Yeah, they're fine then.
they're all
yeah, the playtesting thing of the 4 up.
Yeah,
like bunker's gone. If you can't take the magical banner, the Corsairs are gone as well. So
I mean, for me, I think the Corsairs are quite good as like a light unit on the flanks. I don't think they're ever going to be like a big combat unit.
No. Yeah, my problem is with thrown weapons. Are you ever going to fit them in when they count towards?
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If the auxiliaries are so good, it's kind of hard to fit in the shooting cap, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's already hard to fit in Dark Raiders and Black Cloaks. When the
Personally,
Cordite-
my opinion on the task team was that throwing weapons should be an optional upgrade.
Yeah.
And if you take throwing weapons, then they should count to the Raiders category.
Throwing weapons is too good.
Well, I don't even know if he would include Strength 3 throwing weapons in it. Like Dwarf throwing weapons, Centaur throwing weapons.
Yeah, dwarf
Well, you're
weapons.
talking about two units that are very contentious. So.
Yeah.
I don't think throwing weapons should count towards the cap, personally. Well, maybe because of maybe because of light troops. Yeah, so maybe they should be optional because of the light troops.
Yeah.
It's hard because if you don't count them towards the cap, you can hit the cap and then do thrown weapons.
Yeah,
And then it gets spent.
Yeah. Well, I think with the light troops, they probably should count towards the cap because of the light troops.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I think Corsairs are in a bit of a bad spot, especially even if they were free. I think they'd be in a bad spot, especially when they're an extra 2 points per model. Why would you ever take them above the Beastbreakers? The Beastbreakers are really good in a Monster Mash.
I think the 2 points model, like the throwing weapons, are pretty good. But again, as you
the
say,
cap,
like
right?
the Raiders cap is not so good. If you have the points for it, then yeah.
Yeah. So I guess this might be one of the units which needs like a little bit more iterations, right?
The Beastbreakers, right? They're light troops. So you play them 10 wide at the start of the game, declare your charges, and then turn 4 or 5 where you need to have like a smaller front. You can do that. So you're not only within 8 inches, you're 10 wide. So you're 180 mil plus 8 inches.
Yeah.
And you have no downside of doing that because you're light troops.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the Beastbreakers are way better than Corsairs. Like, I've played the Beastbreakers. I really like them. I think they're really good, especially when you have a Monster Mash.
Yeah, I think that's where they work the best, for sure.
If anything, the Beastbreakers should be more expensive than Corsairs.
Yeah, probably. So for the last unit in Cordon is the Temple Militants. So these dudes start out at 15 as the other ones, and you can add 15 more models. So they have a pretty standard elf stat line.
Wow. Defense skill 3.
Okay, yeah. So they go down 1 in defensive skills. So they're a little bit easier to hit because I guess they're so fanatic.
Yeah.
They have Fearless and Frenzy. They all start off with light armor. Then they have, again, all the special rules. They have Battle Focus. They have Blades of Darag. They fight an extra rank. Lightning Reflexes and Ruthless Efficiency. And then they can also take a Banner enchantment as well.
So I think so from a background perspective, these guys are like the kind of fanatic temple guys that follow the Dread Elf religions. So from a military perspective, these are like a bit like if you watch Game of Thrones, they're like the faith militant of the Dread Elves.
Have these guys gone to academy training and failed? Or?
Yeah. So in the Dread Elves kind of society,
yeah,
everyone goes through academy training.
Yeah.
And then when you finish the academy, you have a choice. You either join the legions, so you become a legionary, or you're going to go back to society and you do whatever commerce you want to work with. And then when you go back to society, you can become a Corsair, you can become a Temple Militant, you can kind of do a lot of different things. You can join the hunting lodge.
Yeah.
There's lots of different options you have. So these guys have gone through academy training and chosen like a religious path. Mm-hmm. So now they're part of the churches. So the Temple Militants, as we alluded to before, the dancers have been cut. Yeah. The Blades of Nab has been cut. So this is like a more generalist unit that can represent any of the different gods.
I think you should say. I mean, they've been molded into one unit.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not cuts. It's just one unit to replace 2, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And this was also a complexity thing, the Dread Elves.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to have too many infantry units in the book.
Yeah.
And too many infantry units doing a similar thing. So this was something that we debated a lot.
Yeah.
And came to this conclusion in the end.
It's infantry army, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same
and-
time, I think a lot of armies that have that theme, right, they suffer from the fact that they have many units to do the same thing. It's the same in
Yeah.
dwarves, right, where you have like a lot of units that are almost exactly the same except for one or two special rules, and it just kind of messes up.
Okay, and then we're also talking about two variants that did the same thing. Dancers were the most different out of all three of them. Yeah.
I mean, perhaps, but at the same time, there were elves with like an Aegis save.
Well, we basically had the option of combining dancers and blades of nab, or judicators and obsidian guard. And so basically,
you've added
from a
two
background
units.
perspective, we wanted to continue with the themes of the judicators and the obsidian guard more than we want to continue with the themes of the dancers and the blades of nab.
Henry, it's a complexity thing, but you've added two units.
Sorry?
You've added two units.
Okay.
So how's that a complexity thing? It's not a complexity thing. You've added two units.
But we were also told that we had to add units, as in like the beast kind of theme. We had to add them.
Yeah, you've added Beastmasters and Thunderheads.
Yeah, and that was something from the guidelines that we had to add.
Yep. So there. Why don't we just delete the Mist Leviathan for dancers then?
Well, that was a decision that was made by the task team.
Nah, I think it's completely lazy design, and I totally.
That's okay.
No, I do because the reason given was, dancers were better than Tower Guard and judges. So what? It's not as though MMU Dread Elves were dominating the meta and dancers were ridiculously OP. Dancers were better, sure, but they weren't dominating. So why delete them? And see when Highborn Elves and Sylvan Elves come out, see if dancers and Phoenix Guard aren't deleted. I'm going to absolutely lose my plot.
So can I try to add like without being part of a process at all, add like what I would assume be one of the explanations. So if you look at the dancers in the current Dread Elves book, it's like kind of a defensive elf unit because they add this like Aegis save in combat, right? And like the whole idea of this book, right, is that everything should be offensive. So when I look at this, like to me, without having played really any of the like versions, right? So I mean, of course, I don't know how it plays, but just looking at it from an aesthetics point of view, I understand why the dancers specifically were cut if you want to go for a more offensive type of infantry army.
Yeah, but Henry's just saying because they're too similar in roles. Well, judges and Tower Guard were the same role. They were both defensive ones. Dancers weren't. So these reasons, all these reasons that have been given, none of them make sense. And especially the complexity one, which is borderline offensive when you've added two different units. It's really annoying. See when you say complexity, you've added Beastbreakers, Thunderheads, and Mr. Leviathan. Like, don't fucking insult my intelligence.
I mean, to be honest, like you're very lucky that you got the Beastbreakers. Like it was you and a couple of guys that were really pushing this on the forum.
No, don't give me that shit. Beastbreakers.
Like it was added very late. Like you're very lucky that you got that.
They were added late for dancers. Oh, so one specific model companies. I don't have. My dancers aren't GW. My dancers don't have whips. So in fact, you've actually added a unit I need to buy models for. Will I still have?
So it's a bit of a shame, really, that you were arguing so much about it, and now you have to add another unit to your army.
Yeah, well, don't be stupid and make it based on one model. We're supposed to be model agnostic. No, the dancers thing is really annoying. It's so I can't even describe how annoying it is.
Yeah, but like I don't know. To me, do you think it fits to have an elf that's like super defensive and has this really high Aegis save? Like to me, as somebody who has only played against the previous Dread Elf book, like that was one of the most annoying units to face to me. Where like you have this unit, like this army that kills shit really easily, as Alex says, like it's good at killing, but then you have like a unit in the middle that just ignores half of its hits.
Right. Well, let's make them 4 up in the first round of combat, or let's make them 5 up all the time, or there's solutions here. They don't need to still be 4 up if that's what you don't want them to be that. You can change their design. You don't need to keep the 4
But
appendages.
I think from a task team point of view, it was basically like looking at the background and saying, look, this one unit
It's just
is
the background.
not a unit that really fits with what we're trying to do. And then when you kind of combine it with the +1 to wound from Ruthless Efficiency, it didn't really fit with the army that we wanted to make and with the guidelines that we were given.
Okay, cool. Change them into something else. They've all got paired weapons or great weapons or halberds or whatever. Just make them a pure berserker unit. They're all naked with a high offensive thing. Then
Yeah, I mean you can use your models as template militants, so it's not an issue really.
I don't really agree with what I've just said. I think they are the one unit in the book that could hold a charge. One unit and that would even help occultism actually be viable. Like this design of this book has killed occultism. So if you actually wanted to delete the familiar but kind of make occultism playable, just keep the dancers and just make them take a charge on turn 1. Give them the 4 pages first round of combat.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but from the design team perspective, it was just something that we couldn't fit in.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I don't really care. Like you guys, no offense, but only Noir played Dread Elves. You guys have came in with like I don't want to say like I don't. This is I don't know how to say this in the way I mean it. I totally don't mean a disrespectful attitude because you guys have actually been. I think you have probably been the best LAB team. I think you have been really good. I just think you don't have the kind of sympathy of one, the playstyle Dread Elves had, which we'll get onto later, and two, like just deleting this unit. Like I've got 40 models.
Yeah, I mean you can use them as temple militants. That's fine.
Yeah, but I've got 30 blades in app, so I've got 70 models for a unit that is basically with that design 0 to 1.
I mean, you can use 2 units. What's the problem?
No, you can not efficiently.
Why? I mean, you have one temple legate in each one. That's 60 models.
Okay, Henry. Okay, Henry. I'll play you, and you can use 2 temple militants, and I'll piss my pants.
So I think let's talk about this when we get to the end, right? Like if you talk about lists.
Yeah.
So let's just go through the units now. So now we've finished the core and we've gone into the specials. So the first special unit we got to talk about is the Obsidian Guard. So these guys are 10 models to start with, and you can add up to 15. And they have the defensive, offensive 6 and 2 attack space, as well as agility 6, and they come with heavy armor. They have academy training and they're scoring. They use a halberd, and the special rule that they add is Will of the Senate, which is basically Greybeards but with elves. So basically, any non-fleeing unit within 6 must reroll failed panic tests.
Yeah. So these guys are, from a background perspective, these guys are like basically the hand-picked guys from the academy.
Yeah.
So if you're basically like a crazy motherfucker and you're just like really enjoying killing puppies,
yeah,
you get picked to be in the Obsidian Guard. So basically, if you're the most ruthless of the ruthless and the killer of the killer, you're like, okay, this guy has promise.
Yeah,
he could go a long way. He's happy.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's not give him therapy. Let's give him this instead.
Yeah, exactly. So these guys are going to the Obsidian Guard, and when you graduate as an academy trained person in the Obsidian Guard, then you get basically drafted into like essentially like the Praetorians in the Roman Republic. Yeah. So you're like the elite guards of all the senators of the Republic.
An interesting question. Like the Praetorians in history, they were known for like killing emperors and putting out new emperors on the throne and stuff. Does this occur in Dread Elf Society as well?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I think the Dread Elves is more about like perceived power. So.
But the Praetorians were like a bodyguard.
Yeah, exactly. And like it was weird, right? Because like in history, the dynamic that happened was that the Praetorians were supposed to like protect the emperor, but they also had access to the emperor.
Yeah.
So when they didn't like the emperor because he didn't pay them enough, they were like, let's kill this one and elect a
Make
new
one. Yeah. So I think it's somewhere in between. So whereas where you have these Obsidian Guard, they're also like the guards of the Senate. They're not necessarily the guards of the Emperor because
so it's like
because there's no
inner circle.
Yeah, they're just kind of the elite guards that you might employ if you have enough money to, or if you're close enough in the inner circle of the Republic that you might use. And at the same time, they're also kind of drafted into the army. Like, okay, we have some serious business to take care of.
Business. Let's
send in some of the Obsidian Guard to do some damage in that respect. So they're not necessarily like a bodyguard of the like the politicians.
Yeah.
But they're more like a military unit associated with the Republic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for me, they're obviously like almost the same unit. You swap bodyguard, which is an MMU rule, for a small amount of unit rules, for an MSU rule. Shock. You also swap the hate spell synergy of having an alchemy master with reroll to wound hate spell. So for me, they're actually a wee bit worse than they were because you don't have double reroll to wound.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get the built-in +1 to wound now, right?
Yeah, but you had that anyway because you had an altar.
Yeah, sure.
I'm happy we don't have an altar.
I mean, like, don't even. But I think actually Oleron. I can't remember. It's been a while since I played Dread Elves. I think Oleron got the reroll ones anyway. So you had an altar plus the reroll ones. I think. Don't quote me on that.
I'm not sure either. But I think this unit, like as you say, it works with more MSU style because of the 6 inches panic bubble.
Yeah.
I mean, from a background perspective, this one is more like, okay, the Obsidian Guards are watching us, and the Obsidian Guards are going to report back to the Senate on the guys that ran away. So we need to fucking sort our shit out right now and not run away.
So performance-wise, they're worse because you can't get double reroll to wound, and they're no longer MMU. They're now MS.
Yeah, I think.
But they're also still really good. Like.
Oh no, I'm not saying they're not really good. I'm just saying they're way more MSU.
It's different. It's different. As we kind of talked about in the character section, like if you want to play no BSB, and I think that's a way that you can play the Dread Elves, especially with the Warlock being not a leader. This is a way of kind of mitigating that panic issue that you might have.
Yeah, as like Henry, you've seen me play MSU dwarves who are the greybeards and stuff. This is such a good drill for MSU.
Yeah,
it's so good.
I agree.
And I don't think this will stay in greybeards. And if it doesn't, I'll miss it so much. This is basically the rule that lets dwarves play MSU.
If I have my way, greybeards won't be a thing. So let's just see what happens.
Oh no. I already tried to I wrote one post where I tried to warn the dwarf community about this.
Here, Cass, me and you, we're going to have like a whip around for the dwarf book. Have like a whip around for core warriors. Like, our book's going to be destroyed if Henry has his way.
Everyone res 3.
Yeah, so I think dwarves are res 2. Well, what?
No, we're basically going to be 40 points per model skins.
So Dev's charge? That's worth 20 points.
The one thing I will say that's weird about this unit is the 0.3 per units per army. For me, that's weird. I don't know why you would limit an infantry unit to so small.
I don't know either. I think this is quite random.
When do you want to have 4 of these? Like,
yeah, like this is one thing that stood out. Like, even if you're playing MSU, your 3 units of 14 is fine.
I don't see when you would ever. I mean, maybe you want 4, but
I mean, okay, especially when we come to the next unit, I don't see why you would want 4 of the previous ones.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a big deal, really.
So the next unit is the Adjudicators. So this is what used to be the Dread Judges. And they have a 0 to 5 for some reason on their units. And then
Thanks for getting that early.
yeah, it's
I don't know when you would ever want 5
yeah,
of
like
these.
no.
Like-
Okay, the question is, when would you want 6? Like, what the fuck? 60 dudes, just 10-man units. So they have 10 base and they can add 20 moles. They're scoring as well. They have offensive, defensive 5, so that's like 1 less than the previous unit, and they have AP2 base. Actually, I didn't notice that before. That's insanely good. And they have agility 5, so they come with a great weapon and artistry of depth, so they're always +1 to wound. They also always come with fucking hatred and lightning reflexes, so they're AP4 base with +1 to wound and hatred.
Yeah.
So the base is strength 6, AP4.
Yeah.
That's something.
So basically 1 attack each with hatred.
Yeah.
Strength 5 +1 to wound. And AP4.
And AP4. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I can feel
And then we've got all the things from above with the like reroll ones, the battle focus.
Real ones, battle focus, if you want, like all these synergies.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But you can't have 6 units. 6 units is too many.
Yeah.
For me, I think Dread Judges at the time were a worse shout than Obsidian Guard. I think that's now flipped. I think Judges are the better shout.
I think it was always the Dread Judges were always compared to the Sword Masters in the Highborn Elf book, and they were like
I
Sword
think
Master.
problem-
But now they're kind of cool with their own thing. Like
The problem with Judges, I
Do you
think,
think
is
of a
the amount of attacks. You now have like ways to get around that, like more ways, and you don't have the double reroll to win with Obsidian Guard. So it's like you've got the battle focus item, which makes Judicators better, and you've not got the double reroll to wound, which makes Obsidian Guard worse. So now, not just through one unit, through both units changing, I think Judicators are now better.
Just because of the magic choices?
Magic choices and the extra bit of repeat is obviously really good.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is one of the only units in the game that has AP4 base.
Yeah, no, I think literally because 1 the magic and 2 some of the items, Judicators now jump Obsidian Guard, and it's not just because Judicators have got better; it's also because Obsidian Guard have got worse.
I think
like
if
the
you
changes.
if you take it in a bubble of like unit on unit, then yes. But I think if you're building an army, let's say you're building an MSU army, then maybe you probably want the Obsidian Guard more. But if you're building like an MMU army, then maybe you want the Judicators more because they kind of fit that role a bit better.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can give them Academy trained with a banner. I think that's a
Academy
huge
trained,
thing.
or you add a legate to it. But if you're running MSU, then you're not necessarily going to do that.
Sure.
But Henry, when was MSU Dread Elves ever a thing before this book?
I've seen it. The Polish ran it. I think at ETC and stuff. It was like
And it scored horribly. The shitty avoidance run that Lake took scored terribly.
But I mean, isn't the point of the book design to enable MSU?
Yeah, agreed.
So I mean, even if it wasn't a thing before, like the point is to try to make it a thing now.
So why are you taking a book and completely changing it?
I mean, that's the whole point of the LAB, isn't it?
That's the whole point of the Ninth Age.
Like, I mean, the LAB is supposed to change it from the fundaments, right?
No, but they're supposed to change designs, yeah. Are they supposed to completely change the playstyle? James is experiencing ID now. He doesn't want to play his ID anymore.
I think this is a discussion though for a different podcast, like where we talk about the fact that people don't like lab changes.
I'm now sitting here and not wanting to play my ID. James is sitting here not wanting to play his ID.
I think part of the Dread Elf army was intentionally to be able to play MSU as one of the playstyles, and I think what you're talking about here with, as we said, like the Obsidian Guard are more MSU playstyle, and the Judicators are more MMU playstyle. I think it gives you an option to play both ways.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I like the Judicators because before they were like, what was it? Multi-wounds 2 or Lethal Strike or something against?
Judicators for me weren't really. They were the third option out of the 3.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
but what had
like
they had
really,
like,
really though,
was it
like
multi-wounds 2 or something?
The problem was that they were called dread judges. And you couldn't play them.
And you couldn't really have a straight face while saying, "These are my dread judges."
Yeah, exactly. I
Like
accuse you. Meet me in court.
They were paying before for a stupid rule that didn't matter, like. And now they've got better stuff.
But now you have lawyers in the game.
Yeah.
You need to fight.
Oh man, I'm building up. I have to like finish my complete dwarf army collection, and then I can do the infernal dwarves. Like that's the next.
Is that the next step?
I don't know, but they have pyromancy, and I want to play pyromancy.
You can buy mine.
Oh man, if you strip it first for me.
Okay, so the next unit is the Dread Knights.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, it just means that I want to paint my own stuff, you know. It's absolutely nothing to do with anybody else's painting.
eBay pro painted though, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So the next use is the Dread Knights. So these are the Raptor Riders. So you can have 4 units in an army. So they start at 5 moles, and you can add 5 more. They have movement 7 to 14. They are scoring, and they have a scent of blood. So that's the thing that makes them charge 1 inch extra towards wounding things. They have a 2+ armor save. They have resilience 4 or resilience 3 rather, and offensive defensive 5. So the dudes on top, the knights, have 2 attacks each at agility 6 and offensive 5, and then the raptors have also 2 attacks each at offensive 3, and both of them are strength 4, AP 1. So the riders have ruthless efficiency, whereas the raptors have lethal strike. And the weapon options you can give them is a lance for 3 points or a great weapons for 6 points. So they end up being a bit more points if you give them weapon options, because they start out at 285. They can also take banner enchantments.
Just another unit with lightning reflexes, no big deal.
Yeah,
I was hating on you.
So I mean, this unit I think is one of the just from looking at nothing else in the book, like just on a standalone, I think this is one of the best units.
These were my favorite the whole way through playtest. I think I was the only playtester ran them constantly.
Hang on, James. You used to get them to advance 12, and it used to be 15 body. Outrageous.
Yeah.
So just to go back to the background from these guys, like the background of these is these like the kind of the nobles of the Dread Elves who are not necessarily like quite elite enough to be a character, but they ride raptors, and they're almost like a character. So they have 2 attacks. They have discipline 9, they have strength 4, and they have agility 6. So they're like slightly above the average elf, and they're rich enough that they can afford a raptor. Like a raptor egg is like super expensive thing to buy. So these guys are kind of almost the elite of the nobility. They don't go to the academy, but they're privately trained. So they have all the same kind of like strengths of the Dread Elves do have, but obviously that's why they don't have academy trained.
Okay.
And yeah, they can afford the heavy armor, they can afford the raptors. Yeah, so that's kind of the overall feel of this unit, and the great weapons and the lance kind of reflect that the weapon options that they have a lot more eliteness of the regular elves.
Yeah.
So Advance 7 March 14. That is an absolute lie, because you're going to be at least Advance 816. You're going to buy a banner speed, so you're going to be Advance 9. Then you're going to get Witchcraft, you're Advance 10. And this is the best unit in the book. 10 of them every time with a prince in the middle.
Yeah,
so, but do you go lance or do you go great weapon?
Lances, because you're just hitting, you're killing. Get out of there. You're not grinding.
Yeah, I think there's been too much forum talk that people are theorising all this shit without realising you're res 3. I think Lance, I totally agree with James. Every single time, Lance.
Yeah. Everyone's on about 5s with great weapons, and it's like, no.
You're on
10 with Lance.
So, like, from a UD perspective, like, I like a unit of 5 of these with great weapons can stand in front of any unit in the UD army and take a charge and do mutual annihilation. Like, you can stand in front of anything, like Shaptis, Cataphracts, anything, and like, sure, you'll lose your 5 res 3 wounds, but you also take like half of a unit of Shapti with you.
You think?
Yeah. Like, because, I mean, so this
not
unit,
sure.
5 of them or 6 of them, let's say 5, you have like 10 attacks on the dudes, hitting on freeze, wounding on freeze, or 2s, or whatever it is, right? Like, 2s maybe, even. And then you'll have 10 attacks from the Raptors as well, with Lethal Strike and Strength 4. And you'll hit before, so you won't take as many attacks back. Like, it's really good. Like, it's really. I mean, like,
go great weapons, it's 3s and 2s, but yeah.
Cass, I played 2 units of 5 against what's the guy that does Mad Get Radio, Andrew.
Yeah.
And he had 2 units of 15 like light infantry or whatever the EOS guys are called. And he couldn't shoot me turn 1 because he had turn 1. Turn 2, the charge position. I had 1 out of 10. 2 units shooting at each unit. So they're so RPS, like UD warriors and stuff. They're going to hate them. It's like War Empire and all that. They're just going to lift them off the table.
Yeah, like as soon as you can kill like res 3 2 up save guys, it's like doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
like you're playing VS, it's like toxic.
Yeah, I mean, I I can imagine like putting dwarf units with like string 4 AP 2 guns. Yeah. Like I get it, but I also think like I don't know if that to me is bad design or not. Like I'm not sure.
I think to me it's like good design.
Okay.
Because there's counters to it, but it's also good.
But
like I think it's bad design. I think it's too much. I agree with Cass on this one. Like James, do you remember I played 3 units of 10 and you turned up with what, like 12 Giselles, 2 toxic catapults and fucking 42 disciples?
I basically just tailored against it. Like
I got turn 1 and turn 2 I'd lost 30 Dread Knights.
Yeah,
that does not surprise me against that list.
Yeah.
It was a good list and bad luck. Like it
was almost as if I told them that's what I was playing.
Yeah, but then I put like I've run 10 Dread Knights or 12 Dread Knights because you used to be able to run 12 or 15 or whatever. Like
you used to be able to use 15 with a Beastmaster.
Yeah, and I used to like put them through everything like because you have so many attacks.
Yeah, but that was also
there's no rubber lance syndrome. It's so good.
That was when there were 3 up and 2 wounds as well, so you had a 30 wound block of.
But I ran them after that as well. Like
there was a point that they had 2 hit points.
Oh wow! Okay.
And 3
I didn't want to mention that because
so broken.
That was my like favorite iteration of these guys.
I ran them before that and after that as well. They're still good. These are the best unit in the game.
It was a 30-man unit with advanced 12 Swift Stride.
But they're still good now. I'd still put them through anything over Obsidian Guard. Like you can take 20 Obsidian Guard, or you can take 10 of them. Give me 10
the fact
of them.
that it's a discussion shows that they're good.
Yeah.
I would play them over Obsidian Guard any day.
Or Judicators, just because I know you hate Obsidian Guard and gotta go Judicators now. I would take 10 of them over 20 of any infantry in the book.
But I would take, at the current points, 10 wounds, 24 wounds. I'd probably take the Adjudicators.
You're shit at this game, though.
So I guess another question I have is like, is there a point to these being 0 to 4? Like, I mean, is there a point where you go like, I'd like to have 5 units?
Not really.
Yeah, so I think maybe some of these, like, I don't know if this is an option, but some of these like max units per army could be, you know, like dieted away from the army.
Yeah, I don't really know why. I think they're more arbitrary than anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there's a weird thing where you can fill your core with fast cav. We'll see later on. But you can fill the core with fast cav and then have all like 5s of scoring knights and have like a fully mounted weird army.
Yeah.
Which is probably not.
I had a list where I filled it with 8s of dark riders because the ones without crossbows don't count towards the shoot.
What do you mean, Fraz? Not dark riders?
Oh, what's that?
Fuck off. What they called now? Shadow
riders.
Shadow jobbies. So I had 4 units of the light cav and core, and then I had like loads of units of. I think there was like 3 units of 8, and then a few other units because it was 0 to 6, I think, at the start. And you could fill it out with all these units. So you put the units of 8 into something, lose them, and then the unit of 5 would mop up.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe there's some kind of too much.
I think the Adjudicators and the Obsidian Guard are just complete fucking guesswork. But I think this one makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, let's go to the Raptor Chariot. So the Raptor Chariot is 200 points, and you got 3 of them in your army. As Advanced and March 7 is Swift Ride base and has Scent of Blood, so that's the extra charge thing. It has 4 HP and defensive offensive 5, and then it has a 3+.
Basically it's the same as before. The only change is the resilience. It's gone down to 4, and the number of units that you can have per army is gone down to 3.
Did it have 8 attacks before as well?
The Raptors have gone up 1 attack.
Yeah, so it's basically it has 2 crew and 2 Raptors, and both of them have 2 attacks each.
Yeah.
And
so
the crew
increase a bit of attacks as well, and otherwise reduce resilience and reduce number of units per army.
Yeah.
I'm going to absolutely shock everyone listening and say I fucking hate them.
I mean,
I
don't know.
Why I hate them? Because, okay, they're really good and they do deal damage in the weaker units, but one of the worst things in this game can happen is like losing combat in your turn and giving somebody a free reform in your turn. That unit does it every single time.
You think?
Yeah.
But I think it's pretty similar to most other chariots now.
Yeah. No, they're not. Every other fucking remember Henry that when did we last play? I had all the Res 5 3 up and 2 up chariots.
Yeah, and how well did that do for you?
Oh well, you played fucking Avoidance Makar, and I had no ranged because I took no magic. But these are bad chariots. These are worse.
I think for the price point, they're really good.
Like, to me, I looked at this and I'm like,
8 attacks.
It's only 200 points. They put out 8 attacks.
Even if you get charged,
there's
like
still strength 5. Like, it's really good.
I would rather the current chariot. I'd rather lose the 2 crew attacks, gain res 5, and not die the turn I charge, and die in their turn. Dying in your turn is just so bad.
Well, don't charge something that you're going to get killed.
Yeah, but I mean, it's only 200 points. Basically a champion. I mean.
Yeah, but Judicators are 200 points for 10 also.
Thank you.
It's a little different.
But impact hits is like the king of the game.
Yeah.
You get one roll of impact hits to counter the balance.
See, for example, I charge two Raptor chariots in a unit. 1 fails. I've got 4 wounds, res 4, 3 up. I've got 1 roll at d6 plus 1. I roll a 2. I'm giving you a free reform for 3 strength 5 impact hits.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna play something that rolls 1 die for
you
impact hits,
you could also roll a 6.
Yeah, it's like
I get 7 impact hits and 8 attacks.
This
and
is
all
like,
the bullshit.
Yeah, like how I play the game is like I'm gonna play casino with my page. It's like, okay, so can I roll a 6? Like I'm gonna take that unit. So like,
is the chance of rolling a 6 worth giving somebody a reform in your turn? No.
Maybe for 200 points.
No, the only time I've used these, and the only time I've actually found them to be actually really quite good, is sees a kind of Spanish style folding flank. You put 2 of them on a flank that you want to lose, and you just reverse 7 inches every fucking turn, and then lose them in turn 5.
But I don't really see how it's that much different from being res 5.
Because currently you can charge, you win in a charge, you don't die, you die in their turn. You don't give them a free reform.
But does res 5 really do that much to it?
Yeah. If you put them into 5-wide infantry, yeah, definitely does. Or if you put them into, you put 2 of them into, like, so the Merc Vets thing earlier, I told you about. Like, if I put 1 res 5 in each corner, maybe one of them survives, and I've just killed that full Merc Vet unit.
But maybe that's bad design, because for 400 points you're killing an 800 point unit.
No, because of how the H spell was. The H spell has now changed. But if you don't put, I genuinely think I would rather, for 2 attacks at strength, effectively 7. I would much rather have res 5 for the sake of 2 attacks.
I think res is probably the most valuable stat, so you're probably right. But I think this is more balanced.
Probably the other week. The most valuable stat. It's a direct quote from you the other week.
So I mean I like the idea of this design more, just because like I don't like the idea of having a chariot that does all the damage on the charge, but then also stays. Like it's kind of wait, let me just finish. Like this is the kind of the same problem as you have with a lot of cavalry currently, is that they have all the lances and all this shit, so they do all the damage on the charge, but then they have 1+ save in the next turn, so they also grind, and that like leaves a lot of design problems, right, and how you price them and so on. Like if you have something that does all the damage on the charge, like this thing, but it's also very fragile, that lets it be in a more reasonable price range, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. But at the end of the day, chariots are 4 wounds. So even now in a res 5, they still die on the second turn, which is at least in your opponent's turn, and you're not giving them a free reform in your turn. Giving somebody...
I think you're just going to charge the right things.
Yeah, just don't charge like an idiot. Whereas if it was res 5, you can just charge whatever you want.
So that's where I get back to my point. Is they're literally only good on a folding flank now. And even then, if they get put under even the slightest bit of range pressure, they're going to crumble.
I mean, that's how a chariot probably should work.
I don't like them.
Like I agree with James. I think this is like more in line with how they should work, rather than just having kind of any old unit that you can just charge into and be like, it's gonna be fine.
It's cheaper and more disposable. The old lists with the 6 like res 5 ones was cheaper.
They're not cheaper. They aren't cheaper.
How much is an old one?
They were 190. I think they're 200 now.
Oh, well, then they're fucking stupid. Like.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they were too cheap before.
Yeah, the old ones.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't it like one of the things that was always spammed?
Yeah, four chariots in every list.
Yeah, it's fucking worst to play against.
Hate to play against that.
Yeah,
I think it's more fair.
As a general rule, I think pretty much all chariots in the game are probably underpriced. But
yeah,
so maybe this one is on the right line.
Yeah, like maybe we should view it also from the perspective that like if you have impact hits, then maybe you should have a little bit less rest so you can't stay, right?
Yeah, but they are worse.
I'm not saying that they're not worse, but they're more balanced.
Right, and then okay, you've already done me out of 40 dancers. Now you're doing me out another raptor chariot now. Cheers.
Oh.
Okay, so the next unit we have to look at is the harpies. So
before we start that one, I'm just gonna I'm gonna bow out now, guys. I gotta wake up and take care of my kid tomorrow. So
okay.
It is like 2 a.m. here, so no stress.
Yeah.
Good luck, dude.
Yeah. But thanks for the call, and good luck on finishing it.
See
it. Okay, so the harpies are base 8 moles, and you can add only 4 extra, and you get 3 units in the army. So they move 5-10 on the ground and 10-18 on in the air, and they have scent of blood and skirmishers and hard targets. So I guess they're similar to before, but they added this.
There's quite a few changes to this unit, like very nuanced changes. So they have strength 4 this time, which is slightly better. Obviously the 8 models is quite a maybe Fraz would call it a contentious issue.
Yeah, because you have to add, if you're a Dreaded player, you suddenly, if you have 10 for 2 units of 5 previously, you have to add some or just play 1 unit, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, Cass, I have 10 right now. I got 10, 6 or 5, I don't even know because I've never played Warhammer, but I got 10 of the old metal ones. Right, they go for like £12 pop.
Yeah, but they're also the shittest malls. Like, shouldn't you be able to you can find some booby ones to buy?
Yeah, there's so many.
Mantic sells like 8 or 10 for like a $5 basically.
And then I've got to find 6 models that fit my army, and it's going to cost me fucking however much.
Or you could sell your 10, make £120.
Yeah,
I want 10% now as well for coming up to that idea.
It's alright.
I want my cut
James
back.
is like the capitalist. It's like, no, James, don't get too English. Come on.
It's like the voice of reason. Just sell your own 10 hobbies for 120 quid. Then buy like an Avatar War unit for 30, and then you get 90 quid, and you have the 10 hobbies. Such a voice of reason.
James, I'll tell you what, the next ETG, the money I make on that is going to all of our tequila.
90 quid worth of tequila. Luxembourg.
Yeah,
probably
man.
only 5 tequilas.
Oh,
It's
man.
fine.
I'm looking forward to it so bad. And we'll all be in fucking Irish onesies as well.
Cass, you don't even remember us like in Serbia without £90 worth of tequila.
It'll be good.
In fairness, £90 Luxembourg is probably a drink each. Like.
Yeah.
It's like the leg of a prostitute.
Like, I'm saving money already. Like, we'll make a little fund each, like in your savings account.
£1 per month.
Yeah.
The next 2 years of Corona before it gets.
Everyone starts selling their valuable models now.
I tell you what, I'm going to Luxembourg next year, whether ETC's happening or not.
I'll join you. I've got flights.
Fuck it, we're going. It's a date.
Yeah, wherever.
All right. So harpies, Fraz. What's your opinion?
I just don't. I'm glad they're down to 160 points per model.
I fought that so hard for you.
I mean,
I
I'm
fought
now.
that so hard for you, dude.
Like, were they more expensive? Or?
Yeah, they were like 180.
Yeah, I'm gonna thank you for that, and I'm gonna thank you a lot for fucking fighting the tall rule, where they could take one pyro hit and just disappear.
Wait, why the fuck were they tall?
Oh, so they could charge war machines.
So they can charge over stuff.
Okay.
Oh, even
They
though
used to have this rule though where they could like pick up
on average they
four to their charge
they
against
actually
them.
never killed a war machine, but apparently you wanted to charge them.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I think maybe defensive skill is going to get a boost in the final version of this book.
I think it was to pin things as well, wasn't it? It wasn't
Just as a side
to kill them, it was to pin things.
I charged eight harpies into a single goblin chariot, lost combat and broke in my turn. You don't want to charge these guys into fucking anything.
That sounds like your fault.
No, but Smith and Henry were telling me, they're really good on the charge. I was like, I can't wait to put this in the PT report where I fail miserably.
To be honest, they used to have like advanced 12 on the charge, so it's a little bit different to what it is now.
Yeah, that's when they were good then, I thought.
They're not supposed to fucking fight. They're supposed to flap about and stand in the way.
No, it was only on the charge against shooting units or something.
Cass, exactly.
It was a weird, like...
Who gives a fuck about these special rules? They're just there to die.
Yeah.
I will, though, I'd like to say the team have done a good thing, where they took out a lot of rules bloats. They took out that thing with the charge and the units,
really like
and they took out the weird thing where you blocked line of sight.
They had all these special rules because harpies weren't supposed to be pure chaff, and it was just a total nonsense.
They just bloat for the sake of bloat, and they took it out.
It was total bloat.
So now you're happy that they're 160 points and you can just play
No,
them?
I'm not happy. I still think they're very overpriced. I'm happier. I'm not. The one thing I really hate is I hate there are 8 models. 8 models makes no difference from 5 models, apart from against a less experienced player where you can chaff 3 units.
I think you should just give me your harpies, and then everyone's happy.
Is that you're selling your arse to the British Crown already?
Yeah.
Right, Gorgons then.
Yeah, let's do Gorgons.
So Gorgons, I think these are one of the best units in the whole book.
So these are quite interesting. So you can have, they start at 1 mole, and you can add 2 more. But you can have maximum 3 moles per army, or 2 units. So like 2 units of 1 or 1 plus 2.
So you can have 3, or you can in 1 unit.
Yeah.
You can have 2 times 1.
Yeah.
Or you can have 1 and a 2.
Yeah.
Or you can have a 2
2 and a 1. That's the same, Henry.
It's the same. Well, I didn't say. I was saying 52.
They're large ball. They're large dudes, like large beasts on a 40mm base, and he moves 7-14. Okay, and they're 3 HP and like strength rest 4. They have a 5+ ages. They have 4 attacks each at the guilty 5.
4?
Yeah, 4. And strength 4. They come with Fear, Fearless, Strider, and Supernal, so they're not going to flee. They have Lightning Reflexes and Ruthless Efficiency, and then they have their special rule, which is called Petrifying Stare. And we went through this before, but it's an attack on initiative step 10, and for every model, you get 2 hits against somebody in base contact with AP 10, and it wounds on a 4+ against standard, 5+ against large, and 6+ against gigantic.
So yeah, the background to the Gorgons is that the cult of Yema have some kind of affiliation with the Gorgons.
Okay.
So Yema as the god, like their image is like the Gorgon. So there might be a chosen elf from the cult of Yema that gets chosen to become like an avatar of the god Yema. So they'll make some kind of demonic pact with the god, and as a result, the elf will become a Gorgon.
Is this like the only way you can create Gorgons?
This is the only way you can create Gorgons. So it's very, very rare.
So
which
like
is
all
why,
the Gorgons used to be elves, basically.
Yeah, which is why, firstly, they're very limited in the army. And secondly, is why they have lightning reflexes, is why they have ruthless efficiency. So they are an elf, but they've become a Gorgon in their like kind of cult.
Yeah.
This is the same as the Infernal Dwarf and Toruk background, though.
Yeah.
Kinda. It's like, oh, he was a dwarf, and now he's a dwarf with 4 legs.
He was a dwarf elf, and now he's a snake elf.
Basically,
yeah.
Basically, bestiality is rife in Nice Age.
I mean, like, Henry is from Denmark, so...
Yeah, bestiality in Denmark is legal, so, you know, so it is.
Oh no, I didn't shag the bull. The god made me the bull. This unit is, for me, I'm probably just going to say bananas. This unit is like either the best unit of the battle or the worst unit of the battle. Because see if you take
quite
3...
RPS, right?
Yeah, if you take 3, they're dead turn 1, or... I've one-shotted a Doomlord and a Bacon unit, like before the guy swung. Like this unit is
is it the Petrifying Stare, or like what is it that makes it?
It's like 4 attack, strength 5 +1 to wound.
You're 12.
No, it can't be stomped.
Yeah, you can get Halberd. I guess it's important.
Yeah, so you take the Halberd, right? So this is. I was surprised they were attack 4, but I remember now. You get 12 attacks. You hit on 2s. So you get 10 hits. So you're then wounding on 4s at AP2. So on top of that, all you need to do is roll 1 or 2 6s out of 6. I'd have one shot.
I think these guys are really good. I like the way as well they can take them 1s, 2s, 3s, whatever way you want.
Yeah,
there's nice flexibility, so they can be like chaff, they can be like
I really like the versatility of this unit. Like every time I'm going to take at least 1 in my army, because I think just as a chaff unit they're really versatile.
Yeah.
Why is it not a Medusa anymore though?
You
What's wrong with Medusas?
Medusa is a specific Gorgon.
Is it?
Yeah, Medusa is like a personified Gorgon. So it's like let's say like Hercules is a human, and Medusa is a Gorgon.
Right. And then my other question is...
I would rather you call me Hercules than a human, to be fair.
Sorry?
I'd rather you called me Hercules than a human, to be fair.
Well, unfortunately, Fraz, you're too small to be Hercules.
I was waiting on that.
There's a distinct lack of like nudity and tits and stuff in this whole book.
Where's the
So we've
tits?
lost
Henry,
Medusas,
where's the
like
tit?
we've lost the dancers, we've lost the witch elves. Like, where's the tits?
You can model your gorgons with tits. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nah, but I want it to be in the rules. Like,
Sorry, I seen the 2 years.
You want it to be in the rules. You can breastfeed from the gorgons for +1 to wound.
Can be units with instincts.
it's 50-50 on a one you die. Like, it just kind of, you don't know how it's going to go. You just different things happen, but that's it.
I think this unit is really good or really shit. It's like so RPS when you take them in threes.
Yeah, I think the way to go is to take one or to take 2 singles. And
I think you take 1 or 3 for me. I think you take 1 or 3.
Okay.
It's just a bit expensive for 3 though.
Yeah, like they're really expensive actually. Like if the first one is 160 points, and then you add like each one you add is 125.
Well, you're probably going to take halberds.
Yeah,
Let's face
so-
it. So 175.
To be fair, you get 3 for 390 with halberds, and you used to be able to like one-shot behemoths and one-shot taurosaurs and all that.
And now it's
Yeah.
like 460 or something.
Yeah, it's like, are you gonna take 3 of these for 460? or
Yeah,
something?
there is. To be fair, since all the playtesting reports were, all of them said they were really strong. They have went up like 70 points per unit or something.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. Hard for me to tell how they are now, but when they were 390, they were just like, take 3 of them, definitely put them on a flank.
Yeah, like as they are now, I don't see like I think it's too many points to take for you currently.
Yeah.
It's like as you say, if it's rock paper scissors, you don't want to put 500 points into that in case you're not going to use it, right?
Yeah, I suppose I'm thinking of them when they were 390 in the last playtesting update, and they were just like so good, just so good.
Okay, so let's move on to the next unit.
Yeah, so now we have a completely new unit.
Yes.
So this is the Thunder Pack.
This was one of my designs.
Oh, okay. So they're 3 moles to start with, and you can add 3 more. It's a beast on a 4x60, so slightly weird, like a Monster's Cav almost base. And it's a 5-10 in movement with light troops and scent of blood again, so they charge a little bit further. They have 3 HP each, defensive and offensive 3, resilience and strength 5. They have a 5+ save. They have 2 attacks each at strength 5 and AP 2. They only strike at agility 2. They have a devastating charge of +1 strength and +1 AP, as well as terror, which is interesting because I guess terror only affects stuff when you charge anyway.
Yeah.
And they're harnessed, and they have impact hits D3 as well. And each model, as I understand it, comes with 2 Lash Masters, which are elves with 1 attack each as well.
Yeah. So this was one of the units that we were kind of requested to add like a bit more to the Beast Master theme of the army. So this was something that we added as a result of that. We played around with a lot of different kind of combined units with like beasts and elves like combined, and I think this was like a simplified version. Like just put the beast and the elves on one base.
Yeah.
And just make it a bit more of a simple unit.
I think that's a good idea. Like you don't want to have different types of models.
So this made more sense from that perspective. Interestingly, the devastating charge, strength and AP, and terror. Well, the strength and AP actually doesn't affect the impact hit, which is maybe something to consider.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Just the way that the rules work. But I like this unit. I would have preferred it to be advanced 6 than advanced 5.
Yeah, it's pretty slow. I mean, sure, you have the +1 inch because of the scent of blood, probably. But
but at the same time, that was not my choice. I would have preferred it to be a little bit weird. Faster. But that's like, how it is. So
the academy trained units are faster, really, on the charge. Like it's a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, I've used this unit a little bit in playtesting, and I found that it works quite well when you're like zoning a flank off. If you want to protect yourself from on one side, like a lot of units don't really want to walk up to some impact hits, and and some Resilience 5
Yes,
troops.
it's almost a little bit like Wing Reapers in that sense, where Wing Reapers are also like kind of slow. They're a little bit faster than this, but they're kind of slow, and like hard hitting. But you can kind of zone with them in a sense.
I mean, it synergizes well with Witchcraft. You can kind of boost them a bit, and how about you guys? Have you used these in playtesting?
I used them once. The best I've seen with them was the time me and you played the demo game with the ID and the Dread Elves and you used them against me.
Yeah.
But they're good. They're not my cup of tea. They're not like the usual thing I'd use. We can talk maybe at the end about my list and stuff, but like I was all about the Dread Knights, the Militants, the Hydras, stuff like that. So these guys never really got too much. I played them twice, I think. They were fine, but they're just not my cup of tea. I'm not sure if I'm keen on the whole mixing, like having the herder guys back in the units. Any games I've played, they haven't seemed to done a whole lot. Like, there's no harm having them there, but it feels kind of like just like 2 pointless rolls you have to make. Like,
yeah, I agree. I feel like if the Lashmasters were AP1, it might make a bit more difference.
Or if they just took like 20 points off the unit and got rid of them, I'd like, yeah, that's fine. Like, just they're no loss. Like.
I think it's more like the imagery. They need to be kind of controlled by the elves in some way.
Oh no, I get it's for a thing, and it's the same with the monsters later on. But I just think like from a like purely rules point of view, so I like that. Yeah, like when we're standing at ETC next year and someone's rolling their Lashmaster attacks, I'd be like, oh for fuck, like just do it, like, get out of the way. Like,
it's still plus one to win in the first round.
It is, but
I think you could just make them on 40 by 40 bases and let somebody model 2 models on the center guy or something.
Well, I would probably go in the other direction and just try to make the Lashmasters more impactful.
Yeah,
because like I think I agree with you in the sense that if I as a hobbyist I'm gonna spend all that extra money to find, if I have a unit of 6 of these guys, I have to find 12 Lashmasters if I want to be like really complete.
Yeah.
That's like I mean that could be like a significant amount of extra money to find all those dudes.
Yeah.
Then they should.
I get
have
that.
some
I just think at the minute they're a token,
game,
like absolutely. At the minute they're just kind of like a token thing to the hobbyists or whatever. Yeah, but I think they either need to do something or get out. Like
I think me and you obviously look at it a different way. I'm looking at it from a rules way. You're looking at it from I actually want to model these guys, whereas I would just go, well, put fucking 3 40 by 40 things on. I wouldn't even bother modeling them. I think that's a totally fair point. I hadn't really looked at it that way before. I think, maybe make the Lashmasters, because you're only 2 attacks, aren't you? So, making the Lashmasters.
For me, I would make them AP1.
Yeah, AP1, strength 4, whatever it is, right? Like
Cass, you've changed my mind. Well done.
Woo!
So
that's a win.
Fraz, what's your overall opinion of this unit? Because I know you're a bit on the fence with them.
I think they're okay. They're not interesting enough for me to take, but I think they're again another unit that are good to fold a flank. I think these are a bit of a weird addition when you've already got chariots and but whatever. They don't affect me unless answers deleted for them, then I hate them.
Yeah, I can definitely agree that they kind of fulfill a similar role to chariots, but at the same time I think it's a little different. Just because, well, firstly because of resilience. Obviously they're have higher resilience than the chariots, so they're a little bit more durable on the flanks. But otherwise, I do agree. But at the same time, they kind of fit that Beastmaster theme.
Yeah, I get it. I just don't think they actually, when you have chariots, I think they're adding really anything. I don't think they're bad either. I just kind of nothing them. I don't know. I don't think they're good. I don't think they're bad. They just kind of make literally no difference to me.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm just kind of like, they're there and they're fine, and like they're not going to break the game. They're not going to like ruin the game. They're just there. If someone wants to like.
Yeah, I'm not going to get angry over them.
What's the crack with their background? What kind of an animal are they, or what? Like,
so
are they like
raptors,
the way or are they?
Actually, this was one of my weird ideas. So what I wanted to look at when I like kind of came up with the idea for this was, okay, like what animals were on the North American plains? Because obviously that's where Selexia is kind of.
Bison.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, bison. I was like, well, okay, this is kind of a beast that's famous to be on the North American plains. So I was like, okay, well, let's think a little bit more deeper into this. I was like, well, what was in the North American plains in like a prehistoric period? And there was this animal that's been named the Toxodon. And the Toxodon was like the preliminary name for the Thunder Beast. Casimir's just quickly Googling it for
trying to see what it
himself.
looks like.
So it essentially looks like a rhino with a tail, without like a massive horn. So it's kind of like a four-legged beast.
He's a poke.
Yeah,
Come
like a little bit like a big wombat or something. So like a kind of heavy-ish rhino minus the horn, but with a longer tail. And that was kind of
it's a giant beaver, like.
Yeah, basically, like the inspiration behind this. So it's anything that can basically like run over you, but maybe is not so dangerous that needs like multiple attacks.
I'm so happy it's turned out to be a giant beaver, right? Because they're crying that it's a cow and that they hate the fact that it's a cow and it's stupid that it's a giant cow that like hurts people. So I cannot wait for them to find out it's a giant beaver.
Is a beaver better?
Yeah,
so that's going to be so good. And it's like, don't worry, guys, it's not a cow.
It's a giant beaver. Yeah.
Nice.
I can see it on Wikipedia here now. It's got up to one shoulder, apparently.
Oh, you're
pretty big. But
I need to join the crew.
yeah, it's on Wikipedia there. Scroll down to the bottom. There's a picture of it.
All right.
I've never heard of that.
So the next unit is the Warlock Acolytes.
Yeah, so these are some fast cav dudes and
Fast cav?
light troops.
Come on.
Okay, I'm drinking.
Yes.
Fast cab's just a generalization for a
No,
unit. That's
no.
fine.
So,
Don't let him off. Don't let him off.
I have my drink, man. I have my drink.
No way, James. That's you drinking as well, man. That's two. He's down.
No, I'm not saying don't drink. I'm just saying fast cav is like the way you'd say heavy cav.
No. Come on.
I mean, James, just pretend it's CTC. I was taking a tequila again.
You can fuck off. If I hear you say that on BTC, next round's on you.
I remember you literally shot it out of tequila last time we were at ETC.
So they start at 5 moles, so you can add 7 more. You can have 2 units in your army. They're a wizard conclave, and they have 5+ Aegis base and a 5+ save. Then they have a rule called warding amulets. This means that they gain +1 Aegis to max of 3+ for every non-attribute spell that's cast on them. They also have Blades of Darag, which has a similar effect, right, where they get boosted strength if they get spells cast on them. And then they have like a normal elven horse with a 9/18 in movement to ride on. Then the spells they get to select if they take a champion, which costs like a fucking shit ton of points. They get to take a Perception of Strength, Hand of Glory, Twisted Effigy, which does...
it's
minus to cast and can't shoot.
Okay. And then the attribute, the hereditary spell, which is the you hit yourself spell. So they cost base 210 currently, and if you take the champion, they're up to 330, which is very expensive, I have to say.
Yeah, but only 30 points per model for extras.
Yeah.
So the background of this unit is that the acolytes, obviously, the warlocks are these kind of contentious figures in Dread Elf society.
Are they like similar to the warlock outcasts?
So as I said, like the warlocks themselves are like these contentious figures. So the acolytes themselves are what we describe in the background as double agents. So where the warlocks are these outcasts who are kind of living on their own in the like maybe in their own tower in the in like the American West. Let's say
In the gold rush.
Yeah, exactly. The acolytes are kind of these wizards who are drawn to the warlocks, who want to learn from them.
Yeah.
But at the same time are kind of sponsored by the state to kind of look out for the warlocks and see what they're up to. So while the warlocks understand that they're probably spying on them for power, they also want to teach them because they can also help them in their studies. So this kind of dichotomy of relationship between the warlocks and the state. So the warlocks are these kind of outcast figures who are very, very powerful spellcasters, and the state that thinks the warlocks are very powerful spellcasters, but also shun them in some way in society. They don't want them to be a part of their society.
Yeah.
But they also wanna like check on them and see what they're doing.
Yeah.
But also they don't want them to be part of society. So these acolytes are kind of the middle people between the two.
Okay.
And so that they're both double agents spying on the warlocks, but also learning from the warlocks.
Can they become like the proper?
Yeah,
warlock?
then they can become proper warlocks if they gain enough power. Yeah.
That's super complex. I thought it was going to be like, after you explained the warlock earlier, and I was like, right, he's kind of like the weird guy that like
He's a warlock.
lives on his own. So I was like, the acolytes are going to be like the weird emo kids that couldn't get along in academy and decided like, oh, I hate everyone, I hate my mom and dad, and I'm gonna fuck off into the woods and learn spells and shit.
So like what we learned is that the warlock acolytes is like the FBI basically.
Yeah.
And like the warlocks are like the weird radical leftist organizations, and they're like, we can't, we can't. But
yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Sound.
So I think that I haven't really kind of worked out this unit yet, even though this was kind of my design.
When
I don't
would
really
you use it? Like I looked at this and I was like, just don't know when this. Like, what's the point?
There's a couple of ways that you use this. So in my mind, 210 points.
Yeah.
For a unit of chaff is okay.
With the 5+ ages,
Is okay, right?
Yeah.
So
you can get that for 160 though in Harpies. Why would you buy chaff?
Because they're 5 up ages.
Yeah, and they're like
and they can fight a lot better than harpies.
Yeah.
It's chaff that's gonna die.
So you can also pump them full of magic. Like let's say, for example, you have like divination or whatever, and you just give them like reroll to hit. So you give them reroll to hit. That makes them strength 5 plus 1 to wound.
Yeah, they're fucking something.
Reroll to hit 4 plus ages for 210 points.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So these guys are like high potential chaff unit in my mind.
Yeah.
For me, this unit's, I agree with you. I've not quite worked them out either. I think what really you want to take this as is a supplement to your magic phase.
Yeah.
I don't think they do that.
Yeah.
I think 5 of these guys, especially when you get them to 330 points, aren't worth it as a supplement to your magic phase. They're so easy to die. It's not worth it. But I think these guys, see, when you take them in units of 10 with a champion, they're actually quite good. If you take the Hand of Glory and Perception of Strength or something like that, they're actually quite a good. I mean, they're not amazing, but they're quite a good wee fighting unit. I put these into the flank of an Exalted Herald and put it down to 1 wound, the exchange of this unit, and then just mopped it up. I mean, this unit, once you get, like you say, you put Perception of Strength, you're like Strength 6 AP2, or you put you've got your Div Adept, you've got reroll to hit, Divine Attacks. They can become quite good at fighting.
Yeah,
but
yeah, exactly.
I would take them at 10 or nothing. The units of 5, I think, are a waste.
Yeah. What I was thinking was the only time you'd use them was if you, say, wanted to go main character. So you take a general Temple Legate, a BSB Temple Legate, and you're like, right, I have 4 spells, 2 adepts. But you need something else. Now I'll go Conclave for my third.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's like the other way that you can use them. You can just use them as like a complementary thing for your magic phase. Like maybe you don't want to go full Warlock on them on your magic phase, so maybe you want a couple of the good spells, so you just choose this.
I played against that quite a few times. Like the effectively triple adept type setup. And every single time I played dwarfs or anything with shooting against this unit, because you've got 5 of them and 2 adepts, they literally only have Twisted Effigy, and then they can't come in within 30 inches. So you've got a unit that literally just gives you Twisted Effigy.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like it's probably
So-
not the best
so-
approach, but like that's kind of where I was looking at them from. Was like you take
can
10 of
look
them
at-
with that,
Yeah.
and then
You can look at them from the triple adept thing, but they're way too glass cannon.
they have gotten buffs. In fairness, at the start of playtesting, they were shit. What had they, like a
They were
6-up Aegis, and like
pages for the same rules.
yeah, and it was like all right, it was 6-up Aegis, and the thing is like, oh no, you're dead. Like
They were
Just-
terrible.
yeah. So they have listened to feedback and improved them. So
Oh,
hopefully they'll
yeah.
keep going towards somewhere that they're a nice balance.
Yeah,
I think Wizard Conclave units are weird though in the game in general, aren't they? They're a bit
these
like
guys are the Warlock acolytes. Is the Warlock just like lost his amulet?
yeah.
Just keeping it for him.
Is he just like put it in the bin by accident or something?
I agree.
It's obviously
I was
an
asked for it,
FBI
but
thing.
no.
No, maybe it's what the FBI wear to keep the warlocks' badness away from them. Is it?
Yeah.
But when you get promoted to actual
I-
warlock, you lose it.
I guess they.
Well,
I mean, they
is it not
also
corrupted to a
they also
warlock?
lost any blasting potential, right? Like before, like way. I mean, I remember this decent F edition, and then like the whole point of them was that they had all the magic missiles to shoot,
Yeah,
and now there's
exactly.
just nothing like that.
Yeah, for me, this change is something that makes witchcraft worse, because you could take a witchcraft, or I regularly take a witchcraft master with a Yima warlock, or I can't remember what they're called now. I think they're just called dark acolytes. Yima dark acolytes. You can take 2 of Grave Calls, Pentagram of Pain, and the Toxic Breath Weapon. So it makes your witchcraft master better, because you've got this. They're moving. They're March 20 because they're Yuma Strider, and you're blasting out like Grave Calls, Pentagram of Pain, or Toxic Breath Weapon every turn.
I don't know. I think Twisted Effigy and Hand of Glory are 2 of the best spells in the game.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you don't with your witchcraft master, it energizes worse.
I just think it's different, and I think
Yeah, it's different, but I'm just saying this is another thing why I think the magic, and this is another reason why I think the Warlock is just worse.
I think the project needs to rework the whole Wizard Conclave thing. I think it doesn't
maybe.
work as it is for most units, like Briar Maidens and these guys.
I think to me maybe like a way to do it would be to reduce it so Wizard Conclaves only choose 1 spell, and then they're cheaper, because currently like you pay so much fucking points that like when you look at it you're like, this is so many points for this unit, like is it really worth it? Like maybe it's easier if it's just 1 spell and it's a little bit
I
cheaper.
agree. It should be more of a throwaway thing, like
Yeah.
buying a bounce spell kind of for a unit, but just buy 70 points, he gets 1 spell.
you get channel 1, right?
I don't know if you do.
You get channel 1.
Yeah, I guess.
You count, if you're a conclave, you count as an adept.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get that
I
it's good,
still
but
think
it's
it's
more like
expensive.
you have like a mage that has a foot crit of like 100 times 50.
The problem I found with these guys is you don't want to lose the channel 1. You can't go within 30 inches of shooting, so you're literally just paying like 350 points for channel 1 and Twisted Effigy in some matchups,
Yeah.
because you can't get them.
But you don't think you can like hang around the
I think though,
side,
just
the
in general,
sides
the
and
project should
flanks?
look at the conclaves.
No, because no, I've played against these with dwarfs and I've taken them off in a turn. Like,
Yeah,
Pew, pew,
but
pew, pew,
that's
pew,
just
pew,
that's
pew,
just
pew.
dwarves, though.
no, but
it's so
it's
good.
no, but it's like even like with dwarfs, you still get the -1 to hit because they're probably behind an improvement, blah blah blah. And you just take them off, and it's like 350, 360 points, and it's like 30 crossbow shots that have done it.
Nice.
No, you're dead right, and I bet you bored the fuck out of them too while you were doing it.
Yeah, and like
With
that's the
dwarves.
best part. When you see history at your opponent's face, you're like, this is happening now.
It's
So,
like,
Okay,
he's just shooting me again.
the next unit in the book.
yeah. So this is really interesting. It's the Divine Altar, and you can have one of these in your army. So there's two.
I love one of these.
2 modes.
2 modes. So I think we just like dropped straight into the modes. So the first one is the Crucible of Slaughter, which costs a little bit more. And in that case, you're a war platform and not a leader. I'm not sure why you get not a leader. Because
So war platforms can apparently always be the general.
that's weird as fuck. I didn't know that.
Anyway.
Okay.
Technicality.
Yeah, so you can deploy that scoring unit with 10 or more moles, and you may never leave that unit, and you cannot join another unit, even if that unit is dead. Let's see, and then this is the weird part, is that if you're in the melee phase, then all the units that are in base contact with the altar, including your own units, gets -1 resilience, except for the actual altar.
Yeah.
So all the elves become tough, like resilience 2. Oops. I got a drink.
Half again.
Half a drink. So that's really strange. So let's just cover the other one before we start talking about this. So the other one is Effigy of Dread. And this one, you get a whopping fucking channel 3, which is...
Big dick channel.
Yeah, which is great. I love it.
Yeah.
And then you cause fear. You become unbreakable. You cannot move for any reason. You're like, everything is set to 0. And then you also make all your friendly units with an 18 cost fear. And you can also dump 2 Veil tokens to increase that aura by 3 inches, so you can make everybody within 21 cost fear as well.
So it can boost itself, like.
It's 1 veil token per 3 inches, so you can go 24.
Okay. I didn't understand that. Okay,
up to 2.
Okay. So 24. Okay, that's a lot better actually.
Yeah.
And then if we go back to the original stats, this thing has like offensive defensive 5, resilience 5, 6 HP of 5+ ages.
5 up armor.
Yeah, it has 3 attendants with 2 attacks each at strength 3 AP 1.
With Blaze Direct,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
9 attacks.
And battle focus.
So basically Temple Militants with offensive 5.
Yeah. So it defends itself.
Yeah.
So like, okay, so the Effigy of Dread, I think, is easier to understand than the other unit, because I mean, like, it causes fear, and the fear gives you bonus with some items, so you get channel. But what about this War Altar, which makes your elves resilience too?
So there's 2 ways of there's 2 modes and there's 2 background ideas behind this. So one of the background ideas is Effigy of Dread. So it's like this fucking massive, scary ass altar that's like the effigy of the gods, and all the elves around it are like imbued with some of the gods' power. So when people see them, they're like, they see the light in their eyes and they see the power of the gods coming through, and they're afraid of them because they can see like the divine power.
They're basically
coming through.
All the elves are Super Saiyan around it, basically.
And then and they're also like kind of, as well as being like imposing, they're also feeling some of the power of the gods coming through them, so they cause fear.
Yeah.
So, and then the other side of the altar is that basically what the altar is this rift in the veil, which is transportable. So inside the altar, there's like a tear in the veil, and that's what the altar is. So it's like a box where inside there's like a tear in the veil. Yeah. So you can move it around and you can push it on an altar.
Yeah, it's like the tear is connected to some item.
So the tear is like a conduit to the god.
Yeah.
So because there's this magic flowing through the tear, all around the altar, everything is like weakened. It's a little bit like a nuclear reactor that's going crazy.
Yeah, okay.
So all this radiation is like spilling out into the surrounding area. So that makes everything around it weaker and so it like weakens and almost like diseases everything close by it. Okay. So these altars are actually housed in like these null chambers in the Daphan cities until they need to be like wheeled out to battle. Okay. So it's like very, very dangerous to be around them, and that's why the resilience comes into play. So if you're near this thing, then you're fucked. Like you're not going to last very long. So everyone's resilience is diminished when it's close by. Okay.
I guess to me, I was just questioning I looked at it and I was like, when when are we gonna have a situation where I want my elves to be like? How
Well,
much?
okay.
How much does it
Think
add,
about it like
I
this:
guess?
like you're already resilience 3
Yeah.
and very low armor.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
most combat
If
units are
someone's
wounding
strength
you
5,
on
it doesn't
2s or
matter.
3s anyway. So it doesn't really matter so much, but it's better for you to reduce your enemy's resilience by 1,
Sure.
combined with +1 to wound.
Yeah.
If you're
Actually makes
swinging
for a lot of
first.
synergies.
But this is like a big ass model. Like it has 60 times 100 like base. Like there's not a lot of elves who are gonna strike.
Yeah, but you also have 9 attacks from the model,
Okay.
right?
Sure.
So you're not losing that many attacks.
The thing for me is, even without accounting into the attacks, which are also better than the ones you're replacing, etc., and you're getting a higher res or whatever, the thing for me is with your tempo militant, your thing is that you're minus to hit. So if they're rolling a 6 to hit anyway, they're going to roll the 2 wind roll. So the -1 to resilience doesn't matter as much. Like if you got the div guy with the crossbows, etc., then if he's rolled all the 6s to hit, then it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think it's like a way of playing, but it's different to what was before.
I think it's fine. It's the other one was better. Obviously, the first one we had in playtesting, but it was bent. Like
It was so broken. It was
you
so
could get like 18 strength 4 attacks off the altar after spending 3 fail tokens and just
So the previous one we gave every attendant +1 attack per veil token to 3 veil tokens. So each attendant can have 6 attacks. You can have like 18, 10, 4 AP1 Blades of Dorag attack.
Okay.
With +1 to wound.
Let's focus on the current version of it.
It was amazing.
But yeah, I think my favorite one's the FG Dread. The minute I opened the first playtesting book, I thought having an immobile altar that was basically like a terrain piece with like some alterations was class. It was like, this is so cool. You get a terrain piece you put down.
Yeah.
It like influences the board.
This was one of like my ideas. I think it kind of harkens back to
Oh
like
yeah, of
the
course it was.
6th edition Cauldron of Blood.
Yeah, which
a little bit that couldn't move. There's just like this immobile piece that buffs your army.
Yeah.
No, this is so cool. I love this idea, and I wish more armies will go with this in the future, where you have these things either you put down that change the board a bit or that do thing. It's something I don't know if any of you play Warhammer 40k. I've like looked at it a bit, but they have like fortifications you can put down that you can hide guys in, or they have different things. Like I like the idea of like having something that's not like just 10 lads, that you can have like a unit that changes how the board goes, like a piece or whatever. Like
I think that one is really cool.
I mean, even at 200 points, paying for channel 3 is pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, what's 50 points for channel 1 out of the main book? So you're paying 50 points for the other bonus bits.
Yeah.
And even if you just want to use the altar as a blocker, you can just deploy it on the line to take up a load of space. And it's just this unbreakable thing
your
that's
line
on
on
like
one side and
chaff things. Yeah, exactly.
I found
wedge a gap somewhere.
I found the same as James. Like as soon as I opened the book, I thought the effigy of Dread was like so cool, so Dread Elfie, wanting to include it all the time, and eventually I dropped it just because in my meta fear doesn't really matter. So I was paying basically 200 points for channel 3, and that's why I dropped it. And I just think some matchups it really doesn't matter. Some matchups it's really good, and for 200 points, I'd rather just get something that I can win.
I've just realized it got less janky. There was a thing before that I pointed out, but they've changed it now which is good. But it used to say it cannot move once it was dropped.
Yeah.
So you could wedge it between terrain pieces that people couldn't maximize.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't allowed to move to close the door.
Yeah.
So it was unchargeable.
Okay,
so for about a month you couldn't charge it. So you could wedge it in somewhere if the board suited. And it's
James,
all right,
so
I'm
filthy.
here. You can't get me.
Yeah,
you're burning Casimir's mind.
No.
That's not how things work.
It happened by accident one day. Martin tried to charge a
done
stag into it,
yeah.
and he's like, "I can't close the door. You close to me." I was like, "I can't move." And then we were like, "Oh," and we're like, "This is broken."
Yeah.
I was like, "How do you expect the temple to move to you?" And he's like, "Well, the dinosaur has to move." I was like, "Nah."
That was mental. That was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
But
So
they fixed it now, that
Okay,
Martin
but I mean,
was
all in all, we think it's pretty cool.
yeah, like it also synergizes
Yeah,
with some of the fear
it's such a good
stuff.
idea.
and-
Yeah, like I mean, I think you have a point. You have a point, Fraz, where like, of course, you need to. If you take this, you're gonna come up with stuff that don't care about fear. So maybe you need to take that item that buffs the fear, so you get some kind of
Roll to
bonus.
wound,
Out of
The,
it,
the
right?
other thing about this is I think the Effigy of Dread, if you're taking a MSU army, you're taking like a few units of like Obsidian Guard for reroll panics. You then also take Effigy of Dread and you're immune to fear.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because
that's
you
true.
close fear, right?
Yeah.
So basically, you don't need a BSB because you've got Obsidian Guard and the Effigy of Dread.
Yeah.
And this is another thing I think that promotes the MSU style.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So
I think as well, even with the Warlock, getting an extra magic dice a turn is class because you're trying to force through spells, like because you have the casting advantage over their D spells. So like just getting an extra magic dice a turn is worth 200 points, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I agree.
If you've got a Warlock, then yeah, it is worth paying. I'll say you value one channel at 50. If you've got a Warlock, it's worth 200 points, even if you're not getting the fear.
Yeah.
Because you're forcing the extra dice.
Yeah. So next up we have the Shadow Riders, and I mean I don't think we need to say much about them. They're FrazCam with the repeated crossbows on a 3+, but otherwise I guess they're basically unchanged from what.
I mean, if you want to take them in core, you have to have 8 guys.
Yeah.
So that's quite a big change.
Okay.
They should be core. They should just be core. What is wrong with making them core?
That's debatable, I guess.
I think it's like a general trend for the 9th age, like
Yeah.
units of
Yeah, I'd
FrazCam.
be okay if every
light
army
troops.
takes them out of core.
I'm definitely okay with them not being core based.
Yeah.
Absolute
If
shock.
it
I'm not.
it needs to be but it needs to be consistent with the next books as well. But if every book takes the chaff out of core,
Yeah,
that's
I think every book will do.
But
and-
they're not always chaff. They like I'm not going to annex. This is a fucking 30-minute Fraser segue. This really annoys me. I think this is another thing that totally changes the playstyle of Dread Elves, and I don't like it. In fact, I really, really dislike it.
It's just adding like 60 points to your core. It's not like a big deal.
No, it's not. It's adding 105 points if you want to take them with 8 and crossbows or 5 without. It's massive.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I think
it's fine.
I think it's like
fine.
a promotion of going more towards
I
the
think-
infantry.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Play style compared to
I-
the FrazCam.
I think this changes the book quite drastically, and I don't like it.
Change is bad.
I think it's
So-
fine, dude. I think you just need to get used to it. I think it's going to be however it is with everyone. I think repeated
Yeah, but-
crossbow for 5 points per model on these guys is a fucking steal.
Yeah, it's really good.
Paying 200 points for a
If-
unit
if-
that can pump out 15
Yeah.
shots is fantastic.
Yeah, and moves really fast as well.
Yeah.
Like,
But you're paying the same points as you pay currently, but they're in special.
Yeah, sure, but they can also chaff, but they also shoot 15 shots at short range.
I mean, if
just
you have
feel
8, they shoot a lot more than
This-
15. So,
Yeah.
Do you not think this changes the feel of the army massively when most people play like 2 or 3 units of these from core?
Not really. I mean, like, look, I'm not like a Dread Elf player, so I don't really know, but I think it's fine.
I mean,
Like
Yeah,
you,
whatever.
you can say the same like when it comes around to Highborn Elves, like okay, will
Yeah.
adding 3
No,
Reavers to
no,
your units of 5
no,
really make a big
I'm-
difference?
I'm really looking
Leave-
forward to when
leave-
they redo the UD and you have to have 8 skeleton horse archers
Yeah.
to get them in core.
Yeah.
And you're like, how much do they cost? They're like, yeah, it's like 15 points for free extra. You're like, okay, sure.
I think I should be head of the HE book because he's reading my book. So
I'm just gonna ruin that one as well.
Yeah. So let's go to the Raiders.
Yeah.
So the first thing in the Raiders we have, well, I guess the only like specifically Raiders we have is the Black Cloaks, which are the skirmishing dudes. So you have 5 dudes base, and you can add 5 more. You get 3 units in the army and maximum 12 models in the army as well.
20.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's 20. The 2 is in a different position. And they have like a basic elf type of stat line. They have hunting bolas, so they reduce the flee distance of people. They have light troop scouts, skirmisher, and hard targets. They have poison attack base. They have repeater handle with 2 shots and a 3+, so that's the 12-inch strength 3 AP1. And they can take a champion as well.
Yeah, I really like these guys. From background wise, they're like part of the hunting lodge, so they have the hunting bowlers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like the slaving people, I guess.
Yeah, like to an extent, they're like the hunters. So
anything, I guess.
Anything like the same with the Shadow Riders and the Assassin. They're all part of the kind of the same.
But the Shadow Riders. So the Shadow Riders do actually have hunting bowlers as well. Okay,
same with the Assassin. Like all the hunting lodge units have hunting bowlers.
Okay.
So that kind of identifies them to begin with, and then
I think they're really good.
Yeah, me too. I think the only thing limiting them is the range of the shooting attacks.
Yeah, they have to get really.
But that basically just means you're only going to be starting shooting from turn 2 or 3.
Well, I mean, if you can scout them, you're gonna start.
No.
If somebody lets you.
I mean, it depends how bad play you're playing against.
Or like what kind of army they have also.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you're playing against like a army that needs to stay really compact, like maybe they can't block your scouts. You know?
Yeah.
If you're playing against dwarves, then they can not care about the scout. But if you're playing against somebody that needs to push to you, who cares about 5e guys getting behind you?
Yeah.
The thing that really changes the dynamic is assassins can go in them.
Yeah.
And then
That's
all
true.
of a sudden they're a real. They can be a.
Then it gets fun, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm running 5 of these guys in every list I have because I think they're so useful and they're very versatile. For 150 points, fantastic.
Yeah,
They're cool.
I would run 1 unit as well. I think
they were always an iconic old Dread Elf unit as well, so it's good that they're still part of the whole.
I absolutely love them.
Yeah, we were discussing giving them like a great weapon option, but it was basically just decided not to overcomplicate it and.
Yeah, because they've currently got a great weapon option, but they just don't need it. I think this unit is brilliant.
I think it's good like this. Like it was fun. Like it was fun at the point with the great weapons, but I think they're probably gonna step on other units' toes.
Well, this is the one unit that wouldn't be within the Ultra +1 to wound. So giving them great weapons made sense, but now are you maybe pushing them too high? Maybe.
They had also had AP1 in a lot of iterations.
Versions, yeah.
But basically we had to reduce the points value of the unit, and that was what we took out to reduce the points value.
Yeah, I mean they're really cheap. Like 150 points currently is very cheap.
Yeah, but it basically couldn't be over 300 points for the unit when all things were considered, and so that we had to compromise.
Yeah, I mean you pay a lot extra for the extra models. Like the 5 first guys are 15 each, and then
points per model.
And 30. Okay, sorry, I miscalculated.
Yeah.
But still,
you still want to run them in 5s.
I think 5s or 8s or 9s or
5
something.
or 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they're really good.
They're really good, basically. So let's go to the destroyers category. So here we have 2 entries. So first up, we have the hunting chariots for 200 points. You get 3 of these in the army, and they're fast chariots, so they're movement 9 and march 9. They also have the hunting bolas because they have hunting in the name, and they have elven horses instead of raptors, and 2 crews with light lances. So like a little bit less on the charge. They only have D6 impact hits, but they come with a Dragon's Bane Harpoon, and this is a range 18, one-shot strength 6, AP 10, with D3 wounds, quick to fire, reloads, and if you shoot something with Towering Presence and they lose a hit point, they cannot use Fly or Swift Stride until the end of the next turn.
Fly and Swift Stride.
Yeah, Fly and Swift Stride.
Yeah.
So you kind of hamstring a little bit.
So the difference compared to the old hunting chariot is basically the strength is reduced to 6 compared to 7.
Okay.
The AP has gone from 3 to 10, which is quite a big difference.
Yeah.
And then the additional like Fly and Swift Stride is a little bit different.
Okay.
But you lose Lethal Strike, I suppose. It's AP4 the current one. It's AP4 Lethal Strike the current one.
Okay, so AP10 is probably slightly better.
Strike.
Slightly better, right?
Yeah.
It's I think
It's the same thing except you don't get the regen save or force shoot save. Drink.
This one is slightly worse against monsters, but it's better against characters and slightly worse against monsters.
Yeah.
Characters and Cal, I guess.
So I think this was also the kind of the choice behind the design. Like we were a bit concerned about like one-up cowboys. There's not that many things in the army book that can deal with them.
Yeah,
so,
this was before the judges were AP4 as well.
Yeah.
And this was before the assassin changed to multi-wounds character and stuff like that. So
yeah.
The cowboys were a really big problem with the book when this was made.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a concession to kind of the AP10 and the D3 wounds was like this would be really good against cowboys, and then anything with fly is going to be a bit hindered on it. So it makes sense, and for 200 points, I think it's like a fairly good unit. I think it could be maybe a little bit cheaper, but
it's not like especially impressive.
It's still a chariot.
Yeah, it's like slightly worse than Raptor Chariots in terms of chariotness, but then it also has a shooting weapon.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, I use currently. I think hunting chariots are one of the least appreciated things in the Dread Elf book. I think they're really good. So literally, the difference is the strength 7 and 6, the AP, and I think I can't remember exactly, but I think currently instead of losing Swift Stride, they get it's basically like a movement decrease where they lose -2 advance, -4 march.
Yeah.
So this one fucks flying more, but it doesn't fuck Towering Presence as much because I think it's Towering Presence -2, -4.
Okay.
So it's worse against monsters, but it's better against flying.
Yeah.
And it's better against cowboys, but slightly worse against monsters.
So it's a little bit different, but I think it plays to like the strengths and weaknesses of the army a bit better.
Yeah, I quite like it. I mean, I think I'm in the minority that likes current hunting chariot, judging by the forums anyway. So I still quite like it.
So to me, I think that the main thing that makes this unit grow weaker is that when you go to the next unit, you see what you want in this category. And the next unit is the Repeater Battery for 200 points. You can have 3 in this army, and like I don't like. To me, I think this is like we're going back to the origins of this podcast, where you rate lists out of 3 sheep.
How many bolt throwers?
Do you have in your army? And if you have less than 3, you're a failed player and you shouldn't play the game.
So I think I want to have a few comments on this.
Yeah. Okay. So let me go through it first.
Before you go. So my first comment on this is that the design guidelines said that Dread Elves have to have short range shooting.
Okay, cool.
The second guidelines is that they have to have maneuverable short range shooting.
Cool.
And my third point is that this is fucking broken.
Yeah, okay. So let's go through it. I'm very excited. Like this is the thing. Like
this is like the one thing in the book that I think is really good.
So
it's way too strong.
So
it's
me,
way too strong.
When I read this book, is this unit and the repeated crossbows.
I've been saying it from the start. As soon as on the team, this is too good.
I want to play this army for these 2 units only. So like this unit, it has movement 5 inches. It's a war machine.
It can move and fire.
Yeah, move
but you get
and fire.
-1 to hit.
It has like all the normal war machine shit. And then it has its weapon. And it's 24 inches. It's 8 shots. 8 shots! With strength 5 AP2 and move and fire. I don't know what to say. It's so good on a 3+. So it's gonna move and shoot at 4 or 5.
So you have to think about it like this. So a normal bolt thrower, elven bolt thrower,
a
48 inch range.
Yeah.
6 shots.
6 shots, yeah.
Hitting on 4+, so usually at long range, right?
Yeah, but it's strength 4.
Yeah, wait. So normally you're hitting 3 times a strength 4 AP2.
Yeah.
So with this bolt thrower, let's say you have to move.
Yeah, sure.
And you're usually going to be long range.
Yeah.
So if you move, then you're hitting on 5+.
Yeah.
With 8 shots, strength 5 AP2. So you're hitting let's say
2 or 3.
Two or 3.
Yeah, so like
strength
a
5
little
AP2.
bit less maybe.
So it's about the same.
Yeah, it's about the same, but you want higher strength.
If your opponent allows you to move into a place where you can just keep pumping away.
Yeah, or you stand still.
That's what I mean. If you move into a place where you can shoot, first turn you're gonna have to move.
Yeah, sure.
So after that, if your opponent moves into a place where you can take advantage of that and you don't have to move, then you're hitting 4 shots, strength 4, strength 5 AP2. Yeah. So it's 1 more hit at 1 more strength. Yeah. So it's not that much better than a regular bolt thrower, but it's also more expensive.
Yeah, but you have the thing I think that you need to consider here is that you have the casino effect with this bolt thrower. The fact that you roll 8 dice for each of these is just you're definitely gonna have those games where you just go I'm gonna shoot, and then suddenly you hit 6 out of 8, even though you hit 5+, and you just fucking destroy shit.
If Sassyal was on right now, he would be reporting all the shit about what happened.
Screaming.
I kill a Forsaken one in 3 rounds shooting.
So that to me is this is the one for the lucky guys. This is what you want to take if you know that your dice are bent. You have those shit dice.
Rasmus will love this shit.
Yeah, you're
here a couple of 6s.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say about these is I never took these in the current book, and I now always field 2, and it's mainly because I like to play the MMU infantry type style lists. When you lose Div, when you lose an end strike and Fate's Judgment, or 2 of the alchemy spells, all of a sudden you need to have these repeater batteries for the models that are going to move.
Yeah.
Your infantry. So I feel like these are now they're I would say there are actually, I would agree with you, I think they are better, just because you say you're rolling 8 dice and despite potential is obviously good. But I also think the magic phase makes them more needed or more required than the current bolt throwers that are.
Yeah, I mean, also with the fact that so much of the army has this scent of blood rule, these have the potential, you can use one of these to put on a wound on anything, and then suddenly.
I think on average, this should do at least one wound on most units.
Yeah, exactly, and then suddenly you charge better. You're on a hill, wherever it is.
But I think at the same time, the Dread Elf army just needs something like this to kind of force the enemy to close to you. So while this is really strong,
I was using 2 the whole way through
playtesting,
playtesting, and I'm I don't know.
I'll let James speak.
I was using 2 the whole way through playtesting, and they were always kind of fine. They do 2 or 3 wounds, whatever, blah blah blah. But for 400 points, it's do you know what? I'd be better off just buying another Hydra or something and just push shit in with that.
I totally actually didn't. That's not planned at all. I didn't know James was going to say that. I'd done exactly the same. I had 2 for like the maneuverable units going around the side, and I'm kind of somewhere in the middle where I don't know if that's better than just doing shitty strength 3 shots marched up in your face and then having an
Yeah.
extra unit of Dread Knights on the flank. And
I,
then
I don't think they're
and
bad,
that
but like
wee,
they're
that,
definitely not an
yeah,
auto include thing.
yeah, that wee crossbow unit does 1 wound to a monster, and all of a sudden you've got your Dread Knights sitting there with +1.
Yeah.
I don't know where the I don't I still think they are good, and I probably would put 2 in most lists, but I think there is kind of a balance here to be made between taking the core boys and Dread Knights and
Yeah,
dealing with
I kind of agree. I think you can spend your points in a maybe more efficient way
I think there's
based on the synergies in the list. But I still
Yeah,
think I still think these are viable. I still think these are very good.
No,
But
yeah.
like you get to
I think they're a
roll
great design
so
because they are
many
good, but they're not an
dice.
auto include.
Yeah,
Like-
don't get me wrong. Because of the magic, I would still put 2 of these in every time. But I do agree with James. I think there is, because of the core guys, you march them up, shoot, you take a wound, and then you have 2 units of Dread Knights, 1 in each flank. Right, there's another way to deal with it. So you do
Yeah,
have
I
2
think-
different builds there. But yeah, I
Yeah.
would still
That's
go
interesting.
for these. I would still.
But they're decent, yeah. They're decent, and there's definitely nothing wrong with them. Like just because I was considering dropping them, like they are fine, and it was a hard choice, and like I did play them for about 15 games
like-
before I got kind of tired.
like,
of
Casimir's
them.
just
Average
looking
up.
at 8 shots,
8 shots.
strength 5,
Yeah, like-
AP2.
I think to me it's also the
Or
fact that they're on that magical barrier of the strength. Like
yeah.
like the strength 5 suddenly like
Yeah.
just opens up the target possibilities for these compared to
Think
to actual
of it like
bulkers.
2 Sky Sloops.
Yeah.
Cash, the other thing is you hook them in the centre. And you have 1 unit in the centre, and everything else is kind of the other side of the batteries. And your Div BSB is in right in the centre, or your Div General. He's just bubble rerolls to hit.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't affect these because the bubble is
Yeah,
only
you
melee
can't bubble
attacks.
for shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can for
What you
you have to
want
guess
is
it on
the
specific
battle
thing,
focus.
yeah.
You want the battle focus at witchcraft because it's a hex. So you
Yeah.
try and force that through.
yeah. You've got the 6 inches reroll to hit. You can bubble.
That's what
No,
I was doing.
the
Was
bubble doesn't work.
Doing the battle
The bubble
focus,
doesn't work for
the
shooting.
witchcraft one.
Yeah. I like to me I think like when I looked at this initially I was like this is crazy, but I mean I see your points that like sure because you probably have to move you're probably not going to get as many hits, but just the fact that it's so many strength 5 shots seems like really good to me. Like it seems like there's going to be situations
when you
where
play
it's going to be
it
really
when you
good.
play it it's good. But
Yeah.
it's not like as much as you think.
Yeah,
It's
I don't know.
fine,
I just
because it
like
just
I
means
just
that
feel
average
somebody
is like-
needs to bring the sheep dice like to this. And it's like
Wait until Rasmus plays it.
no,
then we'll see.
so okay, so you need to have Rasmus versus Oliver, and then it's just like afterwards you're just gonna like like
Hear
masturbate.
Oliver
while-
whine about it,
It's
yeah.
like these masturbate while Oliver is like, oh my god, it's the dice, you know. It'll be great.
Okay, so I think we'll just take a quick break here, and then we'll come back after and we'll talk about the last section of the book. Let's get going. So, welcome back to the Ammertime Podcast.
No.
Episode 57.
I've not got my drink yet. I've been chatting shit.
Oh, come on, dude.
Yeah, it's alright. I'm across from the. I can see the fridge.
Like we know we're very entertaining, but come on.
Oh, it's gin and tonics appeared.
Yeah.
Oh, I want
So
the
how many
gin.
beers have we got through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
13, 14, 15, 16 in there, I think, as well.
And a little bit of Jameson
Yeah.
and gins. Okay, good.
Yeah. We're
Not
on
bad.
the way.
We're on the way. We're on the way.
Yeah.
Fraz, are you back yet? Guess not.
Yeah, I guess so.
Guess he's busy pouring drinks. However, we can continue. So, welcome back to Ammertime Podcast, episode 57.
Yeah.
We are talking about the Dread Elves legendary army book. We're almost
Yeah.
finished, and we are now on the menagerie.
Yeah, so this is big Griblies.
These are the Griblies. So, Casimir, would you like to take it away with the
Yes.
first entry?
So here's the first, like the
Release the Kraken!
to really kill the entry, to differentiate from the other entries.
Release the Kraken!
You can have 3 of these that you can release. And,
Release the Krakens!
they move 6-12, and they have Strider Water Drain, which is quite interesting.
Which absolutely makes no difference at all.
Yeah, exactly. Almost always no difference. But they also have another rule which will make little to no difference, which is called Coastal Predator, which means that if the mole is inside the water terrain feature, it gains hard target and devastating charge 2 advance, like +2.
I think this makes a big difference.
I mean, it makes a difference, but it also is very dependent on the board you play.
Yeah, of course.
So if you
most,
play a standard
most
board,
tables have one water feature.
So the point. Okay, let me just go through and I'll make my point. So then the rest of the mole, it has like defensive, offensive 5, resilience 5 HP. It has a 4+ armor save. It has a distracting and hard target, so it's a little bit harder to hit.
3% armor save. 4+.
It's a 4+. And then the big thing about this monster is that it has 4 attacks at strength 7 AP free, so it really kills sphinxes. And and then it has a hatred against large and gigantic, and it has multiple wounds free, so it's really multiple wounds D free. It really kills sphinxes. But then the thing the point I want to make is that if you're a like kind of casual type of player, you might not play the actual map packs. So how many people have actual water training features that they put on the boards? I mean,
or when you go to a tournament,
Elves, maybe you have to make a point of putting them on. But otherwise, I might see that the Coastal Predator is like one of those things which is like a little bit weird to people who don't play the official map packs.
I mean,
but when you go to an event in a place like even Element Games in the UK, which is like the biggest venue,
I mean that's true.
It's probably like 2 hills, 2 forests, a ruins, and that's it. Like water is probably one of the less common ones. So I get where you're coming from.
I mean, unless you play the official map packs, because in the official map packs you get water in very many of them, I would say.
Yeah.
But I think you have to kind of see this in a bit of a vacuum. Like, okay, let's take away the Coastal Predator for a second.
Yeah. It's a strength 7 monster.
For 365 points.
Yeah.
This is like a massive anti-monster unit.
Yeah.
It's strength 7. It has hatred against large and gigantic.
And multiple wounds D3.
And multiple wounds D3. So ogres, fucking any ogres is like crazy shit.
Yeah,
offensive 5 with hatred.
Monsters cavalry.
Henry,
monsters.
It's basically exactly the same as it is now, with 2 handles and a subjective water rule for 5 points less.
So it's better and cheaper.
But
it's fine. There's
the
nothing wrong with it.
Like, I haven't read the
it's
current
totally
rules.
fine.
I don't like the name Coastal Predator though. It sounds like some paedophile that hangs around the beach.
Hanging out the Skegness.
Yeah.
Coastal Monster Hunter.
Loitering around waiting
Okay,
for people.
so as you say, this is cheaper and better than it was before, and you get Coastal Predator.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think the Coastal Predator thing is as you say, a little bit situational.
Yeah.
But if you get the right terrain feature, it's fucking amazing.
Dominate.
It's like hard target 2.
Yeah.
Advanced 8, Swift Side.
And then you, like it's like
8.
having another hill in your deployment zone, basically.
Yeah. So I think it's better than it was before, of course. And it has like this quite cool synergy with a very fluffy synergy with the background.
I just noticed, which is interesting, is this doesn't have Scent of Blood. Actually.
Does it need Scent of Blood?
No, I don't say it needs, but it's weird from
It's a Kraken.
From like from my perspective, I would be like, all the monsters and raptors and shit have Scent of Blood, but this doesn't.
Yeah, it's a consistency thing. Like a shark goes after blood, so why doesn't a Kraken?
Once we read all the background, but like for me, just looking at it right now, I was surprised.
I don't know.
The shark is like.
But Kraken's not like a Sharknado going on. It's just
but it also has strength 7, Wolf's D3. Like, it definitely wants to kill shit, right?
Yeah. For me, I don't think it needs it. I think the
I
coastal predator thing is like enough. Like, imagine if it had that, it'd be like, that's 9.
Yeah. Like, no, from a rules perspective, I agree. Like, this is better.
Yeah.
But from a like just like a I don't know like. From a background, without knowing the background, from an intuition.
I can't like the Kraken is what you maybe would expect it to be from the background. The way I imagine it is like from like the Watcher in the water from the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Where there's like this monster that hangs out in the water that's like this like tentacle monster.
It's like fuck
trying
you.
to grab little people.
Yeah, and it can hide in the water, which is why if it's in the water, it gets extra hard target.
Yeah.
Why it's like a coastal predator. So it kind of sits in the water, and then it gets extra advance rate when it charges out of the water. So it's like an ambush predator, like
it's very.
sucks you into the water. Yeah. So for me, it's like as you say, very thematic.
So can I get my Fraz on?
Yeah.
Or just like a little
bit? Let's hear the sass.
Yeah. Okay. So to me, the one thing, and this goes through like the whole of Knifefish, is that this guy has an upgrade called Colossal Kraken, where he can increase his base size to 100 times 150.
Yeah.
Which I assume is for us cool hobbyists, like the hipsters of the Knife Edge, to make cool models, right? But the only thing you gain from doing this is 2 additional handlers, but you gain the massive disadvantage of having a shitty base.
Okay, so
can I just say that why doesn't the Knife Edge actually provide a real benefit from increasing base size? Like, there's so many entries.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, sure.
So this was something that I fought tooth and nail for.
Okay.
In the last week of the design.
Yeah.
So I was trying to push this for like the whole design. Like we need to get Hydras and Krakens on big bases so that we can use these big models that are out there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really picked up. And then towards the end of the design, I picked it up again. I was like, look, guys, we really need to push this because there's so many models out there that have like really big models, and we need to be able to use them. We need to be able to help our supporting companies, so that we have an opportunity to use these models instead of like a 50 by 100 base, which is so limiting.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
So I really wanted to get this 100 by 150 base into the design.
Yeah.
But the design team was very reluctant to add, let's say, +1 hit point. +1 strength, something like that to the design. So basically let's say the compromise was that it can be added to the book.
Yeah.
But it needs to be a very, very basic upgrade. So that's why it was free. And that's why it was only 2 additional handlers. So I think when you read this in the book, you need to see it as like a placeholder for the future. We're gonna allow a larger base Kraken, and it's gonna be changed in the future. Maybe it's gonna be extra hit point, maybe it's gonna be extra offensive skill, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just a way of just having it in the book for the alpha, and then as we progress forward, it's gonna get a little bit different.
So
I think what Casimir is talking about is that all the armies have like orcs do it. You big
UD have it as
all
well.
these, and they're all subpar, like shitter versions of the monster.
Beast Herds do it.
Yeah. So I think what we need to do as a community is we need to go on the forum and make this opinion known to like the higher ups and say I'm fine with this being an upgrade, but I want it to be an upgrade that makes a difference. It's a huge disadvantage to have a big base.
Yeah.
So I think it should cost more points, but add a significant upgrade.
For me, it should be
health points, attacks.
If I could choose something, it would be like +1 attack, +2 hit points for 60 points or something like that.
Something like that, right? Because I think it's fine for like a pre-LAB kind of book where it's like, this is just you can use your models, right?
Yeah.
But in a lab, it needs to be something where it's going to be
as I said, it was
right?
like added very late in the process, and it's something that hopefully will be worked upon in the next iteration.
Yeah.
So like the alpha version is going to get worked on in the next few weeks, and as it gets progressed and as people come back with feedback, it's going to get changed.
Yeah.
So I'm just really happy that it made it into the book.
Yeah.
And now people can build their models on 100 by 150 and use them. especially these like big 3D printed models that are all over the place and they look amazing.
Yeah.
So
The one thing I think is a really big plus for that, especially, is we'll obviously get onto Miss Leviathan, but you can almost kind of use the same model with like a base extender, which are a lot more common now than they used to be.
yeah,
So you could get like a colossal Kraken, put it on 100 by 100, then you've got like the 50mm base extender now.
yeah,
And
yeah.
you've
Also,
got
yeah.
this model that's like dual purpose basically. And also, Casimir says, like, a dwarf player now, you're supposed to say no monsters, fuck them all.
That's the official party line. Isn't it?
Franz, that's why I want them on a big
You into
base.
the community.
Easier
Oh yeah,
to
more
kill.
more greybeard attacks. Yeah, I'm on board. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so the next one is the Hydra.
Yes, this is the best thing in the book.
So good.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's 400 points, so I mean it's a lot more points.
It's substantial.
Yeah.
But for the record, I also wanted this one on a big base.
Okay.
But it wasn't. It wasn't.
It's only 2 bolt throwers though. So
So
two what, James?
2 bolt throwers.
I don't think they call it bolt throwers anymore.
That's a weird name. I've never heard about this ball.
Bolt thrower. What's a bolt? What's a bolt thrower?
Delicious vodka and coke.
So
I mean,
it's on a 50 times 100 with a 612 movement, and has 6 HP, so that's a little bit more, and a 5 res and a 5 strength. It has a 5 plus fortitude, and it has a rule called Cut One Off, which means that if you roll a fortitude save of a 6, you recover 1 of your hit points. It has a strength-free AP2 breath weapon, and poison attacks and rage like the giant. So if you lose hit points, you gain more attacks. And then it also has 2 handlers with strength-free and lightning reflexes, elf stuff as well.
Okay, so this was like a really difficult unit to design, and we went through like a lot of different iterations of the Hydra before we came up with something that we really liked.
Okay.
So I think if you were to kind of personally think about this unit, let's say, okay, how could we make this more evocative of what the Hydra feels like in like a historical or mythical sense? You could probably come up with something that's more evocative or fitting, but like 10 times more complicated.
Sure.
So this was like a compromise between like complicated and evocative. And I think we really nailed it in the end. And like you could think of like many different ways of doing it, but like this is what we came up with after maybe 20 different types of rules and stuff. And I really stand behind this. So like
it
one
changed
thing
during playtesting as well. Like
yeah, exactly. Like one thing that was really apparent in the background was that the Hydra needed to have poison attacks. It needed to be like this kind of poisonous monster that like makes like acidic kind of breath weapon type thing. So that's where the breath attack comes from. Obviously it has poison attacks.
That to me is like the biggest thing. Like for me personally, I never understood why the Hydra has a breath attack. Like what? Why?
I think this is like a mythological thing.
But is it like I guess I don't know my mythological Greek stuff enough to know everything about the Hydra. But like I never saw it as a breathy type of thing.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe I don't know my mythological Hydra as much, but
the old Kraken had, I think it was a flaming breath weapon, and like Hydra's one weakness is supposed to be like fire. So I don't think
the old one used to have flaming. But I think that was when every breath weapon was flaming or something.
Yeah, I think it was. But I think this design is absolutely class. I really like it.
When it was out first, it was the 6 up fortitude, wasn't it?
No, it's always been 5 up.
Yeah, I think we kind of came to this one pretty early, to be honest. We had a few different iterations, but I think this one happened fairly early in the process.
Yeah, I've run 2, if not 3 of these in every list, and they're so fun. Half the time you never get the wounds back. Like most of the time, you're not going to hit the 6s, and you're going to be upset, and you're going to be like, "Ah, shit!" Like I didn't because you throw your fortitudes, and it's 5 ups, and then 6s are wound. Some
No.
games you'll never die. Some games you'll just die straight away. But it's
James-
so fucking fun.
James,
Yeah,
remember
sounds
you
good.
played a game and you had like an 11 HP fucking Hydra running about?
You're on
that
the
happens, and
sixes.
then
Wait,
the
I
next
mean,
game he'll just
I'll
lose
see.
the 6 straight away. Like,
So you
but
can
like
actually wait.
it's brilliant.
You can actually gain more health points than you start with.
No, it,
you
it
can get
recovers
them
one
back.
hit point.
Ah, okay.
So Casimir, say over the game I'd done 5, he'd also like recovered 5. So he's
Yeah.
still like running about on 6 HP. So he's basically like 11 HP Hydra running about. I was actually getting raging in that
There's
game.
times as well where you're on 1 wound.
And
you
you
do 2
can
wounds,
also
and you'll finish
reduce the
that
Hydra
initiative
to
stuff
0
on 3.
wounds.
Yeah, that recovery.
And on that 0 wound, you can recover the hit
Yeah.
point.
And then put it back up to 1.
Yeah,
That's
and it
sweet.
can end up at 2 hit points.
So to me, I think again like I think the cut one off and the rage and all that stuff, I think that stuff is great. Like I think you really nailed it. But to me again, like the thing that always like I think this is going back like all the way back to Games Workshop. I never understood why the Hydra needs a breath weapon. Like I don't get it. Like I think it's just like a too much stuff on the same mold.
I think it's not a breath weapon, but it's like a flurry of attacks from the heads. But it's just like
But it's
a
poison.
breath weapon. But it's like I can imagine all the attacks doing a big frenzied
Yeah, sure.
thing at you like once.
Oh, yeah,
like,
like I mean, like
But
I get the
I think
poison. I get the poison
the
as
wrong
well,
word
but I just to me I feel like it's like too many rules on one mold. Like that would be my feedback. Like
Yeah.
I think I would rather have a slightly cheaper one without a breath weapon. I think maybe this comes from me
I
not
think
playing
it's,
this version. Like I think this comes from me playing in way back in 8th edition where you had like one model with all the rules, and then you had the Kraken thing which had no rules and was shit, and you were like, why does this one have all the rules and the other one doesn't? You know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
The breath weapon makes it a good infantry killer.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
think the one thing I would say about the Hydra is like I get what you're saying about the breath attack, Ras, but I think for me the breath attack's like a kind of the blood spewing out or something. The one thing I would say is I think he's better than the current Hydra, and the current Hydra is 450 points. I think this guy's just a bit too cheap.
So
I've said it.
Fraz, you mentioned the background piece that I wrote. Did you like that one?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
I'm not a fucking mind reader. I can't remember what it says, but it was good.
You just liked it. It was basically like
and you just want to
piece
stroke his
about
ego for him a bit there.
a piece about
Feldrick,
the Hydra against the Feldrak in the arena.
Okay.
And they were fighting like in a kind of Roman Colosseum type thing.
Yeah.
And it was pretty descriptive, and basically the Feldrick Elder eventually thought he won because he cut the head off, and then the heads grow back. And
It's like,
the
no.
basically, yeah. So it was, I actually really liked that. Henry's obviously blowing his own trumpet, trying to get me to tell the story about how much.
Suck this dick. Suck it.
Stroke my ego for me, please, Fraz.
I mean, I'm
My cock
basically
is out
replacing-
right now.
Yeah,
He's-
exactly.
You're just sucking it.
Flopping about.
basically replacing his girlfriend now, aren't I?
Yeah, I mean, she's gone right now, so I'm single. Someone's got to suck my cock.
Yeah, exactly. It's like so dry. It's so dry.
Cash.
No, but I really like that you guys put rage and this like new cut one off rule on this model. Like I really like the idea that other models other than the giant has rage, because rage is a really cool rule. So like why wouldn't you put on like something else where it fits?
Yeah, it took like a long time for
I
us
like
to
it
kind
as
of
well.
come around to it. Like we kind of want to avoid the giant rule because it's a giant thing. And then in the end we're like, okay, this is actually perfect, so let's just do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, so
I like the way the
think
two
you do a good
rules
job.
are like counterproductive as well. So you either have one or the other in play the whole time.
Yeah, I like that.
So either way, you're kind of winning, like
Yeah.
in a small way.
I like that they both have a benefit that are like
Yeah.
opposite to each other. I think the Hydra's really, really good.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so the last
yeah.
unit in the book.
Last one. So this one is the Mist Leviathan. So this
Leviathan.
one, Leviathan. I don't have to drink that. I guess I don't know.
Casimir, you just have to drink that because
Yeah.
it was like the worst pronunciation you could ever have.
Leviathan.
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 To be fair, how many times have like Swedish guys said Leviathan before?
don't know.
Probably
Like,
not.
I mean, I have said it before. Like I have a lot of, I speak a lot of English, but anyway, you can have 2 of them in your army, and it's on like an absolutely massive base on 100 times 100. So this bad boy moves 2/4 on the ground, but 7/14 in the
flops
air.
around.
Yeah,
It's a jellyfish.
But when it flies 7/14. It has light troops, and it has 8 HP. It has offensive, defensive, free. It has 5 resilience and 4 strength. It's distracting base. The thing has 2d free attacks at strength 4, AP free, so a lot of AP, but guilty too. Then it has 4 handlers, which are elves with the standard elf stuff. Then it has a special rule called Undercover of Mists, and what this means is that when you determine deployment zones, if you roll the same number on the die, then the Dread Elf player gets to choose. And if you have this in your army, every standard height model within 8 inches of the Mist Leviathan at the start of your I'm too drunk. Leviathan, by the start of the player turn, gets +4 march move. But if they do so, if they go beyond their normal march, they cannot shoot in the shooting phase.
Yeah. So this was maybe one of my ideas.
I mean, this one has gone through a few iterations.
Yeah, like we had a lot of discussion about this. It would be so easy if we could say, okay, 8-inch hard target aura. Yeah. Easy, job done.
Yeah.
It would be so easy if we could do this, but we can't because of the guidelines.
I remember we were talking about an 8-up 6++ against range, and then even then it was like, oh no, but that's almost like hard target.
Yeah. So
at the time I thought, you're being a wee bit too strict, but see when you see the full book now that it's released, I actually think, I'm glad you've actually stuck to it compared to other books we have going on, shall we say?
I do. Yeah. So basically, the concept behind this was, as I kind of alluded to at the start of the episode, was that the Dread Elves they capture these Mist Leviathans that hang out on the coast of Selexia, and the Mist Leviathans kind of secrete a mist when they kind of squirt out a mist.
Yeah.
Because that's their defensive mechanism. So when they're feeding, they feed on all the kelp and the seaweed and stuff on the coast. Okay. So what the Dread Elves do is they kind of put bales of the seaweed on their boats. Then the Mist Leviathans follow the boats and they eat all the seaweed, but then they secrete the mists. So it kind of gives the Dread Elves a bit of cover when they want to raid people.
Yeah.
So the idea behind the Mist Leviathan is that the Dread Elves push the Mist Leviathans ahead of their troops and give them some cover when they're making raids on settlements. And so the Mist Leviathan should give some cover of some description to the Dread Elves, or at least give them an advantage in the movement.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they're this kind of flying jellyfish thing. And I think what I took the most inspiration from was from Elder Scrolls. If you ever played the Elder Scrolls games, you have these Netch or Silt Strider things, which are kind of floating jellyfish with these hanging tendrils.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where you get the 2d3 high AP attacks from. So these kind of tendrils hanging down and this big base. So that's at least where I got the inspiration from, and where I hope that the Mist Leviathan kind of can be evocative in people who have played these games and understand what it looks like.
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm going to be converting my Mist Leviathan to look like. And so that's kind of the idea behind it, and I hope that the concept works with the system. At the same time, I'm not convinced by the rules.
Okay.
And I would like it just to be changed to hard target aura, but we'll see how it kind of goes with the process.
I remember when we were in playtesting, we would get basically, I don't want to say forced, but it was test these guys, see how they're doing. I remember I took one, and it was when they still kind of had some kind of transport thing. But I basically just shoved one down the flank, and what was really good was You basically could have had a flank, and if you ignored it, you charged over everything into their backfield. And then you've got D6 Thunderstomp, 2d3, okay, strength for attacks, but that takes care of anything in anyone's backfield. So this is 8 wounds at res 5 you need to deal with, or I was basically flying over you and just picking up soft points. And for 265 points, I thought they were all right for that. Ignoring all the special rules and whatever.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, even if you compare it to like a Chimera or something, which is probably like a little bit cheaper, like it does a lot more, and it's more resilient and everything. So I think it's pretty strong.
Whenever I used them in PT, I never used them really for their special rules. I always found they were really good. You just shove them down a flank. If you don't deal with them, I'm just going to pick up all your soft points with it.
Yeah, and for the price point now is really good.
And okay, maybe on your second or third soft point unit, I'll die because I'm only res 5, 0 armor. But I've still picked up, like, say, 300 points here, 200 points there. I'm in points back.
Yeah, I think eight hit points, res 5 is nothing to be sniffed at.
Yeah, and I mean also the fact that it has AP3 means that, like, if you put it on the flank, as you said, Fraz, like a lot of times flanking stuff will be armored knights or whatever, and this thing actually counters that. Like like if you put a normal monster on a flank, like sometimes knights just eat monsters, right?
This is like the perfect thing to fight knights with.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's 8 hit points. It's res 5. It's AP 3. It can't be stomped.
Yeah.
And the fly means if you put something in front of your face, then it's even easier for you to get into soft points in the rear. So I think they have a place. I don't think it's necessarily for the rules.
What do you think about under the cover of the mist rule?
I just, when I look at them, I actually don't consider that.
Yeah, same.
As a rule.
Same.
It's
a bit of a shame, but yeah.
Like, do you really need to rush that bad? I guess is the question.
No.
Like the only reason to put that in is if you want to like really push.
Like even with the inventory, like moving up 10 in the first turn. Let's say like moving within 12 of the opponent's army is usually too close.
Yeah.
Actually, see that rule. See if you don't get turn 1, that rule's just a complete waste of time. So I look.
But even if you get turn 1, it's probably a waste.
Yeah.
So the question is, does it synergize with Relentless Company Banner?
Does it?
No, because that's set to is always
set. It's not.
Isn't set like you can still add?
Oh wait,
I don't know.
I look at it now.
I think
actually,
set.
Set you can add. Set you can add to, and always you can't. I'll look up and see which one it is.
No, set is a minimum of.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Set is thing, but I'll look up and see which one it is. If it's always, then you can't. If it's set, you can. But
yeah, so something.
Well,
like
even
this,
if it is, it's a gimmick. Like
Even set, you go to 14.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe then you could like Death Star, like push Death Star into 1 inch of your opponent or something.
No, it's always March 15.
Always March 15.
So you can't do it.
Yeah.
It was a nice
idea.
thought.
Yeah.
But why would you ever want to? Even 10 inches, like you say, I think if you move 10 inches and you're 24 inches away, 14 inches away, do you want to be 14 inches away from most, unless you played fucking ID or Dwarfs?
I also think I like the intention of this thing was like a gigantic thing that you can block line of sight with, and I think it still does that to an extent. So I think even just that it still works itself.
Yeah, I mean everything really works except for the undercover of the mist. Like I mean, as you say, probably that just needs to be Hardtog 1 or something.
Yeah.
I think you could actually just take that rule and drop it in points. I think for 265 points for a flying 7, 2d3 shred 4 with attack monster with a shred 4 thunderstomp, that's going to clear backfields anyway. So I think it's still got a place. I just don't think it is what obviously
it was intended, right?
Yeah.
I
think it's fine. I just don't think it's what it's intended to be.
Yeah, I agree. But it's still cool. It's still fun. It's still different.
I played against Sylvan Elves with this, and it was fucking hilarious because all of a sudden,
It's like the
Sylvan
perfect
Elves
thing
are
against Silver Elves, like
"Oh,
res
it's
5,
it's
8 hit points.
all right, okay, you've moved out of the line of sight. Well, I've got behind that, but I've got this big gigantic thing that sees over everything that flies 7. Oh, I'm just going to stomp all over your pathfinders at strength 4. Matter. Like,
Yeah, I think it's super good.
but I don't think it is what it should or what it's intended to.
Yeah, I agree. So this is pretty much where we are with the Dread Elves book. So what's your guys' overall opinions?
James?
I really like the book overall. Like I hadn't played back in like 8th edition. I played like Highborn Elves or High Elves or whatever they used to be called.
The Brit.
And yeah, like obviously they're gone in the bin since tonight, but like so I used to play for Cromwell and the boys, but I learned. So but I haven't played Elves much, but this book's made me want to buy a Dread Elf army.
I've
I think it's been a lot of fun to
Dread
play
Elf army
test.
because of this book.
Yeah, but you also
Yeah,
made the
and
book, so
so you can fuck off, like.
For
I
But-
promise you, I'm
but
not going to
basically-
build a Kingdom of Eftertain army.
My things are that I've loved playing the book. I've loved working with the team because they've been really receptive to the feedback, I think, and they've like paid attention to it. They haven't had any problem with it. Like someone comes to them and says, I think this is a bit shit, it doesn't work. They're just like, right, okay, we'll take a look at it. They mightn't change it, but they will like take a look and come back with reasons why they didn't change it. So like
that's really
I think
good.
they really wanted to have the best possible book they could have, and like they put everything into like making
I
this
would
book
agree with
the
that.
best that you could have.
I think the team have been really good. I think they've wanted to give a good book rather than like an OP book or whatever. In the early, maybe more so at the early stages, I think the playtesting team get annoyed because they kind of didn't like knowledge points. But I think latterly they did, and I think initially they didn't because everything got near too many things to deal with. I think the LAB team have been really good. I think this is actually a really good book. If I wasn't a Dread Elf player, I would really like it. But as a Dread Elf player, I just don't recognise Dread Elves in this at all. Like, when have Dread Elves ever been the MSU? Nobody right now, or even through ever all of 9th, has played MSU Infantry Dread Elves. That is now what this book is. It's massively different from the current, well, playstyle wise, from the current Dread Elf book. It's just that's why I don't like it, and I think there's lots of things that contribute to it.
You don't think you could play MMU?
No.
I think you can because you have the
Well, let me rephrase that. Yes, you can play it if you play a cloud core with march and shooting auxiliaries. That is not fucking Dread Elves. That is not a Dread Elf playstyle. That is not acceptable as a Dread Elf playstyle.
I wouldn't worry too much because the Dread Elf lab team seem open to feedback. So I think if that really is a problem, then when it goes to public beta and everybody's like, here, look, you have Dread Elves and we can't do this, they'll have it and they'll say, right, we'll fix it. Whereas like with certain other books that we won't know
certain other books
for HR, my HR babysitter is listening probably. So
you're a bully and you bully.
For the record, it's 3:00 in the morning and I'm 12 drinks in, so like leave me alone for the minute. But like certain other books take offense, whereas these guys are like into learning about it.
I think literally everyone. I think there's only maybe one person I would be a wee bit annoyed at, but I think even then they're actually all right. I think everyone in the DA team's pretty good, takes criticism.
That's not where I thought you were going with it. Literally, I think everyone. I thought it was after my rant, and I was like, everyone does think the ID Lab team are. And I was like, oh, don't say that, Fraz.
No, but I think the problem is if you want to play MMUD, which is currently a thing basically because of the lore. You need to play this cloud core with like march and shoot like auxiliaries. I just don't think. For me, this book feels like a 7L book. It's MSU. It's you march your shooters up, do some damage, flee away, and then charge her. It's for me. I don't.
I think
For me, I just really as a Dread Elf player. I just have no desire to play this, and I think the magic also plays a big thing in that. Like Dread Elves were a high magic, big impactful magic phase. Used to play double master, used to play whatever, and it's just too much change for me. Dread Elves have never been an MSU army, and now they are like the MSU army. And
I don't know, maybe like I think my army's pretty mixed arms and nothing. The list I was running for most of playtesting was
how many times have we had this discussion where I turn around and say to you,
definitely.
I think ID's still a bit similar.
Yeah.
And you have the same discussion back to me. I just think it's as a DE player, I think you can tell there was no DE players apart from one ACS on the book.
I mean, there was a few of us on the team. Like, I mean, I'm kind of let's say a new Dread Elf player because I started playing with the book, and you have Smith, who is a Dread Elf player, and Noir, who
Henry,
is a Dread
you've
Elf
played
player.
both other elves, so elves are elves.
Smith played for them for a year and was like the only person that played MSU Dread Elves.
But
I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
Like if I can interject, like from my perspective of, I mean, to be honest, the old book, I don't think I only played it like with me playing the army like 2 or 3 times during like before this lab phase, but I felt like the book suffered a lot from being either way too good in the Danish meta or way too bad. Like it was in these phases where like suddenly the whole Danish meta, everybody played Dread Elves, and like the top 5 everybody was Dread Elves or nobody played Dread Elves, and like it just didn't really work.
Yeah, it was basically just all chariots, all hydras.
Yeah, it was just like it was like the altar plus like plus all the shit units.
The only list you see in the UK was like 1 altar, like 8 chariots.
Yeah, and I mean, and like
and it was shit, and you just kept 20 in it, and it was like, all right, give me more Dread Elves. They're shit.
Yeah, like to me personally, I like that wasn't that fun. So like I think I kind of recognized that it had to change somehow, and I personally I kind of like the direction in the sense that if you view the elves on a grand scale and you say like, okay, well, Sylvan elves are probably going to be more avoidance, even if avoidance is not something we want in the game as such, but they're going to be avoidance, shooting, something like a little bit more like that towards that direction. And Highborn elves are going to be probably more shooting, a little bit more static, like of the elves. Like they're still gonna have fast fast cavalry,
more likely to be accurate than quick to fire.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, and then like, okay, well, where does that leave Dread Elves? And I think MSU, aggressive MSU is to me at least like the way that I would envision them to go personally.
I mean, that's what I was playing.
Every list I've wrote has ended up MSU, and it's been better and easier to play than MMU. And
I think what I've been playing was MMU though, and it's been fine.
I disagree.
Like your man, I'll go through my list here. Like your man is a Mark or whatever is MSU 117 on the forums.
You had the best star of the
lab guy,
and a couple of hydras and some shit.
Yeah, but
okay, so
is it whoever Mark? Is it Mark? Is it the?
I mean, his like screen name is like the Dread Elf
MSU, whatever. Yeah,
his name is MSU.
Okay.
Like to do a bit of Henry here now, and I'm gonna stroke myself off here. I'm gonna say like he shared my thing in the playtesting thing once or twice and was like, "This is what we want like the Dread Elf list to look like," and it was basically a witchcraft master. BSB Temple Legate with Divination and BSB Book of Mastery and stuff.
Yeah.
Then a Dread Prince with the paired weapons with the extra attacks, Lacerate and Touch thing, and Death Cheater. 2 15s of crossbows. 24 the Temple Militants with an Academy banner so they get the movement buffs and stuff. 15 Spearmen just to fill out core. Might swap them for crossbows in hindsight. 10 Dread Knights with full command, lances, and a banner of speed because, you want to be fucking move 9. 2 Hydras, 2 repeater batteries, 8 Harpies, and a Gorgon. So it's pretty mixed arms, I think. I don't think that's MSU, really.
So with that, I think, to me, I think the current book is exciting to me personally.
I think there's loads of options.
Yeah,
loads of
when
options.
I read this is like the first elf book that I'm considering buying an army for, because I think it looks really interesting to play.
The rest have ability.
And maybe I mean, like you, James, you already touched upon what kind of army that you played during playtesting and what you would like to play, I guess. But maybe Fraz, you could touch upon
Fraz, what kind of army were you playing in playtesting?
In playtesting, I was playing 3 or 4 special units, maybe 18 to 20. I was playing mainly the crossbows and core, because you could at playtesting you could fit 4 units in, and then just kind of some MSU core, and then basically you had basically 1,000 about 1,100 points in characters because of the not a leader rule. So by that point you had 3,700 points.
No,
so
let's be honest, it's because of Hero Hammer. That's why we put that much characters in core.
So no, it was literally just because the not a leader rule, and then you have 600 points, so you probably want 400 at the point. It was 400 points of chaff, and then you had 200 points, so you took a bolt thrower, so stuff didn't move around.
Why are you spending 400 points on chaff when you have an army that always strikes first? Nearly, you just need 1 chaff unit to stop.
Because I was playing all infantry.
Yeah, but even if you're playing all infantry, you're agility 5. Most things aren't agility 5. So you just need 1 chaff unit.
All right, so just to interrupt your guys' marital scuffle here, I had a Dread Elf list that I never lost with. I played maybe 4 or 5 playtest games, and I think I had something like a Warlock with an heirloom, so 5 spells, and I had a Temple Legate who was the general with a halberd, just in his pants.
Yeah.
So that guy was in the Obsidian Guard, but at the time had Bodyguard. So I had 2 units of Obsidian Guard, so no BSB, but I had 2 times the reroll panic tests.
Yeah.
I think I had
this
4.
This is the list I played against.
You had elves with really long beards.
Yeah,
basically.
with mustaches.
Yeah, long mustaches.
I had 4 times legionaries and 1 times auxiliaries. Then I think I had 1 or 2 judicators, maybe one unit of thunderherds, and then I had an effigy of dread. And actually the general had the mask of the Warcrow, so the 6-inch fear reroll 1s to wound bubble.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of everything. So it was a MSU army for sure, because I had loads and loads of units. And it worked really, really well. I didn't have any issues. I played Kingdom of Ectane. I played Inferno Dwarves. I had the assassin in there with the black cloaks.
Yeah.
It's
almost like MSU is the way to play them.
Yeah, MSU was the way I played it for sure. That's kind of the play style that I wanted to play. That's kind of play style that drew me to the Dread Elves, and I think it's great.
But it's almost as if we mentioned MSU a million times in that review, and Dread Elves never played MSU ever before.
But is that an issue?
Well, if they used to run 8 single chariots, that's MSU, no?
Yeah.
Yeah,
at least now it's infantry instead of single models. It's basically the same thing, but they've swapped the single model for.
Yeah, at least
100% agree.
Yeah, at least infantry.
Thank God for no more 10 chariot armies.
Yeah, at least infantry isn't as fucking
I'm not
saying
you should have kept that, but that was literally the one MSU list you played. It was the only MSU list that was ever available to Dread Elves. Now all of a sudden it's the MSU army. I'm not interested in it at all.
Why is that an issue though?
Because I play MSU Dwarfs. I bought another army to play.
But sure, it's all right because you're going to make £120 off your harpies. You're going to make more off the other stuff.
But Fraz, when I
And
get my
ETC
hands
for
on
the
a
four of
dwarf
us.
book,
Oh,
it's
man.
not going to be an MSU book. I promise
no.
you.
Oh no! Like we'll have all these fucking dudes, like little dudes with guns, so you can't feel them anymore. You're like, no.
I don't care. I don't own that army.
I'm going to make you quit dwarves. That's my passion.
I don't know.
You've
Yeah,
almost
it's just a broken man on the other side.
Henry, you've given me this book and I've almost quit Nines Age over it. So
I've got halfway there.
Well,
Now we've just got to get the hands on
Like
the dwarves.
it's just like such a sad story. Like it's like Henry decides the dwarf book, and then it's like Fraz just like, I'm gonna quit the game. It's like we're not friends anymore. I hate you. Like, oh no.
you know, see if Henry gets the dwarf book, I get the high elf book.
Maybe that's the thing. Like maybe these books should be
I will
designed at
make
the
that-
same time, and it's like you should just ball them between each
It's
other.
fine. I can just play Dread Elves for now. It's fine.
Oh my god, our Queensguard now 80-point skinks. Oh,
they pretty much are anyway. Let's be honest.
Exactly. Like all the high elves have like toughness 5,
Anyway.
but they move 2 inches.
Queensguard are starting to fucking dominate in the UK apparently.
Really?
Yeah, they're doing really well.
I mean,
What do you mean, apparently?
They're
You're
good.
referring to
They're
UK
good.
number
They're
one, you
better than
should know.
bot pros. I've been saying
I'm
this
the
for
number one.
years.
There we go, James. There we go. I'm the number one in the UK, and I think the
Yeah.
Dread Elves book is shit. So
Fraz,
He speaks for
are you
the UK.
technically number one in the UK right now?
yep, by default.
Hey,
God
yo.
bless.
You know what?
God bless
You know what?
Corona.
Shit, though.
So you heard it here first, folks. Like the best player in
The
all
best
of
player
UK.
in the UK thinks his Rails book is full of shit.
Fraz is the top Brit in the UK.
Oh no! The Scottish person is dominating English in their own game.
Nah. Top Brit. Top
Don't
Brit
call me a
Fraser
Brit.
Campbell reckons Dread Elves are shit.
Yeah. So with that, I think we have our Dread Elf review.
Yeah, I think that's about it. So, do you guys have any final thoughts about the Dread Elves?
No, I'd just like to say thanks for the playtesting opportunity.
Yeah,
It was good working with the team. I felt like our feedback was really valued, and it was an interesting thing, and like it was pretty good overall. I think it ended up with a pretty good book. Maybe we could have gone a screaming ball about it and say everyone's a cunt, but like I think we did okay. Like I think playtesting did their best to give you the feedback. You did your best to work within the rule team guidelines.
yeah.
Maybe rules team are the cunts. So if it is, we just pass it down the line to them. Yeah.
I would probably.
So actually, can we do that? Where can we name out the rules team people on the next podcast? Because no one ever does that. We just called them all out. Someone needs to tell me who they are, though. But we just named them out and tell them to step out for belts.
No, he's not on the rules team. Okay.
Oh wow! You just name dropping people in for no reason.
I don't even know who's on the rules team. I only know Blondebeard. Who else? Is on there?
If you want me to seriously wrap this up instead of talking shite, I think
Ryan Caps is there.
I think
I don't know who else.
Is Ryan Caps on the rules team?
No way.
Okay, so basically we don't even know who. We don't even know who
It's
the
the magical Shadow Council.
Yeah, the Shadow Council is unknown. Wait. The Shadow
If
Council
this
is hiding
book
in
isn't-
this Leviathan.
Yeah. But they should step out for slaps if they're not fucking. If this book doesn't go well.
ETG Scotland and Ireland will take them for a fight.
I'll take that one.
Yeah. So,
Not even a fight. They just have to step out and get slapped with a stick.
If I
once or
if I was
twice.
to actually seriously round up instead of talking shite, I think the D team were really good. I didn't have an issue with any of them. I thought they were all really good, and they were all actually aimed at giving a good book rather than an OP book.
Yeah.
And I think the book is actually. I know. I've just ranted about it, and I personally don't like it. I actually think it's a really good book, and I think it's probably the best out of the 4 books that has been delivered. If I'm being
Hold on here for a second. I personally don't like it. I think it's a really good book.
no, but I don't want. I have no intention of playing that at all. But I just think it's a good book. I'm not stupid. I'd like to play the game. I think it is a good book.
Yeah, it is.
I
think
think it
it's-
is. I just personally not to my taste. I don't want to play it.
Yeah.
I have no intention of playing it. I'm probably going to sell my Dread Elves, but I still think it is a good book.
So James,
And
if
when
you
you
want
sell
another
them,
army,
you're
you
gonna
got
pay for
an
it to
easy
keep it.
easy buy for Dread Elves there.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
relatively
and
local.
then I don't
Yeah, I mean,
know
like
if
for
I
somebody
don't know if
who's
I can afford those harpies.
120 quid.
Yeah, that's true. Like for somebody
120
who's
quid. Fuck that.
so for somebody who hasn't like played them recently, I'd like an interesting fact is the first fantasy army I ever owned was Dark Elves back in the day.
Same.
Like
same.
when I was like 12 or something
Same.
back
same.
in like
that was
See,
what got me into
yeah
Warhammer.
same and then
The
I
executioners.
yeah yes
Yeah,
yeah,
you
like and I
No.
unfortunately I
both
sold them
bought
when I was
them
a
Yeah,
because
kid,
it was
same.
tits.
but it was so cool and this. Like this
You
to me,
both
like
did
this remake is this was one of the books I've been waiting for, and I think to me it really delivered. Like I looked at it and like compared to the Infernal Dwarves and like the books, like also compared to the Warriors, I think this book is a lot more compelling when like in a rules
Casimir,
perspective.
you're not allowed to say
Casimir,
Infernal Dwarves is bad. You get in trouble.
Casimir,
Oh no,
Infernal
okay,
Dwarves
the Infernal
are
Dwarves
not
are
the bar.
redacted.
They are
but...
not the bar we should be setting. Infernal Dwarves are not the bar we should be setting.
No, but like
I like how you brush over Demon Legions.
yeah,
Let's not even go there.
I mean,
Yeah.
my
because
God.
I never had any
Oh my
interest in
God.
them, but
Demons are a disgrace.
One at a time, Henry.
Demons are a disgrace, but that's
So-
no, like, you know how I'm sitting here saying, "Oh, I want to play MMU, kind of fast infantry."
Play demons is like trying to fuck a hookish rye.
Stroke. I was like, "Oh, they've all got side infantry." I had a fucking stroke when I opened the demons book. I was just like, "Nah, not fucking me. I don't have a PhD. I can't understand that bullshit."
No, I
Dead
agree. I
right.
agree. Like,
Anyway.
I never had any intention of ever playing
No.
those. Like,
To wrap
the
it
only
up,
thing I ever
guys,
had
anyway,
intention
I
of the
think-
demon book is that I kind of want to know what they do when I play against them. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Carry-
To wrap it up, anyway, I think it's a pretty good book. Playtesting was fun. The team were really nice to work with. But I want to know where the tits are gone.
Yeah, where
That's it.
Where are the tits?
Where are the
Exactly.
tits?